is called into session. This is the time and date set for the continued taking of proofs in the trial of the Kriegers et al. Versus Eagle and DNR. It's court's case number 20-000094. I think almost all the attorneys present when we were last together are again present. Ms. Holman Road, it's nice to see you again. I hope you're feeling better. Oh, I get, I hope you feel okay. So, and looks like Mr. Cool's back with us. Anything we need to address with plaintiffs before we begin? Thank you. Defense ready? Thank you. Mr. France, if you could see, Ms. Holman, my empathy is making me get your cough. Not really. I'm mean. I'm so mean. I don't get it from anybody. I just give stuff. My kids are like, Dad, you're so stressed, and they're like, well, no, you cause stress in others. So I'm very sorry that I do that for all of you. Mr. France, good morning. You're still under oath. I hope you enjoyed our temperate, pleasant Michigan morning. I believe my car said it was 3 below zero, but that was after I was done doing the driveway. So it was in our Florida friend, Mr. Thompson. Are you on life support?
Taking me back.
Okay. Happy memories. Happy memories.
Good morning. It was a delightful balmy walk.
It was a balmy walk. Yes. Okay. When we last adjourned, Mr. Juan had interposed an objection on two bases. One was leading, the other was argumentative, or I'm not sure what, but yeah, lack of foundation, right? If I hadn't sustained it on leading, which I did, I would have also sustained it on lack of foundation in hindsight. But now Mr. Gamble's had the whole night to think of how he's going to rephrase the question. So we look forward to hearing what the next question is.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. France, yesterday in response to questions from Mr. Juan, you said that you were being compensated for your preparation time and travel expenses. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
In what month and year was your contract with the state finalized?
Last month, December 2025.
And were you ever given a series of documents and then asked to generate an expert report about them?
No.
Were you asked to testify in this case because of your work as the leader of the independent forensic team that published the 2022 report on the failure of the Edenville Dam?
I checked like the foundation on why he would know why they asked him to do it.
How do you, response, please?
I think Mr. France knows why he's here. I'm just asking him to
Well,
explain
then ask,
why.
do you know why? Do you know why you're here? I think that's a legitimate question. You okay with that question, Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. France, do you know why you're here?
I believe so.
Is it your understanding that,
What is your understanding? Who, what, where, and when? We're on direct.
what is your understanding of why you're here?
My understanding is that I was going to be questioned on various aspects of the independent forensic report that was authored by a team that I led in 2020 to 2022.
Yesterday, in response to questions from Mr. Juan, you indicated that you've listened to the testimony of the three experts that the plaintiffs hired in this case, Mr. Sturdivant, Dr. Williams, and Dr. Marr. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why were you listening to those experts' testimonies?
In the role I anticipated I was going to be testifying, I was interested to hear what, if anything, they may testify regarding how they had looked at, interpreted our independent forensic team report.
Amy, can you bring up page 8 of D106?
Okay. Dan?
Yes, sir.
The doctor, Mr. France, can you slide the microphone a little towards you?
I would be happy to.
I think I told you to move it yesterday, or I told somebody to move it yesterday.
We did. We moved it back yesterday. It needs to come
Apparently
closer to that.
too far for my court reporter. So
Is that better?
Try again.
Is that better?
Yes.
Great. You're welcome.
Mr. France, it was did the IFT report conclude that the dam failed due to static liquefaction?
Yes.
Was static liquefaction a failure mode that was considered in the water dam industry prior to the publication of the IFT report?
In opinion of the IFT and in my personal opinion, no.
Can we go to page 13, Amy? Under lessons learned on page 13, Amy, could you magnify the lessons learned down to the blue highlight? Yep, perfect. Thank you. Mr. France, the IFT, the first topic it lists under its lessons to be learned section is about static liquefaction. Could you, I'll give you a moment with that, but, and just let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Why did the IFT include this language about static liquefaction as one of the lessons to be learned by the dam industry?
Well, we were thinking that in this case, we had a failure happen from a potential failure mode that no one had looked at. And the industry as a whole was not looking at it. There are other dams out in existence in the world, in the United States, that likely have similar situations, loose sands within the dam, which is the predicate condition that makes static liquefaction potentially possible. So we felt that one of the things in practice that should change is when failure modes or potential failure modes are looked at for dams, if those loose sands exist, it is one that should be at least considered and thought of and decided, yes, it's potentially relevant. No, it's not. And if relevant, pursued further to decide whether it's an unacceptable risk.
And so the IFT concluded it's something that should be considered because prior to the dam failure, it's not something that was widely considered in the dam industry for water dams. Is that correct?
Oh, that's correct.
Amy, could you go to page 90? And Amy, this will span 2 pages. So if we could do the bottom orange and magnify the entire, you can do the whole paragraph, actually, even that starts with the purpose of. Oh yeah, magnify that whole thing. And I'll give you a moment with this. Just let me know when you're ready, Mr. France.
Okay.
On this paragraph, it mentions that IFT lacks definitive knowledge of the conditions that triggered static liquefaction. Could you help us understand better what you mean by that?
Yes, I'll try. So liquefaction and liquefaction flow failure. So liquefaction is the phenomenon by which these loose sands suddenly lose strength from a transition from drained conditions to undrained conditions. It's sort of a complicated geotechnical phenomena, but the fundamental thing is at 1 second they have a certain strength that's operative, and very shortly after that, the strength drops dramatically, and it drops below the stresses that are being applied to the soil by the gravity forces of the embankment and the water pressing on the embankment on the upstream slope, and that combination of forces, those forces are suddenly much, much higher than the strength. And it's just physics that the force is the driving force tending to instability is much higher than the resisting force acting against instability. And that leads to those who have taken elementary physics know the equation F equals ma, force equals mass times acceleration. And if we now have a force that's unbalanced, that's going to create an acceleration that creates that flow that we see in the video of this dam failure. So when you have those conditions, that can happen, but something has to trigger it. The actual flow failure, the liquefaction flow failure in static liquefaction is exactly the same as in seismic liquefaction or earthquake-induced liquefaction. And I think there's a lot of confusion in our industry about that, but they're exactly the same soil behavior. The difference is the trigger. And with earthquake liquefaction, the trigger is obvious. It's the shaking of the ground. The ground shaking is what causes that transformation in strength and that reduction in strength. In static liquefaction, one of the things that our profession, the geotechnical profession, is still really struggling with is what triggers these static liquefaction failures. For example, there was a static liquefaction failure in a tailings dam in Brazil some number of years ago, and I have seen published in the literature at least 3 different explanations by credible geotechnical engineers for what actually triggered and caused that static liquefaction. And we don't know. They're all perfectly credible from these 3 different geotechnical engineers, but we don't know what it was. So we don't know those triggers very well. And because we don't know those triggers, and in this case, it's compounded by we don't know the actual geometry at the failure because all that material washed away. So we don't know the stratigraphy, the zoning within the dam. We don't know in detail the properties of those materials within the dam. There's just so much uncertainty with that we just felt we don't know exactly what triggered it. We know it was triggered, we know it happened, but we don't know the triggers very well. And because of that, to us, it's extremely difficult to be highly confident of exactly when it would have failed if we know when it failed in reality, but had water level been somewhat lower and sustained for a longer period of time, some of these other triggers may have come into play and it may have failed anyway. So we just don't know. There's uncertainty there. And I'm not in geotechnical engineering, that kind of uncertainty is not unusual at all. And because of that, this is what we're saying here. There's a lot of uncertainty and we can't be sure.
Did the IFT team members go and visit the site of the dam to try and learn about the conditions of the failed area?
The IFT members did visit the dam. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. There were twice. There was the first visit, which was just a general information gathering visit, and then a second visit by Jennifer Williams, who was one of the IFT members, and a colleague, Harry Donahue from AECOM, who went to the site to try to gather as much data as they could. The problem is the material that actually failed, that entire embankment that was involved in the failure, that section, it was gone. It's somewhere down the Tittabawassee River, totally washed away. So all we could really look at were the remnant embankments, remnant sections of the embankments on the left and the right side of the failure. Look at those. They turned out to, as noted in the report, to be quite different. And we could look at those. And of course, we went back and looked at whatever borings were available or that section of the embankment, none of them at precisely the failure location. We could look at the foundation that was left after the embankment had washed away. But in all of that work, there's no way we could look at exactly the material in the cross section that failed because it was gone.
Amy, could you bring up page 301? Did I already ask you to do that? I didn't. 301.
For me.
And could you magnify the picture? So, Mr. France, you testified about how a member of the IFT team and support staff went to visit the embankment and how they tried to gather information from the left and right breach. Is this what you're referring to, these breach sections here in the picture?
Well, and I would not recur to the left and right breach, I'd recur to it as the what we have labeled them in this photo, the left breach remnant and the right breach remnant. And this is after completion of the failure. So the progress of this failure, there was the section that we see on the video that actually was the failed section when it failed at that location, which as best we can estimate, and again, it's estimating because we don't have precise measurement of, best we can estimate, it's 40 feet, 50 feet, maybe as much as 80 feet, but something in that range. And we show it in the report.
40 or 80 feet high, wide, deep.
Wide, the length.
East to west.
East to west along the embankment. Which is relatively narrow compared to what you see in this photo, because what happens is after that breach happens, and in the report, we talk about the way the breach happened is the static liquefaction failure occurred. And we see in the video that massive material flows out and winds up sitting in a heap down at the toe of the dam. And then curiously, for about 10 seconds or so, nothing further happens. The mass failure happens, it sits there, and what we believed was going on there is the downstream portion of the dam was involved in the failure. So it flowed, it failed, it's deposited at the toe of the dam, and the upstream portion that's remaining is sitting there temporarily holding back the water. But it's not enough, it can't do it. So after about 10 seconds of that section holding back the water, it gives way, the water starts to wash through. So now the water is washing through that 40, 50, 80 foot wide failure breach. And then as it rushes through and flows downstream, it starts to erode the sides. And it erodes the sides, and the breach area, the ultimate breach area, widens out to what we see in this photograph. So this photograph itself is not all, I guess you can call it the breach area because it's what did breach, but the failure area is actually the initial liquefaction failure area is a much smaller part of what you see in this breach.
And so that areas immediately adjacent to the initial failure area were also washed downstream and couldn't be tested. Is that right?
That's correct.
Amy, could you go to page 312? And just, could you hide or magnify these are the key takeaways? No, even farther up, you can just, oh, no, sorry, I meant,
Can you hold on to?
yes.
Thank you. Continue.
So Amy, could you highlight where you were initially going to? So from E5 and get those bullets.
And let me just, I should have probably, I definitely should have asked this on January 12th when we started. Does either plaintiff's counsel or defense counsel have any objections when I asked to stop the testimony so I can take some notes or to write down questions I want to follow up with?
No objection. All right.
I just, and again, I should have asked that 10 days ago, 11 days ago. Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Mr. France, in this page of the report, it refers to the key takeaways from the IFT's field and laboratory investigations. And it mentions that the embankment composition and internal zoning varied significantly from the left to the right end of the Edenville left embankment. Could you explain to us what is meant by how the embankment composition varied significantly?
I will try to do that. So when Jen and Harry went out in to do this field investigation, they looked at the left remnant that we just saw in the photo. They looked at the right remnant, and they mapped them fairly carefully. We actually got a piece of construction equipment out there to scrape those faces because it had been several months since the failure. So erosion had happened on it, and there may be some debris from the water rushing through and whatever. So we wanted to get to the actual embankment. So we had that construction equipment scrape down those faces. So we're really looking at what was the embankment. And we were actually, I'd say, somewhat surprised to find that the two remnants were quite different. And we described them in this passage here, that the left remnant had some different materials, and there appeared to be some at least crude or rudimentary zoning to them with maybe more permeable sandy materials in the downstream and less permeable clay materials in the upstream, but there was some intermixing, and it wasn't an absolute clean difference like we saw in that Ackerman et al. Drawing that the court has looked at. But there appeared to be some zoning and a combination of, there were sands, there were clays, there were different materials. On the right side, it was almost entirely clay except for a blanket on the upstream slope and the downstream slope. So like somebody put a draped blanket over top of clay in the middle of sand on the outside. So the center part was entirely clay with this drape of sand. That's very, very different. And then we
Sorry,
also
you said
noted
drape.
it's hard to describe without
It's like some type of fabric
describing it.
material.
Well, as if it were fat, but it's like 5 or 8 feet thick of sand. But in the middle, there's a trapezoidal section of clay, and then a 5 to 8 foot section of sand extends from the downstream toe up over the crest and back down to the upstream toe.
All right, so not any fencing laid on top or fabric
No,
or things that we'll
no.
see sometimes on the side where you see construction, they'll put netting or meshing, not that, but you're saying this, however thick section of sand, and you're calling it a draping of it.
Yes, right. I'm
right.
sorry to mislead the court.
No, you're not
That-
misleading the court. You're a scientist. I'm a recovering trial attorney, and so we have different skill sets.
Understood. But the big difference was the left side, there was some indication that there was maybe predominantly these sandier, more permeable materials in the downstream half of the cross section and more clay materials in the upstream section. As opposed to that in the right, there really wasn't a clear distinction upstream to downstream. Rather, there was this central section of clay and a layer of sandy material over top of it, but not zoned upstream, downstream. So if you draw those cross sections up, they look very, very different. And we also found that in the left remnant, we saw this medium dense native sand material underneath the embankment upstream to downstream. On the right side, it appeared that that layer had been excavated out and replaced with clay. So it was different. So we're faced with very different zones. We don't know exactly where, as you go from right to left, it changes from one to the other. We don't know why they were different. We could put some conjectures, but I don't think they're very valuable, and we didn't really do that. So we were just noticing that they're different. The two sides were different, and we don't know where it might have changed from one section to the other section with any high confidence.
Amy, could you go to page 416, 416? And could you please magnify? Yep, that whole paragraph. Perfect. Thank you. And I'll give you a moment with that, Mr. France. Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
And in this paragraph, the IFT notes that there's significant uncertainty about the cross-section of the failure location, and that the cross-section developed by the IFT should not be viewed as detailed analysis of the actual cross-section that existed. Why did the IFT think that their cross-section and data should not be used as a detailed analysis of the actual cross-section?
The reason we state that here, and in particular, the reason for the first statement of significant uncertainty is really all the things we've just been talking about for the last several minutes, is that the section that actually failed no longer existed. It was gone. We couldn't look at it in any way. The closest things we could look at were the remnants on the left and the right. They were different. So that introduces uncertainty into it. We did have some of the boring data that's been discussed in other testimony, and that's fine, but we'd have to infer from that data exactly what the conditions might be, and those borings were some distance from the actual failure area. They in themselves were not absolutely self-consistent. They were a little different one from the other. So all of those things introduced uncertainty into the section. So we were cautious about putting together a cross-section for analysis, and had a lot of discussions about it, particularly Jen and myself. Had a lot of discussion about it, and part of the reason we wanted to put together a section and do some analysis is we realized that when we put this opinion out about static liquefaction failure, it was going to be somewhat controversial. There were going to be some people in the profession who were going to push back on it and suggest that you guys don't know what you're talking about. Static liquefaction isn't important for water storage dams, hadn't paid any attention to for decades. So we were a bit concerned that we were going to get some pushback, even to the point of, as we were writing this and as we were beginning to conclude it was static liquefaction, I called a number of my professional colleagues who I respect in the business, and laid out for them the whole thing of what we were seeing and why we were thinking of static liquefaction. And just as a sounding board, am I off the mark here, or are we on the right track? Does this seem plausible? Does this seem reasonable to you? So we were very concerned about that. So we thought we had to do some kind of analysis using a cross-section, but we had a lot of uncertainty. So the intent of the cross-section was not to depict absolutely what we thought happened, but from everything we know, from what we did in the post-failure investigation, from the borings, from all the information we had, put together a plausible section that could have been the cross-section. May not be exactly right, but could have, and demonstrate that if you had a cross-section like that, which is entirely conceivable, static liquefaction is a conceivable failure mode. So it was if you like, a demonstration analysis, not a precise analysis.
Did the IFT use the data it collected from its field investigation to create a numerical analysis model the way that Dr. Marr did?
We did not.
Why not?
We considered it. We considered it quite extensively. Again, principally Jen and I, because we were the lead geotechnical engineers on the team, had a lot of discussions about this. And we could have done one. We had the capability, we had the people who knew how to do those models, had experience using those models. But the reason we didn't is we didn't think it would help inform our opinions that we were going to put into the IFT report because of this uncertainty that we couldn't. Numerical analyses are wonderful. They're a wonderful tool, and they have a lot of accuracy if the internal movements within an earth mass with like an embankment dam. But the quality of their prediction and the quality of their results is very dependent on the input. And that input, three particularly important parts of the input are the stratigraphy we've talked about, the different zoning in the dam, the properties of all those different zones that were in the dam, and the initial seepage conditions through the dam, the phreatic surface, and the way the water is flowing through the dam, all three of those things. And we had very limited and very uncertain data on all three aspects of those. And because that data in our mind was so uncertain, we did not really believe that we could produce a model that dramatically improved the story we were telling in the IFT report.
Amy, could we actually switch exhibits and go to plaintiff's exhibit 183? And could you just magnify the very top part there so Mr. France can see it? Mr. France, is that your email address in the CC line of this email?
It is indeed.
So this is an email to Irfan Alvi with you copied in December 2022. And was this email part of the IFT investigation?
I believe it was. Well, yes, it says Edenville Lake level. I think, yes, I think you're correct. This is part of our investigation.
Amy, you can drop the magnification. So why don't you scroll through just the first couple of pages there so he can see who it's from. It's from Luke Trumbull. It's in response to questions from Irfan Alvi. And could you scroll back up to the top and could you magnify the entire paragraph that includes the highlighted portion? I'll give you a moment with this. It's a long paragraph. Just let me know when you're ready, Mr. France.
Okay, thank you.
183, plaintiff, 183.
Okay.
What's your take on Mr. Trumbull's language here that's highlighted, Mr. France?
My take on this, and I've had the good fortune through my association work with ASDSO to have the acquaintance of and know and talk with and sometimes work with a lot of state dam safety regulators around the country. And state dam safety regulators have very difficult decisions to make because they have these dams that they identify that have some deficiencies in terms of they may not meet the criteria of the individual state programs. And they have to decide what actions they're going to take.
Yes, objection. He's getting into an opinion about what Mr. Trumbull should and shouldn't do. It's not part of this report. And he's
Respond. Okay,
So
thank you.
That's my.
Yep, response.
Your Honor, he's testified that as part of preparing the report, they gathered information from people. This is part of that process. He's on the email. And I'm asking him to just explain what his thoughts were as he's reviewing this information he gathered to prepare the report. He's answering from his own personal knowledge as part of the work that he's been brought here to testify about.
I think the objections are respectfully overruled, but let's move on. I think you adequately addressed the inquiry as to this issue. Please proceed.
Okay. He was halfway through speaking.
I'm satisfied with the answer. You may move on.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for you now, Mr. France.
Thank you very much.
Take just a second. Thanks. You're welcome. France, you okay to keep going?
Yes, sir.
Morning, Mr. France.
Good morning.
One of the things that you were discussing when you were first questioned by Mr. Gamble made it sound like we were in the dark ages with dam safety, and like within the last 10 years, we got out of the dark ages and now we have a lot of knowledge about what's going on in the dam industry. Are you aware, sir, that our safety statute in Michigan, Section 315, was enacted in 1995?
I was not aware of the exact date of the Michigan Act.
That's 30 years ago, correct?
Yes.
25 years before this particular dam failed.
Correct.
Are you aware that our dam safety statute defines what 1/2 PMF is?
Yes.
And it also defines what a safe and unsafe spillway capacity is, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
And it also defines certain things like what a high hazard dam is.
As I understand it, yes.
And it also has a provision in there that requires owners of dams to produce reports every 3 years under Section 318, or 31518, correct?
As far as I understand, yes.
And those aren't things that happened in the last 10 years, are they?
No, and if I could, I'd like to take objection to the characterization that we were in the dark ages before the last 10 years.
Sir, I'm going to
that.
ask questions. I'm going to ask you to answer my questions. If Mr. Gamble wants to change them later or ask other questions of you, he's free to do so. My question is, sir, that for 25 years before this particular flood occurred, we had statutes in the state of Michigan which helped guide dam safety engineers in terms of how, what is safe and what's unsafe, correct?
Correct.
And those statutes also allowed the dam safety engineers to take action if necessary, correct?
My understanding, yes.
Now, you're here today, you've been named by the defendant as an expert in the case. You say you have a contract with him too?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When did they first contact you about being an expert? Not when you signed the contract, but when did they first call you and say, Mr. France, we'd like you to come help us in trial and be an expert for us?
I believe it was in October of 2025.
Okay. Now, I've read your report lots of times, and I also saw a webinar that you did with a Mr. Miyamoto. Remember doing that?
With whom?
A Mr. Miyamoto. You did a webinar describing this particular dam
Oh,
failure?
he was the host. For the
Yes, he was the
webinar.
host.
Yes,
And you were speaking in the webinar, correct?
yes.
One of the things I saw that was kind of interesting there was, would you agree with me that the purpose of this investigation, the IFT investigation, is really not necessarily to assign blame? It really is to look into the incident, try to understand what happened, why it happened, and what our industry should learn so that we can prevent these types of incidents and failures from happening again. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. So when you walk into this IFT process, you're not going there to try to blame somebody particularly, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were the team leader, correct?
Yes,
And one of the things that FERC required is they required different people in different specialties within the dam industry to be on the IFT panel.
that's correct.
And were you chosen by Boyce? Is that how it happened? When I say chosen, did Boyce basically nominate people to be on this committee and you then took on that responsibility?
Boyce did nominate to FERC people who they proposed to be on the forensic team. And I was one of those people. And yes, I agreed and took on the responsibility.
And that was after talking with Mr. Elvey, correct?
With
Mr. Elvey, I'm sorry, ALVI.
Mr. Alvey and I did talk before Mr. Mueller and Boyce put forward the nominations. Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Elvey is the human factors guy on the panel.
That was his primary role. Is correct.
Okay. He also had hydrologist, Mr. Miller.
That's correct.
And geotech analysis was both you and Jennifer Williams, correct?
That's correct.
And that's your specialty, geotech analysis.
That's correct.
Okay. You're not a hydrologist.
I am not.
And there was a hydraulic structure expert too, Mr. Steve Higginbotham.
Yes.
One of the things that we talked about a little bit, and you talked about when you were talking about the hydraulic and hydrologic models is, I'll cover that later. I'm sorry. We'll go on. You never visited the site, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Did you think that was important to visit the site, being the team leader of the IFT?
I would have preferred to at the time. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, this occurred in the midst of COVID. And given my age and the guidance that was coming out on susceptibility of older people to COVID, I did not feel comfortable traveling at that time.
You didn't publish a report until 2022 though, correct?
That's correct.
You never visited between 2020 and 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Now, let's talk about spillway capacity a little bit. You realize that this particular dam did not pass Michigan's 1/2 PMF spill rate requirement.
During the course of our work, it became our understanding that that was true.
Okay. Well, and when you were analyzing it, you realized that Mr. Trumbull, on behalf of the state, knew as of February of 2020 that definitively this particular dam's spillways did not comply with MCL 315.16, which dictates spillway capacity, correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
And so the dam was, by statute, was not safe, correct?
Response, please.
I don't think it calls for speculation, Your Honor.
What statute are you using?
It's MCL 324.315 spillway capacity.
Question, as I understand it, was towards the effect that do you agree that by statute, because it couldn't pass half PMF by statute, it was unsafe? Was that essentially what your question was?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Mr. Francis is an expert in this area. I think it's called speculation to lack of foundation. He knows what every word of the statute says.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Juan, where in the statute does it say that it's less than half PMF by definition? So, statute. Well,
It doesn't say that in the statute, Your Honor, but it's a safety system. Okay, I will.
Objections.
Okay, thank you.
And the reason the record took me a little bit of time. I have my hardbound volumes, sitting in computer screens, and that's why I was just reading the statute over again. I don't see it in.
Okay.
Okay.
That word is not in there.
All right. So if you could just rephrase, that'd be great.
I'm going to move on to something else, sir. You understood that 1/2 PMF for this particular dam was 25,400 CFS, correct?
As I sit here today, I don't know for certain that I recall that precise number.
Let's go to Defense Exhibit 106, page 150, please. And it would be the second paragraph after effects of gate openings. The peak inflow would be the 1/2 CMF, correct, Mr. France?
I'd like to read it, please. Thank you.
Okay.
And could you repeat the question again, please?
The 1/2 CMF that was being measured to determine whether the dam complied with the safety was 25,400 CFS, correct?
As I read the paragraph, the analysis that was done by AIRS in 2021 estimated the peak inflow for the 1/2 PMF is 25,400, yes.
Okay. And that's the same number that Mr. Trumbull already testified to in his trial. Did you see that when you were watching the trial?
I did not see that.
Okay. When the IFT analyzed the spillway capacity, and we're here, and we can stay right on that same portion, the IFT found that the spillway capacity, when you can only open the gates to 7 feet, was actually 18,100 CFS, correct?
That's what the report says, so I believe that's what we concluded, yes.
Okay. And so the spillway capacity that,
One,
Okay.
let me catch up. I apologize. Can I have just a second, because
yes.
thank you. Thank you. Please continue.
So in the second line, the IFT, when they actually analyzed the spillway capacity for the Edenville Dam, when the gates could only open to 7 feet. They found that the actual spillway capacity was 18,100 CFS, correct?
Yes,
And that's 29% deficient from what the statute requires, correct?
I would have to do the calculation, but I will take your word for it. You've done
Okay,
that.
it's kind of in that, I've done the calculation, but that's in that area, 25, 28, 29, 30% deficient, correct?
Agreed.
Now, you're not here advocating that dam safety engineers disregard state safety statutes, are you?
No,
When a dam like this, sir, is found by a dam safety engineer to be deficient in not complying with the statute, is it a good idea for the dam engineer to go ahead and obtain more information about the dam to determine whether or not the dam's safe?
in general, I would agree. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in fact, the state statute 31518 requires dam owners to provide reports every 3 years, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And if you have questions about a dam, as a dam safety engineer that's regulating the dam, you know that the spillway capacity is potentially unsafe. Asking for one of those 315 reports is a good idea, correct?
It certainly could be. Yes.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Trumbull asked for one of those 315 reports in this case, didn't he?
I don't recall that detail.
Okay. Let's go to page 106, page 5, please. Now, this is the first page of your summary of the report, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this first page is in italics, whereas the rest of the summary through what was marked as page S11 was not in italics, correct?
That's correct.
And is this the first page of the summary that's in italics? Is this actually a kind of a one-page summary of the summary?
I believe that it is. Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the fourth paragraph of this, if we could. And looking at the very first sentence, sir, the very first sentence of your report says, with respect to the human judgments, decisions, actions, and inactions during the project history leading up to the May 2020 event, the dam failures were foreseeable and preventable. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to read the whole thing, sir, but as you go halfway down in this paragraph, it says the embankments were also constructed in some locations, including the failure location, with steep downstream slopes that did not meet modern requirements for stability factors of safety. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Further down, it says, therefore, the stability deficiency of the embankment section that failed was never recognized. If this vulnerability had been recognized, it could have been remediated by slope flattening or buttressing, which the dam owners would have been able to afford and which had already been done at other locations. This remediation would likely have prevented the embankment failure. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you talk about remediation, you're talking about what we described above as buttressing or slope flattening, correct?
Yes.
And again, you indicate that that's something that would be affordable to the dam owner, correct?
Yes.
And they've done that in other sections of the dam, correct?
Yes.
And When you watched Dr. Marr's testimony, you realized that he agreed with you in that regard, that if there had been buttressing on this particular left embankment, that would have likely prevented the failure in this case.
Yes,
Okay, and you agree with that too, that IFT agrees with that, correct?
agreed.
And let's go to page 9 of 106, please. I think this is, and we're down at the very bottom, the very last paragraph. Where it says another, okay. And in your report, this is again in the summary section, sir. It says another contributing geotechnical factor was the steep downstream slope of the Edenville East Embankment with an average inclination of 1.8 horizontal to 1 vertical. This steep slope produced high static shear stresses in the embankment that left very little margin against the stress conditions that triggered static liquefaction. Hence, only relative small changes in pore water pressure or shear stresses were needed to trigger the failure. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that talked about there was the stress conditions that triggered static liquefaction. Did I read that correctly? At the very bottom of 5, it talks about the stress conditions that, and then you go to the next page, triggered static liquefaction.
Yes, it says very little margin against the stress conditions that trigger static
Okay.
liquefaction, yes.
And so stress conditions triggered static liquefaction in this case, correct?
They could have been a contributor to it along with the water pressure rises.
And then moving on to page 10, which is S6 in the report, the last paragraph, the last paragraph in the middle of the page before hydrologic and hydraulic factors. States the IFT's analysis indicates that if stability analysis had been completed for the Edenville East Embankment, where the failure occurred with its steep downstream slope, that embankment section would have been identified as having stability factors of safety significantly less than recommended minimum values. This would likely have resulted in a recommendation for the slope flattening or a buttress. Since similar slope modifications had been constructed at other sections of the Edenville Dam embankments, it is likely they would have also been constructed at the Edenville East Embankment. Such embankment modifications would have very likely prevented the static liquefaction failure by reducing the static shear stresses. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And that was the finding of the IFT, correct?
Correct.
Now, we talked before about when a dam safety engineer who's responsible for a structure like this, when they see a potential safety concern such as inadequate spillways, it's not a bad idea for them to get more information about the dam to see if it's in any other way unsafe, correct?
Spillway capacity is related to safety.
No, I understand, but what's the response?
I didn't ask about the statute. That's just a general thing.
It's a general question.
Yeah.
He's proffered as an expert. I'm not on it. Respectful. It was not encapsulated in the statute at this time, so I'll allow that question.
Okay, could we repeat it, please?
Okay, so you have a dam safety engineer, Mr. Trumbull. He has knowledge that the spillway capacity is insufficient and violates the state statute. He's indicated, I think, under testimony that it was a genuine concern for him. It's a good idea for that person to accumulate more information about the dam to see if there's other safety issues with the dam, correct? Would you agree with me?
I believe to me, that's an overbroad characterization of what would be reasonable on the part of that state dam safety engineer.
You don't think it's a good idea for a dam safety engineer who sees one safety issue to obtain a report that would tell him whether or not there's other safety issues that can affect the structural integrity of the dam?
That's not necessarily the normal process.
I didn't ask you as a normal process. I'm asking you if that's a good idea. Good idea, bad idea?
It might be a good idea, but it's not required.
Well, I know it's not required. Our state statute 31518 allows somebody like Mr. Trumbull to request that kind of report. You know that, right?
It allows him to do that, yeah.
And he did that in this case, correct?
I don't know exactly what he did in this case.
Is the IFT foreperson, you're not aware that Mr. Trumbull asked for a 315 report from the owner of the dam in the summer of 2019 before this dam failed? You're not aware of that?
I do not recall that detail at this moment.
All right. Let's go to backing up just for a second. You realize, sir, that as far as the left bank, the east bank of the Edenville Dam, the one that failed, that there had never been a stability analysis for that particular bank, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 176, page 3, if we could. Plaintiff's 176, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Just for reference, sir, the plaintiff's 176 is a string of emails between, well, let's go to the first page just so we're familiar with the string of emails and go right to the very top. This is a string of emails that says November 12th of 2021. It's to is it Irfan? Did I pronounce that correctly?
Irfan, yeah.
Irfan, okay, Irfan Alvi. He was on your IFT committee, correct?
Correct.
And the CC, you're the first guy on the CC, right? John France?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Let's go to page 3. Well, let's go to page 2 actually, so we can kind of orient ourselves. And this is an email from Luke Trumbull. If you go to the from part down 2/3 of the way down. Right. This is a November 10, 2021 email from Luke Trumbull again to Irfan Alvi, and you're copied on it, correct?
Correct.
Let's go to the next page. I'm sorry, Judge.
I thought I could follow on a small screen. I'm just. It's not. So.
Oh, Your Honor,
No, I've got it. I got it.
Well, here. If I could approach, I do have this. I'm sorry.
Any objection? Sorry. I'm writing the name of the witness and who's it on the side, so I don't want to grab it, so I know how to spend February. I remember a few times I would go into the engineering space on board US Navy warships, and I talked to engineers. That we have all these binders and emails, so they knew exactly where to go for what they needed long before, everybody had computers, all that stuff. And okay. So, Okay.
We're in a 176 at this point, Your Honor,
Thank you.
and we're on page 3 of 5.
Yeah, 175. Okay.
So I'm sorry.
No, just give me a second. Get it on the computer. It's taking a minute. And I don't need somebody to go and try to find it. I actually have it digitally. All right, I'm ready. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. If you could expand the third paragraph on that page. Middle of that paragraph, and this is Mr. Trumbull to Mr. Alvey and to you, when he's describing the history of what happened at this dam. He says, prior to the gate test, Eagle instructed FLTF, Four Lakes Task Force, and Boyce to complete a dam safety inspection report to meet the Part 315 dam safety requirements and reevaluate spillway capacity, overall safety of the dam, etc., now that the dam was state regulated. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And the last sentence of that report says, they expected the report to be completed by the end of 2019. See that?
I do.
That was a good decision by Mr. Trumbull to say, hey, give me this report that provides this information, correct?
Sir.
I'd like to raise an objection.
What's the objection, please?
The objection is the same one Mr. Vaughn just raised, which is that he's asking Mr. France about emails outside of the IFP report. And while the court overruled that objection, we didn't allow Mr. France to finish his answer. So if Mr. France can answer questions about these emails in response to my questions, you should be able to deliver a response to Mr. Vaughn.
Response, Mr. One.
Your Honor, this is background information that he accumulated for the IFT report. It's copied to him. It's sent to Mr. Alvey. It's part of the material that he either chose to include in the report or chose not to include in the report, but it's not something I'm bringing in from some other source.
Final comments, Mr.
Mr. Vaughn's response is familiar because it's exactly what I said.
Your objection's overruled, and when you get back on redirect, if you proffer that question and explain, and give me some warning when you're gonna do it, and we'll address it when you're on redirect. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. France, the report itself didn't get to him by the end of 2019. And you're, strike that. You're aware, sir, that the permit authorizing the lake level to go from 670 up to 675.8 was issued on April the 9th of 2020.
As I sit here, I don't recall exact dates. I do recall that a permit was issued to allow the lake level to go up to full summer pool.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the end from trail.
I'm sorry. As I sit here today, I don't remember the exact date of it, but I do recall that a permit was issued to allow the lake to go to full summer pool.
Are you aware that they never produced this report until June of 2020 after the flood?
I did not, I remember that the report was not reported according to the schedule. Again, as I sit here today, I know it's in our report somewhere, but I don't remember the exact dates of those report issues.
Let's go to Exhibit 104, Plaintiff's Exhibit 104, page 8, please. Exhibit 104 is that Spicer report, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
It says the date of inspection, June of 2019 to March of 2020, correct?
Yes, it does.
And on page 8 of that report, under an earthen embankment crest of dam. You see that? The top portion.
Yes.
It says the embankments of the Edenville and Tobacco side extend then from the Edenville to Tobacco side extend from the dam to the natural high ground on either side. The minimum crest elevation is approximately 682.1 feet at the Tittabawassee embankment and the Tobacco embankment. The upstream and downstream slopes of to 2.5H:IV and 2H:1IV respectively are steeper in some areas. The earthen embankment does not have a core wall, but is conducted of relatively impermeable glacial till deposits and a seepage tile system for internal drainage. Adjacent to each spillway, a steel sheet piling core wall exists. And then they say an embankment stability analysis is recommended. You see that, sir?
I do.
And your report even acknowledges that was recommended at one point, correct? You quote this language in your IFT report from the Spicer report.
It's possible. You have to show me the quote, but I don't take objection to it.
Okay. Now, if Mr. Trumbull had waited to receive this report before they issued the authorized permit, this would have given him some information to say, hey, that left bank may not be stable and we recommend a stability analysis, correct?
Also speculation. No, I don't think it does. It's an overruling. The way it's formatted, it's not speculation. It's asking, would something have X? So. Overrule. Read the question again, please.
Now, if Mr. Trumbull had waited to receive this report before they issued the authorized permit, this would have given him some information to say, hey, that left bank may not be stable and we recommend a stability analysis. Correct?
I don't necessarily agree with that statement.
When an engineer says, I recommend a stability analysis, you don't think that that's something that the person would do?
I didn't say that.
Okay. The stability analysis is what your report says should have been done, correct?
My objection to, or my lack of agreement with your statement was there's nothing specific in here relative to the left embankment.
The specific nature of it says we do need to do a stability analysis on that left east bank, correct?
No,
It does not.
it does not.
Okay. In addition to, backing up for a second, in addition to having information that tells you that the state doesn't comply with spillway capacity requirements, Mr. Trumbull also had the information that FERC had actually revoked the license in this case, correct?
Correct?
That's pretty unusual, FERC revoking a license, isn't it?
It is unusual.
Okay, that's a red flag, isn't it? That something's wrong with this dam if they're going so far as to revoke the license.
It could be interpreted that way.
Now, one of the things that I did not see in the new report with the IFT was the timing of all this. The timing that demonstrated that Mr. Trumbull ordered a report in the middle of 2019. The timing that it was supposed to be provided by 2019. The fact that the report itself recommended a stability analysis and that they issued the permit before they received the report. I didn't see that anywhere in the IFT report where that was described.
That's possible.
Okay, but can you tell me somewhere in the report where it is described?
Not as I sit here today, no.
Okay, so that's missing. That's not in the independent report, correct?
If you're telling me so, I presume you read it very well, and it is.
Okay. One of the things that Mr. Trumbull did indicate was, and I don't know if you remember this or not, I'll ask if you remember it, and if you don't, I'll bring up a document that shows it. He indicated that their focus, their being Eagle in the state of Michigan, was on the spillway capacity issue, and that they were not aware or attuned to the stability issue with the left bank.
I agree.
Okay. If a report like this comes in, says we need I'm sorry. If a report like the Spicer report, the 3115, the 315 report that Mr. Trump.
Exhibit 104.
Correct. Yep. Exhibit 104 is received by Mr. Trumbull before they authorize the lake level to go higher. That would then maybe put that on his radar, correct?
It would potentially put it on his radar, yes.
Now, let's go to page 162 and 163 of Exhibit 106, Defense Exhibit 106, please. 162 to 163. And starting at the bottom of 162, it says, first of all, it starts out under geotechnical evaluation of the Edenville Dam. At the very first sentence, it says, the IFT did not find evidence that a comprehensive geotechnical review of the Edenville Dam embankments was ever completed. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
The last paragraph on this page says, as discussed in Appendix F2, the IFT completed static stability analyses for the embankment section that failed by simply using the same cross-section characteristics, scaled to the geometry of the failure section, and soil parameters previously used in the stability analysis for the taller sections of the Tobacco and Edenville embankments. This analysis indicated factors of safety lower than the FERC required minimum values. And here's what I'm interested in. Had this analysis been completed by the consultants, it would likely have led to either further investigation of that section or directly to modification of that section. The IFT is confident that further investigation would have confirmed the low factors of safety. Modifications of the section to improve factors of safety, such as slope flattening or a berm, would have reduced the static stress ratios in the dam, which likely would have prevented the failure that occurred on May 19, 2020. Did I read that correctly?
Sir.
And again, the flattening or berm we discussed previously, you indicated in the IFT report that that's something that's affordable for the dam owner and something that can be accomplished, correct?
That was our opinion, yes.
Yep. And I think Dr. Marr agrees with you on that, correct?
As I understand.
Okay. And you watched his testimony, correct?
Not all of it. I was flying here during part of it.
I want to talk a little bit about Runner River, sir. You understand what Runner River is, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that, let's go to Exhibit 174, page 1. Would you agree that much of the contact and correspondence by email in terms of gathering information was initiated by Mr. Alvey?
Much of the communication with Mr. Trumbull, I believe, was initiated by Mr. Albee, yes.
And on Exhibit 174, page 1, We orient ourselves in that? What the date is of in the middle, the one from Mr. Alvey? Let's go down to the lower one, I'm sorry. This is from Mr. Alvey to Mr. Trumbull, correct?
It appears to be so, yes.
And let's go down to the first sentence of the first paragraph below that. I'm sorry, sir. Let's go beyond this one and pull this one off. I'm gonna withdraw it. I'm gonna withdraw my question, take this one off the screen. Let's go to exhibit 183. This is a string of emails to, let's go at the very top. The last one is February 24 of 2022. It's to Mr. Alvey. And it doesn't say from Luke Trumbull, but this is from Luke Trumbull. And you're CC'd on this, correct, sir?
I am CC'd on it, correct? Yes.
Let's go to page.
Who's Bert Miller and who's Ian?
Mr. France, the judge asked who Art Miller was and who Eon Salak was.
Okay. Art Miller is Dr. Arthur Miller, who was one of the IFT members, the IFT member leading for the hydraulic work. And Elon Salak is one of Irfan Alvey's staff engineers at Alvey Associates. Alvey Associates was doing some internal checks on the hydraulic work that Mr. Miller was directing.
Let's go down to page 2 of this exhibit. And at the bottom, there is an email from Mr. Alvey to Mr. Trumbull dated February 24 of 2022. And here's Mr. Alvey's statement to Mr. Trumbull. Luke, if the court order is in effect, but Eagle allows a drawdown, isn't the drawdown still a violation of the court order? Can approval from Eagle override a court order? Then he goes on to say, also, I think that we have to consider situations where there isn't an emergency due to an acute problem with the dam, e.g. evidence of significant new internal erosion, or an incoming storm. But there's still a general concern with dam safety risk, as in the Edenville case, where you have a known spillway capacity deficiency, which is further exacerbated by inability to release through the powerhouse, and inability to lift gates enough to get the full weir through the spillways. Let's go to the next page. At the top. In that situation, lowering the lake could make some sense as an interim risk reduction measure. But what is the process an owner would need to go through in order to get approval for both the court and Eagle in order to lower the lake for that purpose? The court order doesn't outline such a process, and expecting the owner to go through the legal action to that doesn't seem like a good way to address dam safety concerns. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
Okay. Now, this idea that lowering the lake to run of river is a potential risk reduction measure when there's safety concerns about a dam, that's a valid risk reduction measure, correct?
It is a potential risk reduction measure that is worth considering.
And that's something recognized in the dam industry.
It is.
Now, Mr. Trumbull, on the very first page of this, responded to this. And we're on the very first page, the last paragraph. And In the first sentence, he says, for what it's worth, Eagle did consider directing Boyce FLTF to draw down the impoundment as a risk reduction measure following the FERC license revocation. And he talks about some other things, but what I'm interested in is midway through, he says, in hindsight, you are definitely correct that lowering the lake would have likely produced some risk reduction for smaller, more frequent floods, but we do not expect that it would provide much benefit during the 1/2 PMF design flood or prevent overtopping in this scenario. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
This flood that we had here was not a 1/2 PMF flood, was it?
I don't believe it was, no.
It was of less severity than a 1/2 PMF flood, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Now, one of the things that the IFT did look at, and I'm on page 153 of Defense Exhibit 106. At the bottom half, it talks about the effects of Eagle actions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then moving to the last page, you were looking at what Eagle did in this, as you looked at everybody's participation in the overall situation, correct?
The IFT was looking at that.
Okay,
yes.
and when I say you, I'm saying the IFT panel.
Understood.
Okay, not you personally, but you as the director, as the lead person for the IFT, correct?
Understood.
Okay. At the very last sentence, it says, as discussed in section 5 and appendix F1, the IFT found that if the lake had been kept lower by this amount until April of 2020, until the 2020 flood occurred, the effect on the lake level on May 19 by itself would very likely have been too small to prevent the dam failure. Did I read that correctly?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble finding that. in what's
I'm sorry. I meant to say go to the next page at the top. I apologize.
I'm glad I'm not alone.
I'll let you all in on my little world here.
Let's welcome the lawn world. Where are we at there, Council? Page,
All right, we're at the top of page 154,
Okay.
which is page 130 in the report. And we'll read that whole paragraph. During the winters of 2018 and 2018-2019 and 2019-2020, Wixom Lake had been lowered about 6 feet below the normal lake level by keeping the spillway gates open, and there were disputes about the rationale and impacts of doing this among Boyce Hydro, FLTF, and Eagle. As discussed in section 5 and appendix F1, the IFT found that if the lake had been kept lower by this amount until the May 2020 flood occurred, the effect of the lake level on May 19 by itself would very likely have been too small to prevent the dam failure. Therefore, the IFT did not investigate the issues related to those winter drawdowns in depth. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you talked about with Mr. Gamble before, that you thought that had it started at Run of River, it would have only been 0.2 of a foot lower at the end.
Yes, sir.
And because of that, you didn't think it would have made a difference, right?
Yes, sir.
And because you didn't think it made a difference, you didn't investigate whether the issue of drawing down the lake was a good idea or a bad idea as a risk reduction matter.
We did not look at it any further than that. Yes.
Okay. I never even saw a reference within the report anywhere to the term run of river. Was that something you discussed in your IFT meetings and decided not to put in the report?
I don't recall our expressly talking about excluding the term run of river.
I never saw in the report any discussion of whether run of river was a risk reduction measure that should be at least considered in a situation like this. Was that something that the IFT talked about?
I don't know again if we use the term run of river. We certainly had discussions about whether there would have been benefit for this incident to operating the facility with a lowered lake level.
Well, you're not just talking about this incident when the IFT report's published. It's published for everybody who's reading this, talking about dam safety of other dams, correct? That's
But
that's one of the purposes, right?
Its focus is this incident and what can we learn from this incident?
Okay. Let's go to exhibit 181, sir. I have a while, Your Honor, so if you want to break now, it's a good time.
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Excuse, one thing before we break though, Mr. Gamble, can you just refresh my memory, what it is you were seeking to go into that I sustained the objection on, in light of Mr. West's exam, Mr. France, I want to address that. Mr. France, you're excused, you don't be here for this part of it. You can stay if you want, but we don't have to. But it's just for housekeeping. It'd be easier for me to recalibrate my mind if we address that now.
Well, keep it on the email chain.
Yeah, which one, what document was it?
Oh, it was plaintiff 183.
Okay, I'll take a look at plaintiff 183 in the recess.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, all right, we're gonna be in recess for 15 minutes. Time is 1 minute after. We'll reconvene at 10:16 for further proofs. Thank you. Court's in recess. France, ready to go?
Indeed, sir.
All right. Juan, you ready? Mr. Campbell? Yes. All right, let's go, team.
Mr. France, I want to direct your attention to Defense Exhibit 106, page 27.
That's exhibit what, please?
106, the IFT report, Your Honor. Yeah.
I figured that one.
It's page 27 of the exhibit, page 3 of the actual report. And at the very bottom of the page, sir, it says, to maintain the independence from the owner and regulators, a draft of this report was not provided to any party before finalization, although as noted above, some sections of the report were provided to FERC, Eagle, Boyce Hydro, and FLTF for fact checking. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Well, sir, one of the things that was of interest to us was, let's look at Exhibit 1, Plaintiff's Exhibit 178. We talked before, sir, I'm going to orient you right now. We talked before about the fact that the permit authorizing the lake level to raise from 670 to 675.8 was issued on April 9 of 2020, correct?
I remember we talked about that, yes.
Okay, and one of the things, let's look at 178. And the very first page, this is an email from you to Luke Trumbull, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's with Eagle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the first sentence, it says, Luke, as we are writing the report, we are finding the project history quite complicated to follow it sometimes. Consequently, we may want to pass some of the report text by you for review/verification before we publish. And then it goes on to say the attached text is one such passage. Could you look at the text and let me know if you see any problems with it? And then you say particularly the sections about water levels after the FERC license was revoked and drawdowns in the winter of 2018/19 and 2019/20. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to go to page, first of all, let's go to page 2 of this email. And at the top, it says 5.1 History of Edenville Reservoir Operations. You see that?
Yes.
And this is formatted, the information that's in this particular draft that you're sending to Mr. Trumbull is formatted so that the information in this draft is intended to go into the body of your report and not an appendix, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 4 of 5. And the last paragraph there, if we could raise that. In your draft that you sent to Mr. Trumbull for comment on January 19 of 2022, the draft that was supposed to go into the body of the report says,
You said the draft that was supposed to just say the draft.
the draft, yes, okay. The draft intended for the body of the report states as follows. Under pressure from residents of Wixom Lake and MDNR to raise the lake level, Eagle issued permit number WRP 021788V1. And it says authorized activity, which directed Boyce to conduct fill activities at the Edenville facility to raise Wixom water level to normal summer pool elevations of 675.8 during the spring of 2020. On May 4, 2020, the lake level reached 676.0.2 feet above normal pool. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Trumbull received your email and then responded in exhibit number 179. Plaintiff's exhibit 179. And if we go to page 4 of that exhibit, Mr. Trumbull talks about or addresses that particular provision that I just read. And go to the last paragraph with the comment, if we can include both things. Not, we don't need the while waiting, to just the. I'm on page 4 of exhibit 179, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Mr. Trumbull, in his review of this, essentially redlined the portion of the text that said, under pressure from residents of Wixom Lake and MDNR to raise the lake level. You see that?
I do.
He wanted that out of the report, correct?
That's what it appears, yes.
Okay.
Hold on a second, please. Sorry to interrupt. All right, go ahead.
And in addition, sir, we didn't, I don't know if we can, if you can include the box to the right. I didn't mean to exclude that, just the last paragraph plus the box to the right. And the box to the right is Mr. Trumbull's comments indicating why he wanted that provision out, correct?
It is.
Okay. One of the things Mr. Trumbull didn't object to was a language that said authorized activity, which directed Boyce to conduct refill activities at the Edenville facility. He didn't object to that language, did he?
Excuse me, I'm reading his.
Okay, I'm sorry.
His comments.
Oh.
Okay, he did not appear to object to that language, no.
Okay. Let's look at exhibit number 180, sir. And this is an email to you, from you to Luke Trumbull, which was basically, Mr. Trumbull's prior email had been January 20, where he objected to that language. And this is essentially 10 days later, February 1 of 2022, from you to Mr. Trumbull, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in it, it says, Luke, I have revised the text relating to the 2018/2019 and 2019/2020 drawdowns in response to your comments. See attached file. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That language, I'm going to say the language. That language, that under pressure from residents of Wixom Lake and MDNR to raise the lake level, that never made it into the final IFT report, did it?
Repeat the question, please. I'm sorry.
The language that Mr. Trumbull asked you to take out.
I believe we did remove it. Yes.
Okay. And that language, just so the question is clear, that language that he asked you to take out, under pressure from residents of Wixom Lake and MDNR to raise the lake level, that language never made it in your report, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And in fact, sir, the reference to them authorizing and directing Boyce to raise the lake level, you took that right out of the text of the report, the body of the report, and put it back in an appendix, didn't you?
I don't recall that
Okay,
detail.
let's go to Exhibit 106. Page 79. This is section 5, evaluation of flood, and 5.1, historic operations and high levels. That's the same section that the original draft was intended to go into, correct?
Appears to be.
And nowhere in here, we can go on this page and go to the next page, page 106. I mean, yeah, page 80, from page 79 to page 80. Nowhere on either of these pages, when you're talking about the history of what happened, do you put in the reference to the fact that Eagle authorized and directed Boyce to raise the water level approximately 6 feet, like 6 weeks before the flood, do you?
It appears to be correct.
In fact, to find that, we have to go back in the appendix, sir. Let's go to page 355. That's part of Appendix F and is page F5 from that appendix. And that's where we find the thing about the permit application, correct? It's the very last paragraph on that page.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, sir.
And at this point, the word authorized is no longer in the, and let's read that, just go into the record. At the bottom of page F5, in March 2020, FTLF filed a permit application with Eagle to refill the Edenville Reservoir, naming Boyce Hydro as the applicant. And on April 9, 2020, Eagle issued permit number WRP 021788 V1, parentheses, Eagle 220, in parentheses, which directed Boyce Hydro to conduct refill activities at the Edenville facility to raise Wixom Lake water level to normal pool elevations of 675.8. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Trumbull have a phone conference, sir? When he received that first email in January of 2022, where you're putting in the text of your report that the permit was issued, I want to use the language correctly, under pressure from residents of Wixom Lake and MDNR. Did you guys have a conversation about that? Did he call you up and say any concern that he had about the language that you're putting into the report, why he didn't want it in there?
That was over 4 years ago, and I don't recall whether we had a phone conversation or not.
All right. Putting pressure from lake owners and the DNR ecological issues above safety would be inappropriate, correct?
In my opinion, yes.
I want to direct your attention now, sir, to Exhibit 181, Plaintiff's Exhibit 181. This is a letter from Lee Mueller, who's from Boyce Hydro. You understood he's from Boyce Hydro, the dam owner at the time of the flood?
Yes.
February 21 of 2022, directed to Irfan Alvi, correct?
Yes.
And in the subject, it says, he's responding subject-wise, quote, "If you had not been pressured by Eagle and or FLTF to raise the lake back up in the spring of 2020, when, if ever, were you envisioning raising the lake back up? Did you have any reason to keep the lake down 8 feet, parentheses, gates kept open, end parentheses, into the late spring and summer of 2020? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That appears to be a question from Mr. Alvey to Mr. Mueller, correct?
It is quoted. That's a reasonable presumption.
Okay. Now, some of the things that Mr. Mueller said in this, let's go to paragraph 7 at the very bottom. Mr. Mueller pointed out that when the FERC license was terminated in September of 2018, the loss of the discharge capacity through the powerhouse of the 2 turbines significantly reduced the flood control capacity of the Edenville Dam. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
He then says in 8, the Edenville Dam was not designed to simply function as a flood control structure utilizing only the capacity of the spillways and Tainer gates to safely discharge stormwater flows while maintaining a maximum designed pond level. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at paragraph 9, he says, given the above factors, I made the decision to address the financial and physical realities of the compromised flood control conditions at the Edenville Dam by implementing run-of-river flow regime with the river flowing at the crest of the spillway structures. The logic in this decision is obvious. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
In paragraph 11, he states at the last sentence, the reduced water levels were clearly the safest condition to maintain until additional spillway capacity was added. That was the last sentence of paragraph 11, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Sorry. No. Thank you.
In paragraph 12, he says, at some point in the course of my verbal and written communications with Mr. Kepler between June 2017 and February of 2019, I had informed him of my various alternative plans for Edenville Dam development. Eventually, during a meeting at a law office in Lansing, probably March of 2019, Mr. Kepler informed me that the community would never let me develop my concept of the Edenville Dam, including the marina and other related commercial facilities. Thus, my only option for avoiding foreclosure of the bank loans that were at risk at the time would be to accept Mr. Kepler's proposed terms for a sale of all 4 dams. Consequently, a letter of understanding was executed on 16 April 2019, which established a requirement that Boyce Hydro would maintain reservoir pond levels in accordance with the directives of the FLTF. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And then he goes on to say, in the last paragraph, paragraph 13, the reason for keeping the reservoir level at run-of-river level, about 7 feet below normal pond, would be to enhance the ability to prevent a possible overtopping of the dam in the event of extreme flooding from spring runoff and from intense rainstorms. Another reason could be to facilitate construction of additional spillways. or make repairs to the existing concrete powerhouse and spillway structures. However, as Boyce Hydro was no longer in control of determining the operating water levels which had been contractually assigned to FLTF, my thoughts on the subject were irrelevant. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
This statement by the owner of the dam indicating that he was running at run of river level never made it into your IFT report, did it?
I don't know as I sit here today.
I'm sorry.
I said, I don't know as I sit here today.
Isn't that something that's important to note when an independent forensic team is looking at a flood and why water levels were where they were?
We apparently as a group judged that it did not need to go in detail quoting this, and why I'm sitting here today, I don't know.
Okay. One of the things we talked about a little bit, I've voir you on it and you actually testified. I think your testimony is that as far as hydrologic and hydraulic modeling are concerned, those were things that you left to Mr. Lasasso and Mr. Miller, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I think the quote that I wrote was, you really don't know how they're used, correct?
Yes, may I qualify just a little bit?
Sure.
What I meant is I could not run a HEC HMS analysis run. I could not run a HEC RAS run. However, in my work in dam safety and in multidisciplinary projects, I understand the concepts of what HEC HMS and what HEC RAS do, and hydrology and hydraulic, and have enough knowledge to understand at a high level what they're doing and ask questions about them, but I could not do the details of the analysis.
Right. You know more about it than a guy like me, because you work in dams all the time, right?
I think I know more than the average civil engineer about those topics.
Got it. The hydraulic model was not attached to the report, was it?
It was not.
You talked before about garbage in, garbage out. We can't tell what went into the model without the model in front of us, can we?
Not in detail.
One of the things that was in your report, let's go to page 82. And I'm in the second to last paragraph on the page. And this is kind of the last sentence here is kind of a disclaimer. I would call it a disclaimer, but let's read this into the record. You state, the IFT states, however, it should be noted that the accuracy of the model is limited by modeling assumptions incorporated in the computer software used for the modeling, the resolution and accuracy of the available rainfall data, the resolution and accuracy of the land characteristics data available for the watershed, and the data available for calibrating the model. I read that correctly, right?
You did.
And again, we don't have the model to see what was used to calibrate it, the accuracy of the water basin level, all that kind of stuff. We don't have the model to be able to look at that, right?
You do not. That's correct.
Why didn't you attach the model to the report?
The model itself is an extensive computer program with a lot of input and output for the purposes of what we were trying to accomplish with our work, which is what do we think happened? What do we think we can learn from it? We didn't feel we needed to attach the full computer model to the report.
Okay. I just want to go over a few of the things that Dr. Marr testified to, just as that were similar to what you testified to, or at least agreed to in the IFT report. One of them was that if there had been a berm or a buttress, I think we talked about this on the left bank before this happened, that it likely would have prevented the failure, correct?
That is correct.
You also agree that there was deficient or insufficient spillway capacity?
We do.
Um, you also both indicated that a slope stability analysis was needed.
A slope stability analysis of the left or east embankment would have been valuable.
You both agree that there was a drainage pipe that was ineffective in the area of the failure.
I think we both agree that the best evidence we have is that there was a drainage pipe that was either missing or ineffective.
And had it not been missing, it could have worked to prevent the failure.
It may have.
So you. As part of your work with the IFT, you had access to the FERC orders, correct?
To my knowledge, we had access to all the FERC information, yes.
The stay order from June of 2018, the compliance order from June of 2017, and the revocation order of September of 18.
I believe we had access to all of those.
Now, you saw within the confines of the FERC reports that they described the problem with spillway capacity to be a grave danger to the public. You recall that language?
I do not recall that specific language.
What about in the compliance order where they said in order to protect the life, limb, and property, they were issuing their order? Do you remember that language?
Again, as I sit here today, I don't recall the specific language in those documents.
And the revocation order also talks about the spillway needs to be remediated to protect life, limb, and property. You don't recall that being in there either?
Again, same answer. The specific document that I looked at 6 years ago, I don't recall the specific language as I sit here today.
In any event, that language that it presented a grave danger or remediation was needed in order to protect life, limb, and property, that never made it in your report either, did it?
I can't recall specifically the language without looking at the detail of the report.
Sir, you said that the state first contacted you to be an expert witness in October of this last year. Did I hear that right?
Yes, you did.
Now, the court entertained a thing called a motion for summary disposition back in December of 2024. And there was an affidavit from you attached to the summary disposition motion back in December of 2024. In which you essentially said, I'm prepared to testify to the contents of my report. Do you recall doing that?
You refresh my memory.
Okay.
I did not recall that date. But if that's when the affidavit was done, that's when it was done.
So somebody from the state, they contact you sometime prior to December of 2024.
You apparently are correct.
Okay. So you've kind of changed roles. Your role initially was to run the IFT and not look to take blame. And now you're sitting here for the state trying to help them avoid blame, correct?
I don't see that as my role. I see my role as being here for the benefit of the court to answer questions and potentially provide clarifications on the work that the IFT did and on our IFT report.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for you.
Thank you.
Ready to keep going, Mr. France?
Yes, sir. Happy to.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Just bear with me while I set up. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
That was a little dangerous.
Hope that didn't break anything.
Nope. Well, the years of playing soccer paid off. My years of playing soccer have paid off and be able to capture that without fun.
Yeah, that's impressive. Give me a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give me one.
That, you know, that's-
See if I can take it over here. Right when you were a student.
Mr. France, my name is Dave Dubin. I represent the plaintiffs in this case, at least the class plaintiffs. You are an engineer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And for engineers, facts matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's important to get those as accurate as possible as an engineer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Craig, could you put up a plaintiff's exhibit 236 for me, please? And scroll down to page 24. Page 24. And then if you could highlight when you get to page 24. When you get to page 24, highlight the caption at the top of page 24, please. Well, I screwed up here, sorry. Excuse me, it's exhibit 236. No. You keep going down. Uh, Sorry, it was page 22. Yes. And if you can highlight the very top, please, of that table. Mr. Right. Mr. France, this is a stage storage curve table that was produced by Hayden Lasasso Hayden Lasasso,
Losaso.
Lasasso, to Luke Trumbull. You know who Hayden is, and I'm going to refer to him not out of disrespect, but to avoid stumbling over his last name. I hope if he's listening, I apologize. But Hayden works for who?
For AECom.
And was he part of the IFT team?
Hayden was part of our support team. Hayden was not an IFT member. Hayden was part of the support team doing the hydraulic analysis under direction of Dr. Art Miller, who was on the IFT.
So the two of them worked on the hydraulic and hydrologic modeling, the HMS and RAS programs that we had previously talked on that are referenced in the IFT report, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Craig, could you highlight elevation 670 and 675.8, please? 675.8. Both that whole range, 670 to 675.8, please. So you had previously testified regarding the storage capacity of Wixom Lake. And I'm glad that we finally have an IFT member here that can help us understand the storage capacity of between 670 and 675.8. Do you see those there in front of you?
I do.
And if to understand the storage capacity between 670 and 675.8, we would have to subtract the difference of 36,000 acre feet by 24,876 acre feet, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that there is, well, and would you agree that roughly that's about 11,124 acre feet, correct?
Yes, in base 10 math, that's the number.
Yeah.
Said in base 10 math, that's the number.
Right.
8, 10, man.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Speak
Well,
over.
engineers, the facts matter. It's,
Man, it's man.
after doing my son's math, I would disagree with that.
I was in the new math. In the new math, we did other bases like 8 and
And would you agree with me that for every 1 acre feet, that equates to 325,851 gallons, correct?
I would have to do that conversion, but I assume you've done it and I won't argue with it.
And you have no reason to disagree with the fact that if you multiply, and I'm not going to ask you to do that in your head, obviously, but 325,851 by 11,124, you get essentially 3.6 billion gallons of storage associated with lowering the water from 675.8 to 670, correct?
I have my phone in my pocket. I could check it, but I'm not going to waste the court's time by doing that. I'll see to it.
Craig, if you could scroll down and highlight 680 and 681.
You might be probably doing the objection here, not the.
What's the objection?
It is a lack of foundation. I'm not sure that this was part of the IFB report, but maybe the foundation could be laid. I'm not quite sure. Well, so that's my objection. This isn't part of that.
But what's the response?
Hayden Lasasso is worked on the IFT report. He worked on the hydraulic and hydrologic modeling. And that information was in the IFT report, at least the conclusions. Mr. France has testified today regarding the hydrologic and hydraulic conclusions, and I'm trying to explore the basis for that information.
Your final comments, Mr. Gamble?
Just that Mr. France has already said he's not necessarily an expert in this area. The testimony that he was limited to discussing when he was under my examination was the statements about the model that were written in the body of the report.
Statement what, sorry?
Statements about the model that were written in the final public report. Now,
About his opinions when you're on direct, right? But this is cross-examination, you're probing the veracity or the the liability of the opinions. Why don't you think the opposing counsel is entitled to ask mathematical type questions?
Well, we're being asked for questions that were about the document, what it wasn't prepared to understand, and it wasn't in the final report that he's here to testify. That's what my action. Slide foundation.
Okay, but the documents and evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna rule the objection. I think there's it's cross-exam. I'm gonna allow the question. Go ahead. I assume you're not gonna spend hours on this.
No,
Okay.
I've learned my lessons from the last Excel spreadsheet we went through. So if we're trying to determine also the difference between 680 and 681 in lake elevation, we would do a similar exercise as we just did, correct?
Yes.
And if we did that, and we subtract out the values at 680 and 681, we would come to 3,253 acre feet. Do you have any reason to dispute that calculation?
No, I do not.
All right, and if we applied the same gallons to acre feet conversion, we'd have over 1 billion gallons of storage available, even between 680 and 681, correct?
I'll accept your calculation.
Yeah, if those numbers are correct.
If those numbers are correct, that's correct. And I know the state's council has already objected to this, and we've testified, you've talked about it briefly so far. You don't know how these storage curves, if these were inputted into the IFT's HMS model.
In detail, no. In general, yes.
Well, you would agree it's not in the report, correct?
That probably is true.
And you don't have that model and you can't produce it today to be able to answer this basic question.
I do not have the model and cannot produce it.
And while you understand the concepts of HMS and RAS, it's fair to say you do not know what those inputs were, correct?
Correct.
What, I'm sorry.
You don't know what the inputs into those models were.
In detail, no.
Right. The IFT report in your team utilize multiple models in order to reach the conclusions that are expressed in your report, correct?
I don't necessarily believe so.
Well, you relied on HEC HMS, correct?
Yes,
You relied on HEC RAS, correct?
yes.
And you relied on another program called HEC SSP, correct?
I don't recall specifically, but if you say so, I'll agree to it.
You then used SEEP/W,
That's a different, for a different purpose.
right, the geotechnical model, correct?
Correct.
You use slope/W, which is also a geotechnical model, correct?
Correct.
And you use sigma/W, correct?
Correct.
And is that a geotechnical model too?
It is.
None of those would you agree with me? Let me strike that. You would agree that knowing the inputs of modeling is critically important, as reflected by your testimony earlier yesterday, garbage in equals garbage out, correct?
Yes.
And knowing all the actual inputs that were used for each model can only be achieved by having access to the digital versions of those models, correct?
In detail, yes, that's correct.
And you would also agree that the digital copies of all those models that we just discussed were not provided within the IFT report, correct?
That's correct.
And you would also agree that you do not know the actual inputs to each of those models as we sit here today, correct?
Particularly the hydrologic models, I do not know exactly the details of how Hayden and Art put those into the models. The geotechnical models, I know to a greater degree because Jennifer and Harry Donahue and I, who did the models, talked more about the inputs that went into those models, which the most significant ones are to my recollection, summarized in tables in our appendices on geotechnical analysis. But the model files themselves, I agree, we did not provide.
Well, the summary is your conclusions and a brief description of some of those inputs. It doesn't tell us exactly what was inputted in each of those geotechnical models, correct?
To some degree, I disagree. We have tables of the strengths for the various materials that were used in models. We provided the cross sections for what the cross sections looked like. We provided the information on the phreatic surface that was used. And those are the key inputs that go into those models. And from the geotechnical standpoint, we provided those in the report. They were there.
So for us to understand, we have to accept your word as to what was put into those models without access to those direct digital models, correct?
I would say that is correct.
And you would agree that you cannot provide, as we sit here today, the actual copies of those digital models to be introduced into evidence, correct?
I would agree with that.
Would you agree, or don't you know, that loose sand is an indication of embankment instability?
Loose sand is an indication of potential embankment instability.
Craig, you can take this down, please. I think you stated yesterday that very loose to loose sand in the embankment was the primary geotechnical factor driving the event. Do you remember that?
I don't remember if those were the exact words, perhaps, but the loose sands for this particular case and the failure, the liquefaction, static liquefaction failure, they were a required condition for that failure to occur.
I believe you also testified yesterday that this condition, very loose to loose sand, could not be obtained by looking at the embankment, correct?
From outside looking at the embankment, correct.
And you also testified, if I'm not correct, that the available documents that Eagle had did not disclose that the embankment had not been constructed pursuant to the design plans. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that specific statement, but
does that sound familiar to you?
I don't know that we knew at the time we were doing our report exactly what documents Eagle actually had in its possession during its time frame of regulation from 2018 until the time of the failure.
So fortunately, we're all on YouTube. And so I had the benefit of looking at what you testified yesterday. And I believe you said, quote, "I am not aware of anything we saw that Eagle was not aware that the dam was not constructed pursuant to the construction plans," unquote.
You're the negative.
Yes, I realize. I'm trying to get clear.
And Mr. Margaret would have been most displeased in sixth grade if I had been offered that question. So can we remove some of the negatives to try to hone in on the question that we're asking Mr. France?
I appreciate it. What I was reading was what.
No,
he-
I get
yeah.
that. I'm just saying, since this is a fact-finding process, for the benefit of the court, if you could ask something, I don't know how anybody could answer that question or respond to it, but make an effort.
I certainly will try, and that's what
I'm not trying to be rude or discourteous, but I'd love to know the answer. I'd like to know what the question is too.
Absolutely, and I do not take offense at all at your suggestions. So was Eagle aware that the dam was not constructed pursuant to the construction plans?
Do you know?
Do you know?
I do not.
Would you agree that Eagle had a copy of the 2015 CSIR and the accompanying STID documentation for the Edenville Dam shortly after the FERC license revocation?
I do not know that.
Do you know if they even had a copy of the 2015 CSIR and accompanying STID documentation?
I do not know.
And you, as part of your investigation, you reviewed the 2015 CSIR and STID documentation for the Edenville Dam, correct?
Yes, we did.
All right, Craig, could you please pull up plaintiff exhibit 275, page 5? Yeah. And
You all have computer gremlins. Honestly, I think today, when council have called out an exhibit number and I'll go to a digital folder, folder will end 2 numbers lower than whatever your exhibits have been today. So in addition to my usual problem with computers. So.
well, I also want to say, Your Honor, I apologize for not having printed out documents of this.
All right, you do not get the gold star for the student today, so.
Well, I will say
Mr.
that,
Juan gets the gold star so far on exhibit productivity.
well, maybe Mr. Juan used up all the toner in the printer.
Oh, I see. Mr. France, we've been together too long.
I can tell you're having so much fun.
Oh, it's,
Yes.
we all know it. And it just, I mean, I know this is being live streamed. When the lawyers or the court, are something which might be perceived as less than serious. Anyone who's watching, please understand, every person, every lawyer, every paralegal, every court staff member, and certainly all the witnesses appreciate the very substantial seriousness of the enterprise in which we're engaged. Sometimes in human activities, levity will lighten it a little bit and help those who are seeking to do serious activity, work through it. So, but don't, if anybody's watching online, it's not that this is a very serious matter for everybody, including all the witnesses, including all the lawyers and paralegals and everybody. So I just want that out there because sometimes I think when you take a vignette, people think, my gosh, what's wrong with this? It's just, we're humans. We need to let steam off, and that's the way to do it. And it's not meant to reflect anything other than it's just very serious understanding what we're charged with. So
Indeed, we're all human.
we are, yes,
We are.
indeed. Mr. Newman.
All right, under section 1, findings and recommendation, Craig, if you could highlight the major findings and understanding, bold and the first line in the first full paragraph, beginning with photographs taken. You had probably previously stated that you've seen this document. Under major findings and understanding of the first page, it states photographs taken during original construction appear to indicate that the construction technique for portions of the embankment was to dump fill material from trestles. The core team was surprised by this because it was originally thought that the embankment material was spread and compacted. The dump fill technique used provides little means of compaction. 2 samples taken from the embankments for stability analysis indicate medium loose material. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is something that was available to you in your IFT report, correct?
It appears to be part of the summary of the potential failure modes analysis, PFMA report.
And this is information that should have been available, at least the best of your knowledge, in Eagle's possession shortly after the revocation of the FERC license, correct?
Response, please.
I'll withdraw it.
You're welcome.
Craig, if you could turn to page 19 of the PDF of Exhibit 275. And highlight the Tetopawasi River section and Tobacco River section. That's right.
Okay.
All right. All right. Do you see that, Mr. France?
I do.
All right. And Craig, if you could, it states under the Tittapawassi River section, about 3 lines, on the fourth line, quote, "The embankments are constructed or poorly graded sands." You see that?
I do.
All right. And in the Tobacco River section, similarly, it says, quote, "The embankments were constructed or poorly graded sands." Do you see that?
I do.
And we don't need, if I was a regulator, I don't need to look at an embankment. I have, if I had a 2015 CSER, it tells me that the embankments are constructed out of, quote, "poorly graded sands," correct?
Yes.
All right. Would Eagle have had copies, to the best of your knowledge, of the boring data that was part of the STID?
I know I should know this, but STID stands for.
Supporting technical, if someone could help me,
Information document.
thank you. Would Eagle, to the best of your understanding, have copies of the boring data that was part of the STID?
I do not know.
Well, I will say that Dr. Marr was able to find borings data within the STID that occurred within the left embankment in 2005 and 2010. Do you have any reason to dispute his findings?
No.
All right. Greg, could you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 193, page 9? 193. If you could zoom in on the map itself. Within the actual map. Besides, so we can see a little bit more of the placements of the boring. I realize you weren't hired to, as an expert.
What page is this?
This is on page 9.
Thank you.
I realize you weren't hired to offer counter opinions as it related to Dr. Marr. But Dr. Marr indicates the presence of multiple borings that occurred in the Tittapawassi embankment in 2005 and 2010. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you have any reason to dispute the location of those borings and the fact that they occurred in 2005 and 2010?
I do not.
And as part of as a geotechnical expert, you would have reviewed this information when you were crafting the IFT report, correct?
That's correct.
Craig, could you pull up exhibit 194, page 6? You could zoom in on the graph. And based upon the data, the boring data that was in the STID, Dr. Marr was able to determine the relative density of the soil boring samples. Do you see that?
Objection, Councilor Spickley.
Response.
I'm just reading off. If we could scroll out, you could see it says relative density in here. I can ask him if he knows. I'll withdraw it.
You can
I'll
examine on the issue, but you need to rephrase the question.
Yes, I appreciate it. Mr. France, were you able to determine the relative density of the soil boring samples that were within the STID information for Unionville Dam?
I see the word used in a lot of these engineering reports, determine, and it's a word I myself in my language do not tend to use, because I think we as engineers, and particularly geotechnical engineers, very rarely, if ever, determine anything. we can, from the data that we have, estimate what that relative density is. And from this data, you can make estimates of relative density.
You can calculate the relative density, is that correct?
You can make an estimate
And
of
the
the
estimate,
relative density.
and the estimate is based off of mathematical calculations that are accepted within your industry, correct?
The estimate is based on empirical correlations. There is the precision is not as high as calculate and determine would suggest, in my opinion.
So did you inquire or conduct an analysis to determine or to, got the word, sorry, determines that you didn't like the word determine,
Estimate.
to estimate the relative density of the soil boring samples that were in the STID?
From these soil borings at the locations of those borings, we looked at this and considered what they told us about estimates of relative density. Yes.
That information was that in your report?
We did not report an estimated relative density, in large part because these borings, again, are some distance away from the actual failure location. We thought they were informational. They told us that there were loose sands within the embankment, but we were not going to estimate a relative density at the failure location.
Mr. France, the question was a yes or no question. Counsel for the state certainly can ask you to expand on anything that he or she feels needs greater clarification. But when I ask you a yes or no question, I would appreciate if you could just stick to the actual question being asked. This information that you estimated the relative density of the soil boring samples was not within your report.
Correct.
And the estimate of the relative density calculations, you did that for the 2005 and 2010 samples that were taken from the Tittabawassee embankment, correct?
We did not do a detailed estimate. We looked at this data.
And I think Dr. Marr had testified something about 60%. I realize you only listened to him partially. What is there like a standard within the industry as to what estimate of relative density of soil boring samples is appropriate in modern construction of dams?
I am so sorry,
Right.
but I do not understand that
Okay,
question.
let me strike that. I would strike that. We'll move on.
No, you don't have to
No,
move on.
no, okay.
I'm not asking you to move on.
No,
I just, I don't understand what we're trying to find out.
In the industry is, I think it was the Federal Dam Bureau Reclamation, or am I blowing that one big time?
The Department of Interior Bureau of Reclamation.
Is that they have issued standards on the appropriate relative density of earth and embankment dams, correct?
For the Bureau of Reclamation, the Corps of Engineers, as well as I think general practice in our industry for building an embankment with granular materials with sands, it typically specification would look for a relative density, certainly in excess of 60% relative density. In earthquake locations, probably more in excess of 75% relative density.
So 60, but if you're in an earthquake situation, 75% is what they would look for, correct?
I believe that's a typical standard, yes.
And the data that would have been available within the STID information for the 2005 and 2010 soil borings that indicate of a relative density estimate that is less than 60%, correct?
Yes.
Craig, could you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 194, page 7?
Page 7.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. France, did you or did the IFT team conduct a liquefaction susceptibility analysis regarding the soil boring samples that were within the STID?
We did not specifically conduct that, no.
So you have, as we sit here today, no ability to dispute the findings of Dr. Marr as it relates to his liquefaction susceptibility analysis that he did on those 2005, 2010 soil boring samples, correct?
Correct.
You had previously spoken at an ASDSO webinar entitled Findings of the Independent Forensic Investigation of the Failures of Edenville and Sanford Dams, Michigan on May 10th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
During that webinar, I believe you posted a slide that said, quote, previous test borings show embankments contain silty sands with low blow counts.
What's the second part? Silty sands and what?
Silty sands with low blow counts, within parentheses, open parentheses, some less than 5 BPF, close paren, and also clay sands and sandy clays. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Low blow counts less than 5 BPF. Isn't that an indication of very loose sand-like material?
Yes.
All right. And lower blow counts indicate low relative density, which generally corresponds to lower shear strength and lower stability margin than a dense embankment, correct?
Yes, that's fair.
And again, the 2022 webinar that you were providing your opinions regarding the previous test borings, these were test borings that occurred that were with us, right? These are test borings that would have been in the STID information prior to the dam's failure, correct?
Yes.
All right. You're not doing subsequent borings to make this determined. This is what was in the possession of IFT and potentially, if you know, Eagle, correct?
It was in the possession of the IFT, yeah.
And would you agree, or if you don't know, if the embankment or foundation contains very loose silty sand and it becomes saturated with elevated pore pressures, it is consistent with the type of soil behavior that can support a static liquefaction, correct?
Correct.
In the reference to clay sands and sandy clays, would you agree or don't you know that this type of heterogeneity can worsen seepage and pore pressure conditions?
It depends.
You had mentioned in that webinar that the upstream, in the slide presentation, you stated, quote, upstream section to be lower permeability, downstream section to be higher permeability under the design of the Edenville Dam. Do you have a recollection of that?
Yes.
All right. In that same slide, you stated, quote, borings indicate foundation clean sand layer over low permeability hard pan. Do you remember that?
All that, yes.
And again, the borings that you're talking about is borings that would have been available within the STID information that you looked at and Eagle might have as well, to the best of your knowledge.
It was in the information that we looked at, yes.
Now, I like to play. I'm not a soil and a geotechnical engineer. And So I just want to get clear, lower permeability. I mean, low permeability. Could you help define what that means for us?
Yes, permeability is soils, as I think has been testified to in trial, and I think I even spoke about yesterday. Soils are a combination of solid particles with voids in between them, and the voids can be filled with water or with water and air or just with air, some combination of that. And most of what we look at for flow through soils, embankments, foundations, through soil media, we're looking at soils that are what we call saturated, which is when the voids between the solid particles are all filled with water. There's no air left in them. They're all filled for water. And we're looking at how that water would flow through those voids. And that's we refer to as permeability. And that varies with different soils. You can imagine gravel soils, permeability is quite high. The water can flow freely and easily through those voids in gravel soils. You get the sands, the voids are a little smaller, it's harder. You get the clays, the voids are getting smaller yet, and it gets lower and lower. So permeability is a number we use to characterize how easily water can flow through those voids in the soil.
So a low permeability means that water is not, or has a harder time flowing through that soil, correct?
That's a reasonable characterization, yes.
And when water enters an embankment, it can move readily through the sand, but it cannot readily move downward through a low permeability till. Is that correct?
It cannot readily move either downward or laterally through a low permeability till.
And the low permeability soil effectively becomes a hydraulic barrier to the seepage system. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you were able to make this determination in your webinar that you gave in 2022, based upon the soil borings that were available in the STID information, correct?
Soil borings in the STI and STID investigation and the visit that my colleagues made to the site after the failure, the foundation did still exist. So we actually could see that soil in the foundation.
But in your webinar, you didn't state that it was from an investigation visit. You stated, quote, borings indicate foundation clean sand layer over low permeability hardpan. Is that correct?
I don't recall the details of the webinar, but if you say so, I'm not going to
Well,
argue with it.
I do have that available if you need that to refresh your memory.
I'm not going to argue with you on it.
All right. You had mentioned at this webinar that the design called for, quote, clay tile pipe drains embedded in gravel, extended from center line to downstream toe. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. And you would agree that pipe drains for the left embankment of the Tittabawassee embankment could be visibly observed, correct?
The ends of the pipe drains could be observed, yes.
And is it your understanding that the original design called for the drains to be spaced every 15 feet, correct?
That's my recollection.
And you had previously testified under the examination by the state that the stability of the embankment, you should be able to, you could visibly, that's right, that visible observations of the embankment were one of the tools utilized in determining the embankment stability, right?
Can you repeat the question? I'm
Well,
sorry.
I believe you testified that for a regulator or an individual to determine whether or not an embankment internal mechanism is stable is by visual observations, correct?
The visual observations are one piece of evidence to the overall performance and stability history of the embankment.
And you would agree that the lack of a drain could also be visibly observed by looking at the embankment, correct?
In most cases, yes.
And in this case, it could have as well on the Tittabawassee embankment.
I believe so.
You had also mentioned during your webinar that the foundation drains were surveyed in or on or about 2012, correct?
Yes.
And that 2012 survey indicated that a drain was missing in the section of the Tittabawassee embankment that ultimately failed 8 years later, correct?
Correct.
And this survey, 2012 survey document, was that in the STID information?
I don't believe that was in the STID information.
But even if it wasn't available, if I were going to go and look at the embankment, it would be obvious that there was a missing drain, correct?
Yeah, it would be obvious that there was not a pipe draining into the tow ditch.
Into the what?
Tow ditch.
Thank you.
And sticking on this visibility, would you, theme, you would also agree that an oversteeped embankment would be observable from a visible inspection, correct?
The inclination of the embankment, actually, the inclination of the embankment you would have to take some kind of measurements to know exactly what the inclination of that embankment was. You could certainly see that there's an embankment section that is steeper than another section of the embankment. If you wanted to know actually what that embankment slope was, you would have to survey it or take some measurements in the field to estimate what that inclination is. So I will confess, I go out and look at embankment and I look at a slope and I could not tell you that that slope is 2 to 1 and that slope is 2.5 to 1 visually. I would need to measure them somewhere or the other.
The other place you could turn to is the 2015 CSIR, correct?
I believe there was information in that document on embankment slope.
You had previously testified that the gates could not be open more than 7 feet because of loading issues and operator safety, correct?
Yes.
You're not claiming to be a structural engineer expert, are you?
Nope.
And you're not claiming to be, and I'm going to butcher this, I'm sorry, metallurgy expert, correct?
No.
The source of this information, was it from conversations you had with operators or from documentation?
It was both.
And those conversations you had with operators, were notes taken?
Were they what, sorry?
Notes of that conversation taken?
As I stated early in my testimony, when we did our interviews with the operators as well as with everybody else who we did our interviews with during the IFT's work, we did individually take notes during those, but we agreed, and as far as I know, we all did, after completion of the report, to maintain confidentiality for those people, we destroyed those notes.
So as we sit here today, those notes are not in your report, correct?
They are not in our report.
And you, as we sit here today, can't reproduce from memory what those notes state, correct?
I could not.
And you have not produced those notes today, or they have to submit into evidence. That's right, that you're unable to produce today those notes, correct? Because they're destroyed.
I cannot produce them. They no longer exist.
Correct. Could you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 391, please? Mr. France, this is a memo dated September 18th, 2019 from Ted Champagne of Spicer to Lucas Trumbull. You've seen this before, haven't you?
I believe so.
Yes. Craig, if you turn to page 4. And highlight the first paragraph in this heading. Thank you, Craig.
Hold on just a sec, please.
All right.
Thanks. I'm sorry, what page?
Page 4.
Thank you.
Could you read the first sentence of that paragraph into the record, please?
Certainly. All 6 gates for the Edenville project were open to the maximum height considered to be safe by the engineers that were present.
And then and also the next sentence too, please.
The engineers present were concerned that attempting to open the gates to the height required by FERC, parentheses, approximately 14 feet, end parens, or required height by Eagle, parens, approximately 12 feet, end parens, was unsafe, especially in light of the observed bending moment being induced by the safety chain arrangement.
Craig, if you could turn to page 6, please. And actually it straddles both, I think 5 and 6. Sorry. Could you go to page 6? I think and what I want is the bottom of page 5, please. It straddles both pages. You able to do that? All right. And if you could highlight the last sentence of the last paragraph on page 5, please. Do you see that, Mr. France?
I do.
And could you just read that last sentence into the record for me, please?
During the 2019 gate
Nope,
test.
I'm sorry to stop you. It's the very last line. It's the last sentence.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maximum gate openings for each of the 6 gates is summarized in the table below.
And if you go over to the next page of the table, Greg, I would appreciate it. And highlight that table. Do you see this? Mr. France, the maximum openings from the gate test results?
I do.
Right. In fact, for most of them, except for gate 2 on the tobacco spillway, they were open somewhere close to 10 feet. Do you see that?
I do.
And based upon that prior paragraph that you read, would you agree that this was the maximum safe openings that the operators could achieve using the A-frame hoist?
Objection.
If you know.
With that qualification,
Right.
the questions allowed.
In that previous paragraph, we did not read the word, but it did seem to indicate they were using the A-frame hoist in addition to the installed pulleys or installed pull system in the gates. So yes, I would agree with that.
So the maximum openings of the gates with the use of the A-frame wasn't 7 feet, was it? It was close to 10 feet on most of them, except for gate number 2 on the spillway, correct?
With the A-frames, yes.
Right. Correct. Could you turn to page 7, please? And highlight conclusions. Just the first paragraph of the conclusions. In the review and preparation of drafting your report, you would have seen this conclusion, correct?
We did, yes.
Right. And if you want to take a moment to read that, to refresh your memory. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
All right. Would you agree with me that the conclusion about the use of the A-frame was focused on worker safety during a flood emergency situation and not on the loading and bending as you had previously testified today, correct?
According to this paragraph, yes.
Because you summarize this gate test in your IFT report, correct?
Yes.
All right, Craig, could you pull up Defense 106, page 42? And highlight basically the top sentence, the top paragraph and the 3 bullet points. This was in the main section of the body of the report, correct? Not in appendix, page 42, correct?
I believe so.
And this is one that you would have gone over with a fine-tooth comb to ensure accuracy, correct?
We should have, yes.
Because for engineers, facts matter, correct?
Yes.
All right. In the summary, there's no reference that I can see to the fact that to the maximum safe level that the gates could have been opened using the A-frame hoist. Correct?
In the summary, I would agree that's correct.
You take that down, Greg. You did a model of a scenario with the gates open to 10 feet and at the Runner River starting elevation of 670 feet, correct?
As I recall, yes.
Under this scenario in your report, your hydrologic and hydraulic models determined that the reservoir would have been 679.9 feet, correct?
I don't recall specifically that number, but if you are taking it from the report, I will concede it.
Well, here, I can pull you to that exact page. Craig, could you pull up Defense 106, page 90? 90. Apologize, my voice is starting to go. I'll work on that too. And if you could scroll to or highlight the bullet point that says gates fully open and free-lowering the Wixom Lake to Runner River. Nope, that's the wrong one. Gates fully open. Oh, yeah, that was at the very top. No, that's not. Yes, that's the one. Very top. Nope, first one. Actually, I apologize. Nope, my eyesight is not as good as I need to step forward if I could please. Craig, could you get that off the screen? It is. Go down. Middle page. Yeah, that's. Highlighted the middle of the page after some difficulty. Does this, you've had an opportunity to review this, correct?
Yes,
And does that refresh your recollection that under this hydraulic and hydrologic model run, that the conclusion was that the water would not have gotten more than 679.9 feet, correct?
yes, it does refresh my memory, and that's the number reported.
And doesn't this mention that this was 1.4 feet lower than the lake level at the time of the failure, correct?
Yes,
Did the IFT team conclude that based on this modeling scenario, it was too close to call as to whether the dam would or would not have failed, correct?
that's my recollection, yes.
The IFT team did not model the maximum safe openings that were reported by Spicer in the September 2019 memo, starting at the run-of-river elevation of 670 feet, correct?
Sorry, repeat that again, this first part.
The IFT team did not model the maximum safe openings that were reported by Spicer in the September 2019 memo, starting at the run-of-river elevation of 670 feet, correct?
What do you mean by the maximum safe openings reported by Spicer?
If we could, would you like to go back to that Spicer report? So
I'm just asking whether you were referring to the ones with using the A-frames or not using it.
using the A-frames.
We did not report a case for those specific gate opening numbers.
So do you agree or you don't know that you're unable to provide us today with an opinion on what the water surface elevations would have been if modeled using those A-framed maximum safe openings of the gates that were reported by Spicer in the September 2019 memo and starting at the run-of-river elevation of 660 feet, correct?
I cannot report that, correct?
Can or cannot?
Cannot.
Thank you.
And do you know whether that number would have been more than 1 foot lower than the point the dam failed?
I do not.
You can take that off the screen. Actually, Craig, if you could go to page 81.
Your Honor, well, these premium things, I wanted to just very, very quick housekeeping.
Sure.
Which is that Mr. France has a flight catch relatively soon.
I would like to go, okay, go ahead. I interrupted.
My hope was to push as long as we need to get him finished off on his way.
We are on the same page, counsel.
Moving along as quickly as I can.
Sorry. What time's your flight, Mr. France?
It's 3:30.
Okay. Do we have somebody who's gonna give him a ride out there, I hope?
Yeah, it's a weather issue that he needs to deal with pretty soon. So I mean, maybe 1:30, I mean.
Right. We did, I hesitate to even say the words, but we did complete the cross of one of the defendant's witnesses who needed to fly back to one of the Centennial states. We did it by Zoom the next day. I'd prefer certainly not to do that. I'd very much like to complete Mr. Francis' responsibilities to us here.
I'm confident I can do a redirect.
Okay, yeah, I don't have any idea how much more Mr. Dubin has, but it's an important witness because everybody who's been before the court has provided important and valuable information. So I don't want to rush you, but and take whatever time is necessary. And if we can finish before Mr. France needs to depart for the airport, that's great. If we can't, we will figure out another way. We will find a path, as they say.
I will strive to complete on time, but while at the same time being mindful of my duties to.
No,
So-
the duties to the clients are most important.
Mr. France, yesterday, you provided us with your opinions and thoughts relating to the analysis the IFT team did of historic rainfalls in relative to the flows that were experienced at Wixom Lake and the Edenville Dam. Do you remember that?
I remember some general testimony on that, yes.
And yeah, Craig, if you could highlight table 5-1 for us.
Is this part of the FT?
Yes, this is part of the IFT report. This is Defense Exhibit 106, sorry.
Right, what page?
Page 81.
Thank you.
Below that, the IFT team writes, quote, "The data presented in table 5 show that precipitation values in this range, the Wixom Lake level does not correlate directly with precipitation." When you're not a forensic meteorologist expert, correct?
Correct.
And again, I'll highlight the fact you're also not a hydraulic and hydrologic expert either, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And despite these limitations, you testified yesterday that the Tittabawassee subbasins within the watershed experienced the highest rain values for the May 2020 event, correct?
Yes.
All right. Greg, could you turn to page 83 and highlight figure 5.2, please?
Figure one, please.
5.2 of page 83. Yes, that's a map. Sorry, I need a little closer. This is a map of the Tittabawassee, the watershed that drains to the Edenville Dam, correct?
To the Edenville Dam and Sanford Dam, yes, the entire basin.
And yesterday, let me also, there are two major river systems that drain to Edenville Dam, the Tobacco and the Tittabawassee, correct?
Correct.
And on this map, we have multiple sub basins, but just to orientate myself, the darker blue is the Tittabawassee subbasin within this watershed, correct?
Correct.
And then the green is the Tobacco watershed subbasins. According to the IFT, the total watershed has an area of 932 square miles, correct?
I don't recall that number, but I'll concede it.
And if we go back to table 5.1, page 81 for us, please. Highlight that table. Thank you. So for the June 26, 1928 event, it states the rainfall was 2.92 inches over a 2-day period, correct?
Correct.
Was that rainfall that fell over the entire watershed or at a single point?
Actually, the footnote notes that it is the precipitation data are from a particular station.
So from one rain station measuring location, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me, and I realize you're not an expert in this, that a rain gauge measures only the rain that falls at that particular point and nowhere else?
Correct.
And NextRad radar, you're familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the term and the general technology.
Did your team use NextRad data when they conducted the analysis of the rain that fell on May 19, 2020?
My understanding is that we did.
And could you explain to us how they calibrated that?
I could not.
Who would have that information in the IFT team?
Dr. Miller and Mr. Lasasso.
And neither of those are here today.
Correct.
So you don't know how this data was calibrated,
I do not.
and you're not in the position today to produce that information, correct?
I am not.
With regard to the other values, did you attempt, if at least the team, let's write that, as it related to the other values that are expressed on table 5.1, do you know if there was any attempt to determine that the amount of rain that fell within the entire 900 plus square foot watershed, the square mile watershed?
I do not recall.
So are you familiar with arithmet? Let's go start with Thyssen polygon method. Are you familiar with that?
I can't.
Oh, sorry.
Thyssen.
Thyssen, Thiessen polygon method. Right. Are you familiar with that?
No, sir.
All right. So isn't rain that falls over the entire watershed that which runs eventually to extent that's not captured within the watershed or retained within the watershed, that eventually flows to at some point in time to Wixom Lake, correct?
Some part of it does, yes.
So when we talk about these other dates and rain values for the other dates in table 5.1, you didn't know how much rain fell within the watershed on each of those dates, correct?
Not that I recall.
And you would agree with me that that information would be necessary to determine whether or not a correlation existed between inflows, lake levels, and precipitation, correct?
It would be preferable, yes.
All right. So if we go back, Craig, to page 183 in the map of the watershed. The IFT team must, do you understand how this watershed was computed? The geographic area. The geographic area, how it was computed.
Do you mean how those subbasins were selected?
Let's take the first step. How was the watershed calculated? Not the subbasins.
My understanding, again, as a civil engineer, is that it's based on the topography and the high spots that would then flow into the basin that would eventually wind up at Edenville and Sanford Dams.
And did the IFT team utilize the WMS database and software to determine this?
I do not know specifically.
And with the determination of the subbasins, was there a specific software program utilized for that determination?
I don't know the details of how that was done.
And do you know how or if there is any adjustments for antecedent moisture conditions within the watershed for the May 2020 event?
From the discussions that we had as an IFD team, I believe that there were some, but the details of what they were, again, were completed by Dr. Miller and Hayden.
And you didn't calibrate any HMS model based off of, let's strike that. You're not aware if this occurred or not, whether the IFT HMS model inflows were calibrated to the USGS stream gauges on the Tobacco River.
Again, a detail that I do not know.
You testified yesterday that the spillway indicated a contraction of the flow. Do you remember that?
I testified that that is a phenomenon that occurs in the spillway, yes.
And one of the ways that hydraulic engineers account for that contraction of flow is through the assignment of a discharge coefficient. Do you have an understanding of that?
It certainly, that contraction enters into their calculation of the discharge coefficient, yes.
And there's one for weir flow and one for orifice flow, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
Do you know what those coefficients were that were inputted into the HEC RAS or HEC RAS model that was utilized by the IFT team?
I personally do not know.
Do you know if the spillway geometry was accurately reflected within the HEC RAS model?
My recollections from all the discussions we had as a team was that we looked at the drawings we had of the spillway, and when Art actually visited the site, he did some measurements, and that we did what we thought the best we could do to actually reflect that particular geometry. I did not do it myself.
So as you sit here today, you don't know whether the spillway geometry as accurately determined by your team was inputted correctly into the HEC RAS model, correct?
I do not know how it was input into the model.
You had mentioned yesterday that you had an understanding of a transition from from weir flow to orifice flow, correct?
In concept, yes.
In concept. And do you have an understanding based on your conversations with the IFT team? When did the transition from weir flow to orifice flow occur in your HEC RAS model?
Exact time, no. In concept, it occurs when the gate is lifted enough so that the bottom of the gate is clear of the water flowing across the weir.
Did orifice flow occur when the gates were partially opened or fully opened?
It more likely occurred when they were fully open,
But you don't know.
but I do not know.
And you, as we see here today, do not know what model inputs were used to simulate this event, correct?
The specific inputs, no.
All right. You had testified regarding gate positionings over time and that the IFT team looked at handwritten logs and operator interviews, correct?
Yes,
And did you participate in those interviews with the operators?
I did.
You didn't?
I did.
You did. And did you take notes, or did any one of the IFT team members who participated in these operator interviews take notes?
As before, yes, we took notes, and the same procedure was followed with the notes. They were not maintained after the report was written.
And you testified that all the operators gave you the same story about the position of the gates when you interviewed them, which you quote stated was quite remarkable. Do you remember that?
I do.
Who did you interview?
I don't remember the precise names of the operators.
How many operators did you interview?
Was I believe at least 3, and it possibly may have been 4.
So 3, maybe 4, all had remarkably the same story in your recollection?
Yes.
The reason why you interviewed these operators was because you had questions regarding the reliability of the handwritten operator logs, correct?
He did have concern over the reliability of those, yes.
And you had also testified yesterday about the understanding of SCADA. That SCADA did not exist for the Edenville Dam, correct?
Correct.
And so you have these questions about the handwritten logs that were taken by the operators. Then you interviewed these 3, maybe 4 operators and they'll give you the same remarkable same story. And from that, you had to make a judgment call, correct?
Correct.
You had to gauge the reliability, which one was more reliable, right?
Yes.
And based upon your view of their stories and this handwritten notes that you had concerns about the reliability, you made a guess as to which one was more reliable, correct?
Our judgment was that, yes, I made a judgment of which one was more reliable.
In fact, there was a marked difference in what the operators all told you, the same story, and the handwritten logs, correct?
There were some differences, yes.
And some differences in many instances, there's a 3-foot difference, correct?
That was the case in some of the situations, yes.
And, you made a judgment call, a decision, a guess, based on which of those values was more accurate, correct? In your determination.
We collectively, as an IFT, made that judgment, yes.
You didn't review the inputs of Dr. Marr into either of his 2D or 3D models, correct?
In detail now.
Right, but you did review them?
I very briefly scanned Dr. Marr's report.
Was that as part of your preparation for testimony here today?
Yes.
Was Dr. Marr's report part of the IFT record?
No.
Was it you or Miss Williams who did the geotechnical modeling that was referenced in the IFT report?
The actual running of those models were done by Mr. Donahue under direction of Miss Williams and myself.
When you ran this model, you were aware of the missing drain within the failed section of the right embankment, correct?
We were.
And despite your concerns that you expressed today about the uncertainty of the geotechnical information, you felt that it was advisable to construct a 2D geotechnical model, correct?
A 2D slope stability model, yes.
You utilize SEEP/W to run a seepage model for the failed embankment section, correct?
For our potential cross-section for the failed section, yes.
In the SEEP/W analysis was a two-dimensional cross-section analysis at a single station, station 3 plus 50, correct?
Correct.
So essentially you took a slice of the dam, basically like cutting at the face, correct?
Cutting across from upstream to downstream, yes.
In a 2D cross-section model, SEEP/W calculates pore pressure only within that slice and does not directly compute changes along the length of the dam, correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me, or don't you know, that the well, let me back up here. In the written description of the C/W setup, the IFT report lists a number of factors that are taken, that are considered head boundaries, a seepage face boundary, and a no flow boundary, correct?
Correct.
The written C/W boundary description does not describe modeling the foundation drain network as explicit drain elements or drain boundaries, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Would you agree, or don't you know, that a missing drain is a localized condition, meaning it exists in one reach, but not necessarily everywhere along the dam, correct?
Correct.
And if drains, would you agree, or don't you know, that if drains on either side of that location, the location of the missing drain, water can move toward those drains along the dam's length?
Yes, that's correct.
That, would you agree, or don't you know, that along the length redistribution of pore pressures is a three-dimensional effect?
It is, yes.
So a 2D cross-section, well, let's write that. Would you agree, or don't you know, that so a 2D cross-section seepage analysis cannot directly resolve the pore pressure pattern created by a drain missing only over a finite reach while adjacent drains still function, correct?
That's correct.
And when I talk about pore pressure, that affects effective stress, correct?
It does, yes.
And just in lay terms, hopefully I get this right. Effective stress is the stress carried by the soil skeleton, correct?
Correct.
And that higher water pressure reduces that.
That's correct.
And would you agree, or don't you know, that changes in effective stress directly affects slope stability and susceptibility to instability in loose saturated sands?
They do affect that, yes.
And just so we're all clear here, when we're speaking of lower effective stress, what we're talking about is less stability, correct?
Lower effective stress can contribute to less stability. Yes.
So would you agree, or don't you know, that to evaluate the specific influence of a localized missing drain, a 3D model that explicitly represents the drain network is the superior modeling tool?
It is a better tool for reflecting that, yes.
And just again, for lay terms here, a 3D model can include the drain layout and the missing segment and calculate the resulting water pressures in space, correct?
Correct.
The missing drain, that was an uncertainty, correct?
Pardon, can you repeat?
Missing drain, that wasn't an uncertainty in the conditions of the embankment, correct?
Was or was not?
It was not an uncertainty.
We were relatively confident that there was a missing drain.
And despite that relative confidence, you chose not to use a numerical model, a 3D model, to be able to determine the impact of that missing drain on the embankment, correct?
We did not model the missing drain using a 3D model.
And I have no further questions at this point. But I reserve the right to come back
Right,
if provided.
on recross.
Yes, yeah.
Right, right. Okay. Before I pass to defendant's counsel, Mr. Juan, anything? Oh, yeah. All right. Do we want to take up that one thing, that objection you had, or?
If I want to ask him about it, I think maybe we can address it.
All right, yeah, that sounds great, because as I looked at the exhibit, I wasn't exactly sure where we were going, but I'm happy to readdress and see if I made a mistake the first time,
Okay.
which as I often remember when I would appear in the Sixth Circuit. Anyway, I make mistakes all the time. So if I did on that one, I'll try to correct it. If I didn't, I'll make the same ruling, but let's move on.
Thank you, Your
So,
Honor.
You're welcome.
Mr.
And I
Frank,
did take the liberty of checking. I'm assuming you're on a United Airline direct flight at 325.
Yes, sir.
All right. If this goes on, there is still equilibrium in the universe, but you'd be flying through Chicago, and there's a flight at 4:51 and there's a flight at 6:20. And I know everybody loves to fly through Chicago during snowstorms. So that should be the goal of all of us. And there are 2 direct flights tomorrow. So
we're going to avoid that if we can. Your
okay,
Honor.
but I
Certainly
this is an
appreciate it.
important case for Mr. France as well as all the other witnesses. But I just we're gonna make every effort to get you your 325 flight, but if you can't make it, you don't have to move to West Michigan.
I very much appreciate that effort.
All right.
Mr. France, Mr. Juan had characterized your testimony as saying that dam safety was in the dark ages till about 10 years ago. Was that accurate?
I don't believe so. No.
No. What did you mean to say in your testimony?
What I meant to say is that what we sort of call the modern era of dam safety started in the late 1970s, early 1980s. So the way we do things now in dam safety, it has changed over that period of time, but it really, we started doing things much the way we do them now, with the exception of risk analysis, which came into the picture in the 90s. We started doing them much that way in the early 1980s. And prior to that, there were considerations with dam safety. The Bureau of Reclamation, the Corps of Engineers were issuing guidance and manuals. So it's not like nobody was paying attention to dam safety, but it has evolved over time. It has been not unlike what it is now for over 40 years.
Are you an expert in Part 315 of Michigan's Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act?
No,
Is that a part that you have ever administered as a dam safety regulator?
no.
Mr. Juan showed you a Spicer Group inspection report that Eagle received after the dam failure. Do you remember looking at that report?
I do.
And he drew your attention to a phrase in that report that recommended that the embankment should have a stability analysis. Do you remember seeing that?
I do.
Do you remember seeing anything in that report that indicated a problem with the left embankment of the Edenville Dam that needed to be analyzed?
I do not.
Do you remember the exhibit number on the Spicer report?
P plaintiffs 104. Amy, could you bring up D 106 for us, please? Mr. France, Mr. Juan had suggested to you that the IFT did not talk about the run of river level in its report. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Amy, could you bring up page 401? Mr. France, it's small. Do you recognize this as a table summarizing the counterfactuals that the IFT studied?
I do.
And, oh, that's really small. Are you?
Read it.
Okay. Could you read which the notes for the counterfactual that's highlighted there, number 7?
Certainly. Assumes Wixom Lake started at run-of-the-river lake level, estimated as elevation 670.0, with Edenville and Tobacco spillway gates open 7 feet throughout the event, and May 2020 gate operations for other reservoirs.
So did the IFT analyze or the run-of-river level hypothetical in its report?
Thank you for refreshing my memory. It appears that we did.
And how high did the IFT conclude the lake would have been had the lake been pre-lowered to run-of-river level?
For this counterfactual, the IFT estimate was 681.1.
What page of the?
401,
Sorry,
401.
thank you.
Mr. Mon also asked you about, he showed you an email where you and Mr. Trumbull where you had sent Mr. Trumbull a section of the report to fact check. Do you remember that
I do.
line of questioning? Did the IFTs send small sections of the report to other people to fact check other than Mr. Trumbull?
I believe we did. My recollection is we did. I think in the report, and we've looked at sections before related to FERC and FLTF and Boyce, I think also. So we did send some sections to other people.
And the email from Mr. Trumbull was dated January 2022. Was the IFT report final as of January 2022?
No, we were in the process of writing the report.
And so it wasn't final until May of 2022, is that right?
That's correct.
So between January 2022 and May of 2022 were changes made to the report's wording?
Certainly.
Mr. Juan also showed you a message that Lee Moeller sent to your colleague Irfan Alvi. Do you remember him showing you that letter?
You?
Was Mr. Moeller a dam safety engineer?
No,
Was he an engineer at all?
no.
Did the IFT seek to verify information provided to them by Mr. Moeller?
Factual information, yes.
Did every statement that anyone made to the IFT as you were doing your work collecting information make it into the written final report?
No.
Would that have even been possible?
It would have been a much longer and, in my view, much less effective report.
And could you please remind us, who were the members of the IFT and their support staff who worked on the hydraulics and hydrology modeling?
That would have been Dr. Art Miller and Hayden Lasasso from AECOM. And then, and I don't remember the staff members, but Mr. Alvey and his staff had some hydraulic engineers who did some review and some check and some input on those analyses.
How did Dr. Miller come to join the IFT?
I recommended Dr. Miller for the IFT when we were assembling the team. And the reason I recommended Dr. Miller to attend the IFT is I had known of and personally known Dr. Miller for quite a number of years. Dr. Miller taught for decades, I believe, at Penn State University in hydrology hydraulics, was a very active member in the ASDSO organization from nearly its formation, if not at its formation. And as ASDSO was moving forward in its mission of training of state representatives and others, Dr. Miller was the lead gentleman who did all of the work on training for HEC HMS and for HEC RAS, did multiple courses over the years for HEC HMS and HEC RAS. And after he retired from Penn State, he was a consultant in the industry, continuing to work in dam safety, hydrology and hydraulics. And in my view, my experience was one of the most respected people in hydrology and hydraulics practicing in dam safety.
Mr. Wan also showed you a portion of the 2015 CSIR. Do you remember him bringing that up for you?
I do.
And he emphasized a description from the 2005 potential failure mode analysis, where the 2005 team noted that the embankments had been constructed with loose sands or something like that. Do you remember him bringing that up for you?
Remember that document being brought up, and yes.
So in the 2015 CSIR, did the consultant advise that a stability analysis of the left embankment needed to be completed because of that information from the 2005 potential failure mode analysis?
To my recollection, no.
Did the 2015 CSIR advise lowering Wixom Lake as a risk mitigation measure?
To my recollection, no.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Wan?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Dubin?
Just a quick one.
Yep, take your time. And I do want to make sure that the record's clear. When Mr. France was testifying, I was dual tasking as Chief Justice Taylor used to always tell us trial judges to do. I was listening attentively. I happen to have the United Airlines app. And so I was not on a frolicking detour. I was paying attention, Court of Appeals. Please don't reverse me just because of whatever I decide. Because of that, I think Mr. Dubin's doing a superlative job, as are the other counsel. And I don't want I don't want your clients or you to think that I wasn't paying attention. I was. And the reason I was doing it is I wanted to make sure everybody knew this court is going to give these parties whatever amount of time is necessary for the presentation of your case. So if you want to go until tomorrow morning, we'll still get them a direct flight. So
I appreciate your care for my travel.
And I will tell you, I will not have the stamina to continue to tomorrow morning.
remember, we've got snacks. So
I need your coffee maker then too, please.
please go ahead. Mr.
Okay.
Dubin.
Craig, if you don't mind pulling up Defendant's Exhibit 106, page 401. And if you could highlight scenario number 8. Scenario number 8. You can turn this in your bag, fall, waste, and open 20 feet. With a drawdown of current elevations 170 feet without power operating. Right?
I'm just reading it. Thank you.
Boy, it's like, jeez. No, it's not your fault. It's Mr. Francis' fault. He's the team leader on this.
Yes.
Could you please tell us what is Dr. Miller's model for us as to what the ultimate water surface elevation would have been in that area?
679.9.
Is that 1.4 feet below the point of failure?
It is 1.4 feet below the reservoir level at the time of the actual failure.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions at this moment.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wan. Before I pass to Mr. Gamble for any final redirect, do you have any other questions? Mr. Gamble, any questions? Does any party have any objection to Mr. France being excused from further participation in the case?
We do not.
No objection.
All right, Mr. France, safe journeys home and careful. The roadways to the airport could be the most dicey part of your journey today. So thank you for being with us. I am extremely grateful to you and all the other witnesses who have shared their time and expertise for both the plaintiffs and the defendants. So thank you. Have a good day and safe travels home.
Your Honor, I thank the court's indulgence for going into the lunch hour so
Oh,
we can
absolutely.
finish.
No, it's our privilege to have you with us. So safe journeys. Anything else before we recess?
Yes, Your Honor, and
Please.
I hate to ask this, but
Go ahead.
our next witness up also has availability limitations. So Dr. Olson has been waiting. We thought we'd be able to get him on a little earlier today.
Right.
If we could maybe truncate the lunch hour a bit, we think we can probably get it finished today. So we're going to try and bring him back.
Okay.
He's actually not available at all this week. So
Uh,
even remotely.
Understand. Okay, thank you for bringing that to our attention before we all bolt for the door. 30 minutes work for the plaintiffs?
Yes.
Well, I should have asked the most important person. CCAC, 30 minutes, okay? You sure?
Mhm.
Will 30 minutes work?
Yes.
All right. Okay, we will be reconvening at 5 minutes after 1. Court is in recess. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that to my attention now. So, I don't know how Well, I've run out of legal pads and I've run out of Kleenex, so we are now resupplied, good for another 2 weeks. All right, it's 1:05, we're back in session. Selson, welcome you, call your next witness. Dr. Olson, if you could come forward. I think you were here when Mr. France was testifying, so you know where the spot is. If you could remain standing for a moment, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm in the matter now in hearing, the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. If you'd be kind enough to state your first and last names for Ms. Heacock, my court reporter and I, I'd be very grateful.
Scott Olson, Scottolson.
Thank you, Dr. Olson. Counsel, you may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Amy, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 156? And Your Honor, this is a new exhibit.
Okay.
This is, I provide a copy to opposing counsel.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Please.
This is a copy of Dr. Olson's curricula vitae.
Thank you. We should have Judge Yates presiding over since he's a U of I grad. You know, they'd sing the fight song or something for us. So.
So while Amy is bringing that up, I'm going to start asking you questions, if that's okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Olson.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed?
I work at the University of Illinois in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering.
What is your current position?
Professor, Associate Head, and Director of Graduate Studies.
What is your educational background?
I have bachelor's, master's, and PhD, all from the University of Illinois, all in civil engineering.
Can you tell me a little bit about your master's degree? What kind of work did you do while you were studying for your master's?
Sure. I was taking classes, of course, like all master's students do, but I was also working on 2 research projects, one related to the bump at the end of the bridge, settlement of approach embankments for bridges, and the second was related to liquefaction.
Okay. So you had done some work in liquefaction. Have you done any work with back analysis while you were studying for your master's
With
degree?
what analysis?
Back analysis?
Oh, like
Sorry.
my back or some other kind of back?
Back analysis, the back calculation that we've been talking about through this.
Or attempted L4, L5 humor?
Yes, I did, but that portion of the work while I was a master's student was not published.
And then as a PhD student, what kind of work did you do?
So my PhD program was also 2 parts, but both related to liquefaction. The first part was related to level ground seismically induced liquefaction. So that is sand boils or volcanoes that come up as a result of earthquake shaking of sandy soils that are saturated. The second part was focused directly on liquefaction flow failures. So this is the back analysis or inverse analysis of cases like Edenville that had failed likely due to liquefaction, and trying to evaluate what strengths were being mobilized both at the triggering of liquefaction and during the failure itself.
Thank you. And we do now have your curricula vitae up. Up at the top, it says Scott M. Olson, PhD, PE. What, I think we all know here what PE stands for, but but I'm still going to ask you, what is PE after your name?
Professional engineer.
Thank you. Prior to your current position, did you hold any other positions in the area of engineering?
Yes, between my master's and PhD, I worked for a geotechnical and environmental consulting firm called Woodward Clyde Consultants.
What type of work did you do for them?
Primarily geotechnical consulting.
And what type of projects did you work on?
I was a generalist at that point. So while I did work on a lot of liquefaction problems, because I did research on that as a master's student, I worked on design of foundations for buildings. I worked on bridges. I worked on dams. I worked on tailings facilities. I worked on coal ash facilities, of a wide variety of different types of geotechnical projects.
And how long did you work for Woodward Clyde Consultants?
In the office, probably about 2.5 years, and then I continued consulting with them as a part-time employee while I was working on my PhD for about another year, till sometime in 1998.
Okay. And after you left Woodward Clyde Consultants, where did you go?
Back to the University of Illinois for a PhD.
And following completion of your PhD program, what was your next professional position?
I decided to go back into practice and went to work for a company that bought out Woodward Clyde Consultants called URS Corporation.
What type of work did you do for URS Corporation?
The work was, again, quite broad, but primarily I was working on site investigations, foundation design, dam design, tailings facilities to some extent, and some coal ash again.
And what's a tailings facility?
A tailings facility is part of the mining industry in that as the mining material, the material overlying mine for an open pit sort of mine. So that is a hole dug from the ground surface to get to the beneficial resource, whether that is gold or copper or silver or whatever that resource is. The material on top has to be removed first. So that is termed waste rock. But even within the body of the usable resource, typically only 1 to 2% of that layer of rock is that recoverable resource. So the other 99% of that is also processed. So it's ground up mechanically and then chemically treated in some case to remove whatever the miner is looking for. The remainder of the material has to be stored somewhere until they are done with that operation. So that waste material or tailing or a stream of material is called tailings, the tail end of the process.
Prior to your current teaching position, did you teach anywhere else?
I did. I worked for the University of Missouri Rolla, which is now called the Missouri University of Science and Technology. They had a satellite campus in St. Louis where I was headquartered with URS Corporation. And I taught night class for the university at that time. So I had a class of working professionals in St. Louis and a class live back in Rolla that I was teaching simultaneously.
And what was the topic of the course that you were teaching at that time?
That was geotechnical earthquake engineering.
When did you begin your current position?
In the fall of 2004.
What does that position entail?
It involved the University of Illinois, like many other Big Ten universities, is a Tier 1 research institution. So my job requirements, if you will, even though it's not written as such, it is roughly 60% research, 30% teaching, 10% service.
And what does your research focus on now?
My research today focuses primarily on liquefaction and the behavior of tailings materials.
What type of classes do you currently teach?
I teach a fairly broad range of courses. I teach our undergraduate level introduction to geotechnical engineering class. Then I teach a class on applied soil mechanics. I teach a class on earth pressures and retaining structures and excavations. I teach a class on rock mechanics and applied rock mechanics. I teach a class on geotechnical field measurements. So that is geotechnical and site investigation, geotechnical characterization, in situ testing, and instrumentation.
Do any of the courses that you teach involve liquefaction?
The course on applied soil mechanics, we cover liquefaction and the strengths mobilized during liquefaction events.
Beyond classroom teaching, do you advise students?
I do.
In what sort of manner?
I have both academic advisees and then I have research students that I work with.
Do you do anything with PhD candidates?
Of course, yes.
Have you served on any PhD committees?
I have had, in the past 20 years, roughly 20 PhD students of my own graduate, and I've probably served on 40 to 50 PhD committees.
And what does it mean to be on a PhD committee?
If it is one of my students, it means I am directing the research, I'm mentoring the student, I'm making sure the research reaches a usable conclusion. My focus is on practical research. So having started my career as a practitioner, I want to ensure that the research that the students are doing is something that practitioners will be able to use. As a committee member for someone else's PhD student, it means I am meeting with the student occasionally to check in on their research, make sure they're headed in the right direction, at least with respect to the area that I have expertise that could help their work. And then I serve on their preliminary exam and final exam committee.
And do any of the students that you supervise work on liquefaction issues?
Many of them have, yes. Many of the 20 of my own students have worked on liquefaction problems.
And not speaking about the judge's back problems, but do any of them work on back analysis?
Yes, so as I mentioned, as part of my thesis work that I deposited in 2001, I back analyzed the conditions for a little over 30 different liquefaction flow failures, such as Edenville. Of course, that had not happened at the time, but there are many that have occurred over recent history, over the past 100 years, some that are well enough documented for me to back analyze. I've had since then 2 other students who have expanded that database of case studies of back analyses of liquefaction flow failures.
Excuse me.
Yes,
I don't know. Is 156 stipulated or
I believe so, Your Honor. I do not believe
any
that.
objection to 156? That's the CV. All right, thanks.
I should
I was
probably-
pretty sure it was in, but
And I should probably move to admit it, Your Honor, since it was not part of the stipulated exhibit. So I'll move to admit exhibit 156.
any objections? Nope, admitted. Thank you.
Thanks. Are you published or have you published any materials in any publications?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell me approximately strike that. What types of things have you published?
I've published in peer-reviewed journals. I've published in a number of different conference proceedings, published some book chapters, so chapters within books. Many of the projects that I work on are funded by various funding sources, and they require reports associated with those. So I've published a number of reports, as well as a few magazine articles and those sorts of things in professional trade journals.
And I believe that your CV that's up here contains a number of those publications. Amy, would you mind just kind of scrolling through that quickly? I'm not going to have Mr. or Dr. Olson spend a ton of time on this, but is this a fairly representative list of your publications?
It is up through, it looked like 2022. Of course, I've published a considerable amount since 2022 as well.
Thank you. And do you have an approximate number of how many journal articles that you've published?
Journal articles is probably 75 to 80 now, somewhere in that range. There are several that are currently in press, so I'm not sure if they're out yet, and that's why I give a range. I don't know the exact number.
And are those approximately what percentage of those relate to liquefaction?
I would wager that between half and 2/3 are directly related to liquefaction.
And are those journal articles peer reviewed?
Yes.
What does it mean for something to be peer reviewed?
It means that the article is sent to volunteer reviewers that have similar expertise to ensure that the material is not just factually correct, but is logically presented and is reasonably interpreted.
And then you mentioned that you have conference reports. What's a conference report?
I would call it conference papers
Okay.
rather than reports. I think of reports being a bigger document. But conference papers are most of the time updates of, at least for academics, they are updates on larger research projects that eventually are summarized or turned into journal papers.
And approximately how many conference papers do you think that you've written?
Probably around 100 at this point.
And a rough percentage, I'm not trying to pin you down, but how many do you think relate to liquefaction?
Conference papers probably on the order of 40 to 50%.
And are conference papers also peer reviewed?
Many of the conferences that I submit to do have a peer review process. It is not as rigorous as a journal article peer review process, but I would say probably 75 to 80% of the conference papers that I've published have been peer reviewed.
And you mentioned contributing to book chapters.
Yes,
How many book chapters have you contributed to?
3.
And what were the topics of those chapters?
One was related to geotechnical earthquake engineering, so it had to do with how the ground responds to earthquake shaking. Another was related to a very detailed topic on the effect of silts and clays on the liquefaction behavior of sands. And the most recent was on estimating the shear strength that is mobilized during a liquefaction flow failure.
And are book chapters peer reviewed?
Generally, they are, yes.
And then I think your final category was technical reports.
Correct.
How many technical reports do you think that you've contributed to?
It's over 10, but I don't know the exact number.
Do any of those deal with liquefaction?
A few of them deal with liquefaction. Again, that's based on what the funding agency requires in terms of final products.
Are you affiliated with or engaged in any professional organizations?
Yes, I am a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers, and within that, the Geo Institute. I'm a member of the, it would help if I had the list up because I have trouble remembering them. Because every year I go through this process. A member of the Earthquake Engineering Research Institute and the Seismological Society of America, a member of the U.S. Society on Dams and ICOLD, the International Committee on Large Dams. And I believe there is one more in there, the International Society of Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering.
And since you didn't have your list up, but one of the ones that I was curious about is the founding and steering committee member for the Tailings and Industrial Waste Engineering Center. What is that?
So this is a consortium of 4 faculty members, academics, that we teamed up essentially to help the tailings industry, the mining industry, evaluate problems with tailing storage facilities, and in particular with liquefaction of their tailings, although we cover a number of other topics. So this consortium, we gain our funding to do this research through membership dues. So we have a number of international mining companies and consulting firms that work for these mining companies that provide us with annual dues so that we can conduct research that they approve.
Outside of your work at the university, do you do any consulting work?
I do a considerable amount of consulting work, yes.
What type of entities do you consult for?
The bulk of the consulting work that I do these days is related to the mining industry, but I also do consulting work for various engineering consulting firms, specifically related to liquefaction problems. Although I have worked on a few tunneling projects, a few ground improvement projects, and other geotechnical earthquake related projects.
Does your consulting work touch on the concept of liquefaction?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to qualify Dr. Olson as an expert in geotechnical engineering.
Any objection or board ire?
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. The doctor may provide expert testimony. The court will consider the opinions, like I'll consider all the other evidence in the case and weigh and measure it and make my determinations and fulfilling my duties. So you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have familiarity with the Edenville Dam, which is the subject of this litigation?
I do.
How did you become aware of it?
The first I had heard of this was there are a number of the emails and newsletters that go around with professional societies, but I think I first saw this one on the news back in 2020 when the failure occurred, and then learning more about it from news reports and those sorts of things that come through professional societies.
And is it correct that at some point you were asked to put together, or you were asked to put together a report for purposes of this litigation?
That is correct.
Do you recall what you were asked to evaluate?
With respect to this litigation, I recall that I was asked to provide background information on the process of static liquefaction and the ability of our profession both to forecast this and to understand it in general, to provide opinions on whether it made sense that there was more focus on the spillway and the issues related to overtopping rather than to stability for the Edenville facility or for the structures, and provide some opinions on both Dr. Marr's report and the acceptance from the profession of the IFT report.
Amy, can you pull up Exhibit 137, please? And Dr. Olson, are you familiar with this document here? And Amy can scroll through it for you if you would like.
Yes, I am.
And what is this?
This is the report that I prepared for the Michigan AG that summarized my opinions.
And today I'd like to walk through just a couple of those opinions. First, we've heard a lot about liquefaction, but I'd like to give you an opportunity, Doctor, to describe what the term static liquefaction means.
So I like to break this up into individual pieces. The term liquefaction means that a soil, commonly a sandy soil, but not limited to sandy soils, undergoes a severe and rapid loss of strength and stiffness. The term static represents kind of a catch-all term that indicates any non-seismic trigger of that behavior. So the liquefaction part is the turning of what appears to be a stable sand, like a beach sand, into something that resembles a quicksand. And the static part represents one type of triggering mechanism that causes the soil to switch from that stable behavior to that unstable behavior.
And at different points during the past week and a half, we've heard reference to seismic liquefaction. What's the difference between static and seismic liquefaction?
The difference is the triggering mechanism. So with seismic liquefaction, and again, I should make a distinction here when we talk about liquefaction, that there is somewhat different behavior when we talk about liquefaction, when we're talking about below sloping ground where there are shear stresses or gravity stresses already in the ground, and below a level ground condition where there are generally no shear stresses within the ground on horizontal planes. So the difference then between seismic liquefaction of slopes or materials within slopes and static liquefaction of material within slopes is that trigger. So with seismic liquefaction, liquefaction is caused by that seismic shaking, by the earthquake causing the ground to go back and forth, generates excess pore water pressures within the soil, and the soil could potentially liquefy. With static liquefaction being a catch-all term, meaning that there could be a number of different loading combinations that trigger that liquefaction, that switch from what you've heard before called drained and undrained behavior, and I'm happy to talk more about that if you'd like. The triggering mechanism is one of those non-seismic sources that causes the soil to go from drained or fairly stable to undrained, and in the case of loose saturated sands, like here at Edenville, to a very unstable behavior.
Does the industry have a good understanding of what those triggers are for static liquefaction?
We know what they are based on observations, based on work like mine and my students, where we have collected a number of these cases that we believe, the profession believes, are triggered by liquefaction. So we know the types of loading conditions, the types of mechanisms that can cause this liquefaction to occur. But in terms of a specific one, like a rising water table that we had at Edenville, that specific mechanism with that trigger is not, the internal mechanics are not very well understood. It is an area of active research in my lab and many other labs, both in the United States and worldwide, trying to understand exactly how that soil can behave perfectly normally under normal load while the water table is slowly rising within the dam, but then all of a sudden something quickly changes from that drained, slow loading condition to a rapid change within the structure of the soil and causes it to liquefy. That is still an area of active research.
And we kind of breezed through your the work that you've done in the past, but have you done research and study of dam failures in the past?
Of a variety of different structures that have experienced liquefaction flow failures, yes. And with that, it includes buildings that have been on liquefiable soils, water dams that have either been founded on or contain liquefiable soils, as well as tailings dams that contain liquefiable soils.
Is static liquefaction recognized as a dam stability issue?
In the water dam industry, it is now, I believe, fairly widely recognized as a potential failure mechanism.
Has it always been fairly widely recognized as a potential failure mechanism?
Widely, no. It has not been widely recognized as a potential failure mechanism.
For about how long has it been widely recognized as a potential failure system?
Really, it's been brought to prominence by a number of high-profile failures within the mining industry of these tailings dams or tailings storage facilities that have caused billions of dollars in both environmental damage and been the cause of the loss of life of hundreds of people.
Under what conditions can static liquefaction occur?
So for static liquefaction to occur, you have to have first soils that are susceptible to liquefaction. And that means generally sandy soils, although silty soils also can experience this behavior or can exhibit this behavior. You need those soils to be in a loose state and they have to be saturated or nearly saturated. So that's the first criteria that has to be met, is they have to be susceptible to this kind of behavior. The second thing that we need are static shear stresses. So there has to be some kind of slope or embankment or building foundation that would drive a failure where the existing stresses in the ground exceed the strength of the soil as it liquefies and then certainly as it starts to flow. And then the last part of that is understanding what is the mechanics of that flow.
What was the second?
Is we have to
The
have a
second.
trigger.
Trigger. Thank
For
you.
you have to have static shear stresses in the ground and then something, I think I missed that trigger point that I should have mentioned, is that we have to have a trigger that sets off the ground and gets it to go from this drained state where everything appears to be stable to this undrained state where things become unstable.
Thank you.
And in your report, you indicated that the triggering mechanism must be rapid. What did you mean by that?
So when I say rapid there, and I think I expand on this later in my report, it means that either the loading mechanism or some other mechanism within the soil has to change quickly. So when I speak of rapid loading conditions, I mean something like an earthquake or the rapid placement of new fill. But in order for the soil to switch from this drain behavior where water can freely move in and out of the pores of the soil to a condition where the water can no longer freely move in and out and that water starts to build excess pressure, there has to be something that rapidly changes in the soil. So as this, for example, in Edenville, as this water table is slowly rising within those loose sands, there has to be something, and again, this is where we don't fully understand what this internal behavior is, but there has to be something that rapidly changes for it to go from stable 1 second to completely unstable the next second.
Did you have an opportunity to review Dr. Marr's testimony in this case?
I did watch his testimony. Yes, that is correct.
And do you recall some testimony where he disagreed with you about your conclusion that loading had to be rapid for static liquefaction to occur?
Well, yes, and I have to admit, on the first page, as I was putting together a simple summary, I did use the term rapid loading, but then as I expanded on that later in my report, I specifically said rapid loading or other mechanism. Because as I was saying, it could be an external rapid condition or an internal rapid condition. And that internal behavior, we just don't understand all that well as a profession. So yes, I did say rapid loading, but that loading can be slow. And in fact, I state that there are other cases that I and others have studied that involve almost the same mechanism where the water table is slowly coming up within the structure and then suddenly things liquefy and the structure experiences a flow slide.
And I asked you a little while ago a question about slope stability. What is a slope stability issue?
A slope stability issue, or do you mean a slope?
What is slope stability?
So slope
Sorry.
stability means that a slope has not failed. It is not showing any signs of cracking or bulging or discrete movements.
And what causes a slope to fail?
There are a number of different triggering mechanisms that could cause a slope to fail, many of which have nothing to do with liquefaction. In the simplest form, it simply means that the driving stresses, whether that is gravity or the flow of water through a soil or some other driving force, it could be external loads and so on, exceed the shearing resistance of the soil.
And in the world of dams, when is it most likely to see a slope stability issue in a dam?
There have been a number of studies that have collected data on exactly that, and the bulk of slope stability problems in water retention dams have occurred in the early life of that structure, commonly the first 5 years or so. The critical cases often are during first filling of the reservoir. Another case is during the first major drawdown of that reservoir. And there are a few others that occur in the early life. First flow through the structure if it's going to, or first activation of the spillway. I shouldn't say overtopping of the spillway. Activation of a spillway is early life events that can lead to slope stability problems.
And I'm going to move on to your second opinion that you offered in this case, which was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you offered an opinion regarding the wisdom, I'm going to use that word, of moving to spillway remediation from the buttressing of the downstream slopes. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what was your opinion on that?
So as I state in my report, I think that has a lot to do with bias, in this case, proximity bias. I know we've heard a lot about different biases here, and this is one type of bias that engineers and others are susceptible to, and that is shortly after the Oroville failure, or near miss, you might say, in 2017, there was a huge focus in the dam safety industry and among dam regulators to focus on overtopping events, to focus on the spillways of these types of structures, because that is the most common mechanism of dam failure, is due to overtopping or failure of spillways. So the industry started to refocus their energy on the behavior of these spillways. In fact, I mentioned in here in my report that in speaking to facilitators for potential failure mode analyses, the PFMAs, and the subsequent step of either a quantitative or semi-quantitative risk assessment, following the Oroville near miss, the number of potential failure modes related to spillways and related to overtopping, in his experience, increased 5 to 10-fold compared to what it was in 2015, 2016, and before that Oroville near miss.
And then I think I believe we asked you about the 2022 IFT report. So let me ask you to start with, are you familiar with the independent forensic report?
I am.
And have you had an opportunity to review the report?
I have.
Have you done any presentations where the report was the subject of the information being presented?
Yes, in fact, Mr. France was one of the other co-presenters at the one time I have presented related to that report in short course form.
And generally, what are your opinions regarding the IFT report?
I think that the IFT report, as it relates, my focus is geotechnical engineering. So by no means an expert in hydraulics or hydrology, and would not offer an opinion on those topics. That is outside of my expertise. But related to the liquefaction issue at Edenville, I think that the report and the analyses that they describe in that report are both reasonable and defensible.
Prior to the IFT report, how would you describe the dam industry's consideration of the potential for static liquefaction to cause the failure of a dam?
Within the water dam industry, especially prior to these failures between 2016 and 2019 in the tailings industry, I saw almost no mention of static liquefaction in the water dam cases in which I was involved, and very little of it being published in the literature. There was no discussion of it in the literature either. Again, starting around 2016 or so, some of the consultants who straddled the line between the mining industry and between the water dam industry started to look at that as a potential issue. And some of the most well-versed engineers who may have seen this problem before certainly looked at it. But in general, the profession was not looking at static liquefaction prior to the Edenville failure.
Did the release of the 2022 IFT report change how dam professionals looked at static liquefaction?
I think it did. Given my own experience, I don't work with a lot of state dam regulators, but at the short course that I was invited to by Mr. France to participate in, I had the opportunity to talk with a lot of state dam regulators, and they were surprised, but they started to come to accept that as a reasonable explanation, a reasonable triggering mechanism for that failure. And therefore I think it had started to seep into their psyches, if you will, and is now a much more regular probable failure mechanism that needs to be considered.
And the last thing that we asked you to do as part of your expert report was to provide opinions regarding the December 2024 GeoComp report. Is that correct?
Yes,
And Dr. Marr is the author of that report, correct?
correct.
Were you able to review his report?
I did.
And were you able to also review his rebuttal report?
Yes, I did.
And I think you indicated earlier, but just to make clear, did you have an opportunity to view his testimony in this case?
I did listen to his testimony, yes.
What is your understanding of the conclusions contained in the GeoComp report?
The thing that caught my eye the most was the emphatic certainty of his outcomes, of his results. In my opinion, and having done back analyses now either myself or supervising them with my students of over 75 of these types of failures, there is commonly, and I believe in this case, certainly a significant amount of uncertainty associated with the key variables that have to go into any of these sorts of stability or stress deformation analyses. And as a result, I was uncomfortable with the level of certainty that he seemed to indicate in his results of being able to predict the performance of these structures based on water levels that change by 1/10 of a foot made me very uncomfortable. I do not think there is enough certainty in any of the input parameters to be able to say that.
So let's talk about some of the input parameters. One of the things, as I understood it, that was put into Dr. Marr's report was the or not his report, his opinion, the soil stratigraphy.
Yes.
When you talk about uncertainties and as it relates to soil stratigraphy at the Edenville Dam, what do you mean?
Well, one of the key aspects of behavior is the layering or zonation or stratigraphy of those soils below the ground surface. And in this case, there was very little information on which to judge the specific interfaces between different types of soils within that structure. So there were a limited number of borings outside of the failure area that were available. And of course, then there was the IFT study, which looked at the zonation after the scour had occurred during the flood that ensued following the breach. But there's a good stretch of several hundred feet, or at least 100 feet on either side of where the breach initiated, where this liquefaction failure occurred, where there's very little information. So knowing that stratigraphy with confidence is highly uncertain, in my opinion. And while we have a good idea of the stratigraphy in general terms, that we had clayey soils on the upstream side, sandy soils on the downstream side, a cap layer or an overlay of siltier material, and we had a pretty good idea what the foundation is, there's a lot of uncertainty there because we do not have borings or any excavations or construction records of what exactly was placed where within that structure where it failed.
And how does that uncertainty affect the outcome of the modeling that Dr. Marr did?
That affects every aspect of the modeling, from the stress analysis to the seepage analysis to the stability to the deformation.
And is soil permeability one of the things that you would need to do this type of analysis?
Yes, that is correct. There are three key engineering properties that we deal with for soils. That is permeability, compressibility, or its inverse stiffness, and strength. So permeability is one of the key parameters, that we need to evaluate seepage of water through these types of soil structures. And in our profession, that is one of the most poorly defined, I should say, quantifiable variables that we have to deal with, because it varies by roughly 12 orders of magnitude across the spectrum of soils that we commonly deal with. When we talk about gravels having the ability to pass water easily and clays are very impermeable and do not pass water easily, quantitatively, the range there is 12 orders of magnitude. So we're talking about 1 billion times, more than 1 billion times from clay to gravels.
1 billion times what?
Between how permeable a clay is and how permeable a gravel is, they're 1 billion times different. So when we talk about defining those values,
When you say 1 billion, doctor, you're not talking like teenagers say, oh, it's 1 billion this.
No, I'm
You're-
talking
you're
about literally a
mathematical-
billion times, mathematically over 1 billion times different from one
1,000
end of the
million.
spectrum to the other end of the spectrum. So when we define permeability for a problem, and I feel very much the same way about that term, defining and quantifying, we are estimating parameters. We are not defining them with 100% accuracy. When we look at a term like permeability, we try to get it within an order of magnitude. It is not uncommon for that variable to vary by a factor of 100 from our best estimate to what the possibilities are for that one soil type. And here we have We have the till, we have the natural sand, we have the at least three different types of soil, and it's gradationally changing within that zone. It's not, there's no discrete lines as you look at the photographs between, here's exactly the break point between the upstream clay and the downstream sand. It is a transition between those two materials. So when we talk about permeability, it can easily vary by a factor of 100.
And will that,
I hate to be obtuse, but so varying by a factor of 100, I don't know what that means.
So that means when we talk about permeability, we commonly use the units of centimeters per second. That's how many centimeters water can flow through that soil every second. For a sand, a typical value would be 10 to the minus 2 or 0.01 centimeters every second is how far water can move through that sand. But it could easily vary from 0.1 centimeters per second to 0.001 centimeters per second. So the range is 2 orders of magnitude or a factor of 100.
All right. Thank you.
Of course.
So is there uncertainty if you don't know the exact permeability of the soil that existed at the Edenville Dam and making predictions about what happened there?
As far as the seepage analysis goes, there are several variables that that different engineers could interpret differently, but still all be considered reasonable. So the first one has to do with the stratigraphy that we talked about. We don't know exactly where that transition occurs. We can make intelligent or educated judgments on where that transition occurs. But as I said, it's often not a clear, discrete break from one soil layer to the other. It is often transitional. So you've got that level of uncertainty because that affects how the water flows through the soil. You have then the permeability that is uncertain, and that permeability is not the same value in all directions. It's what we call anisotropy. Isotropic means we have the same properties in all directions. Permeability is one of those properties that is often anisotropic, means when we go in different directions, we have different values. So we have those uncertainties associated with trying to do a seepage analysis. And as I said, 2 different engineers could have different values in their analysis, and they could both be reasonable.
And I think you also talked about soil strength being an input into making these determinations. What kind of thing, how do you measure soil strength?
So soil strength can be estimated from field tests, such as standard penetration tests, but those are empirical correlations with typically a considerable amount of uncertainty associated with them. And we can measure those strength properties in the lab, but there are issues associated with that as well, because we have to take the soil out of the ground. We then have to take it to the lab. We have to extrude it from whatever sampler or tube that we have the soil in. And then we have to set it up in our lab test. We have to reapply stresses to that specimen. And then we start shearing it to measure its shear strength. When we're dealing with sandy soils, you can imagine that if you try to take a tube of that sand and you put it in the back of your truck and you start driving down the road, it's going to bounce all over the place and it's going to change its fabric. It's going to densify. It's going to change what its state was compared to what it was in the ground. So we generally cannot use laboratory tests to accurately and precisely define the shear strength of a sandy soil. So we empirically estimate that value from those field tests that others have talked about.
And is there any uncertainty in making those estimations?
There can be considerable uncertainty in making those estimates.
As I understand it, one of the other issues that you raised in your report is the forecasting the rise of the phreatic surface within the dam.
Yes.
And that is an input into the model that Dr. Marr used, correct?
That is correct.
What are the issues with forecasting the phreatic surface?
Well, it goes back to the uncertainties associated with those parts of a seepage analysis. And on top of that, what we like to do as practitioners to the extent possible, and you've heard this from many of the other witnesses here, is we like to calibrate those models. We like to use measured data to improve our model. So we'll tweak certain parameters within that model to try to match measured data. With the seepage analysis here, the measured data that we have is only the lake level. There were no measurements made within the dam of where were the water levels at the time of this flood, at the time of the failure. So as a result, there, in my opinion, is a fair amount of uncertainty associated with where that water level within the dam could have been as a result of flow of the lake through that structure to the downstream side.
And as I understand it, there were some piezometers located in different areas of the dam away from the failure location.
Correct.
Would those piezometers be able to give you certainty about the phreatic surface at the failure location?
It would certainly help to make sure that we're modeling reasonably, but there's no way to know with certainty at the location of the failure whether the predicted water level matched the actual water level at the time of the failure because there were no measurements there.
You also talked in your report about the equilibrium analysis relying on an equivalent friction angle. What is that?
So I think you mean limit equilibrium analysis?
Yes.
Yes. So a limit equilibrium analysis is an analysis, a stability analysis that looks at forces. It does not look at displacement. It only looks at forces or stresses within the ground. And in terms of that effective friction angle, that the friction angle is a measure of the strength of a particular granular soil. We use it for fine grained soils like clays and silts, but here we're talking about a coarse grained soil, a sand. So that's what I'm going to refer to. When I mention this effective friction angle, the condition at which liquefaction is triggered is not mobilizing the full friction angle of a soil. And I know that's very detailed and getting into the weeds, but that's where we're dealing right now with this problem, is way down in the weeds. So that effective friction angle is sometimes termed, you'll see it in these reports, termed an instability line. You may see it termed a yield envelope. You may see it termed a yield friction angle. But it is the friction angle at which the soil starts to yield or starts to move, because the applied stresses have exceeded the ability of the soil to resist them. So the movement starts to happen, or the soil starts to yield.
And in your review of Dr. Marr's analysis, did you have any concerns about the friction angle that was used?
So my understanding is that he used a particular constitutive model. What that means is a model that mathematically formulates a way to describe the stress, strain, time response of a given soil. Within that model and the inputs that he used, it spit out a friction angle at which the soil starts to yield of 22 degrees, or I think that was the number if I remember correctly. In the back analyses that my students and I have done over the past 20 years, we have found that that number can vary typically between about 10 and 27 degrees in the widest range, with most of the cases falling in the low teens to upper teens, typically 13 to 17 or 18 degrees. So while the number that Dr. Marr used in his model was not outside of the range of being reasonable, it was certainly toward the higher end of what I would have expected for a similar soil in a similar dam that I've analyzed in the past.
So we've talked about all the uncertainties that have of the soil characteristics, the permeability, the phreatic surface, and the equivalent friction angle that were potentially in this model. Is there anything that you can do when you're using a model to account for that?
Well, it is quite common to run sensitivity analyses. So we make our best estimate of these engineering properties. And as I mentioned, different engineers are going to come up with different best estimates, giving the same information to make those judgments. They can easily come up with different input numbers for those properties. We then run the analyses to tell us where the phreatic surface is. Based on that phreatic surface and the stresses in the ground that we calculate in those computer programs, we come up with this factor of safety against slope instability. But within that world, or within that realm, again, two different engineers could use different sets of input properties and still come up with the same factor of safety. It's quite likely that can, or certainly possible that can occur. That if, for example, in this case, if you decrease the strength of that soil before it liquefies, or as it's liquefying, that equivalent friction angle, a little bit higher water level, I'm sorry, a little bit lower water level, excuse me, could have caused a failure. If you increase the strength of that effective friction angle, a little bit higher water level could have caused it to liquefy. But again, because we don't have any measurements within the dam, and we have only estimated this friction angle or the strength of the soil, there's any number of combinations that are all within the range of being reasonable that different engineers could come up with and still predict failure.
And we've talked about back analysis a little bit, and I believe that's what Dr. Marr described he did, but can you just tell us what back analysis is?
So back analysis is taking your best estimate of what you think you know and leaving ideally just one property as an unknown, and then using the observed behavior to try to elicit from your model what that unknown parameter or property was. Unfortunately, here at Edenville, we have at least two unknowns, which again puts you in a situation that is indeterminate, and so the no answer is going to be unique. The two unknowns in this case is what is the phreatic surface within the dam, and secondly, what is the strength of that soil as it is liquefying. So back analysis, as you change one of those in your sensitivity, in running a number of these analyses, the other value is going to change. As you change that other value, the other value changes. And again, any number of, or combination of those two unknowns can result in his limit equilibrium analysis giving him a factor of safety of close to 1.
Prior to the dam's failure, would this information have been available to conduct this type of back analysis to predict the failure of the dam?
You run a back analysis after the failure occurs, of course. So prior to the failure, no, you could not have run a back analysis. It would have all been forecasting.
And I heard Mr. France, sorry, speak earlier today about a dam failure in Brazil
Yes.
and analysis that was done following that dam failure in Brazil. Are you familiar with that case?
I am very familiar with that case.
And as I understood his testimony earlier, he said that there had been 3 different studies done that each came to a different conclusion regarding the triggering factor for the failure of that dam.
That's correct.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Sure. So this is the Brumadinho tailings facility that was owned by Vale Mining Company in Brazil. And in 2019, this dam somewhat inexplicably failed catastrophically. This was an 86-meter high structure, so roughly 300 feet high, that failed within seconds. And the material flowed like a liquefied soil. So it flowed like a viscous fluid. And it actually flowed across this valley and overwhelmed a cafeteria there at the mine site and overwhelmed a number of other miners because it was traveling at a speed that has been estimated at 30 or 40 kilometers per hour. So 20 to 30 or so miles per hour across this valley. The outcome of that was very tragically, over 250 people lost their lives. There was billions of dollars in environmental damage. The lawsuits are still ongoing from that case. The aftermath of that has, of course, involved us as a profession trying to understand what happened there, because this was a catastrophic failure that we need to better understand, because there was no obvious source of how those tailings liquefied. So I'm aware of 3, and I'm familiar with a 4th study that's being done, all involving finite element or FLAC style analyses. In general, I call those stress deformation analyses. The FLAC is a platform that we use to solve equations, but it's not the methodology itself. The methodology involves understanding both the stresses and the deformations or displacements that occur as those stresses are applied to soils. So these 3 stress deformation analyses, all done by very reputable, both engineers and academics, all came to different conclusions on what was the triggering mechanism for that failure. And all are believable. They're all reasonable outcomes, but there was enough uncertainty there, even though there was significantly more data available for that facility. There were a significantly larger number of field investigations that were done. There were piezometers right there at the location of the failure. And yet there are still competent engineers, very well-renowned engineers, that all came up with different reasons why this failure occurred.
Dr. Marr also testified about what was called a Federal Highway Administration study that he completed. Are you familiar with that study?
Yes. In fact, I was giggling to myself as I was listening to the testimony, because that's a case that I learned about while I was a student at the University of Illinois.
And why do they teach about that study?
That study is both a fantastic case in terms of the amount of information that's available there, both the site investigation and the instrumentation, but also as a lesson to young students and potential geotechnical engineers about the uncertainties in our profession. That, again, 2 different engineers can look at the same set of measured data and come up with very different answers. And I don't remember the exact numbers, but in terms of what was trying to be predicted was how much additional fill could be placed on this closed highway section or embankment along this highway. And I think the answers that were submitted range by a factor of 4 or 5, from the low end of the predictions to the high end of the predictions.
So having reviewed Dr. Marr's expert report, his rebuttal report, and the testimony in this matter, do you have any opinions regarding his opinion that the Edenville Dam would not have failed if the level remained below 380.3 feet?
That certainly could be correct, but my biggest concern with the outcome of his analyses was, again, the certainty with which he is stating that result. I think there is considerable uncertainty that another engineer could come up with a value that would be different than that value given the same inputs. In my own back analyses of liquefaction flow failure case histories, even the well-documented cases that are better documented than, or had more information, I should say, than the Edenville case. It's not unusual for me to come up with variabilities on strength of plus or minus 30%, variabilities in the position of the water table of several feet from our best estimate because those numbers are not well known, and they certainly were not well known here at Edenville. So again, my biggest concern was not his results, because I think they probably are reasonable given his interpretation of everything, but was the uncertainty was understated in that result.
And so you just said that there was a potential 30%. Can you, 30%?
Sure. For the back analyses that I performed of other liquefaction flow failures, it is not unusual for the results of the back analyses that I performed to vary by 30% of from my best estimate, and sometimes more. And it largely has to do with the uncertainties associated with running those analyses. Those analyses give you a very specific number, and you can put that number, whether it's a strength or a water table location, out to 10 decimal places if you wish. But we do not have enough information on the front end, on the inputs, to be able to refine our answers to that level of certainty. And that especially was the case here at Edenville. We had very limited in situ data. We had very limited knowledge of the specifics of the stratigraphy. We had very limited knowledge of the specific elevation of the water surface at the time of the failure. And as a result, I could run those analyses and come up with a number, but I would have a significant amount of uncertainty associated with that.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Olson.
Okay, whoever's ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The report you wrote in this case is not the first time that you have authored a report for the state of Michigan. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you authored a report for the state of Michigan in its action against Lee Mueller, Boyce, Michigan LLC, and the various Boyce entities that was in the Western District of Michigan, correct?
I don't know specifically what case it was for, but yes, I did author an earlier report for the Michigan AG.
That was in a proceeding against the dam owner, correct?
I understand that that is the case, but I do not know the case number or any details of the case itself.
Well, you authored a report. Didn't you want to know the circumstances for which you were proffering an opinion?
I was asked to provide an opinion on specific aspects of a case. I just did not know the details of that case.
And in that, your opinion was that had the state had sued Mr. Mueller and the Boyce entities, and the state alleged that he should have had the spillway fixed. And that's what you filed a report in support of, correct?
I filed a report to provide opinions related to static liquefaction, related to whether the industry should be looking at static liquefaction and the other topics that I stated there. But again, I don't want to bias my own opinion by taking sides in a case. I'm trying to provide opinions on what I understand to be technical issues.
You understand that here today you are taking a side.
I'm providing opinions on technical issues.
And in the litigation in the USDC Western District, you provided an opinion that the refocus of the owner on the remediation of the spillway system from the prior flattening and buttressing of downstream slopes, correct?
Yes, I think that was understandable.
And in that, you also opined that had the spillway been fixed, the failure would not have occurred.
I think that is likely.
Okay, and in doing so, in rendering that opinion, did you do any kind of analysis, any kind of mathematical analysis or otherwise?
It was solely opinion,
Based on what?
based on my reading of the IFT report and the other information related to the documents that I was delivered.
And in the opinions you're rendering here today, you have not done any type of numerical analysis or modeling, correct?
For this case, that is correct. No, I have not.
And when you also testified or you were retained in the Brazil case that you just mentioned, correct? As an expert.
As an expert, yes.
And you were retained by the Securities and Exchange Commission.
That is correct.
And the Securities and Exchange Commission's contention was that the owners of the dam knew that the dam was unsafe and they lied to the stockholders. We made a fraud on the market.
My understanding of the case, yes. I was brought in as an expert witness related to liquefaction.
And in that case, it was your opinion in support of the Securities and Exchange Commission's position that they knew that the dam was unsafe in advance of the failure, correct?
I would not say it was in support of them. I provided them with my opinion of what I thought happened. Personally, I didn't care one way or the other who won that case.
But nevertheless, your opinion in that case was that the dam owners or whoever was at issue in that case knew that the dam was unsafe before the static liquefaction occurred, correct?
No, what I stated was that you could calculate a factor of safety with the given information of a certain value. I did not know who knew that value or when that was known.
Okay, in this case, had a factor of safety been performed, analysis been performed? Are you aware of that, whether one was or not?
I am aware of some stability analyses looking at drain conditions for different parts outside of the left embankment here.
And you understand that the IFT,
Outside of what, please?
The
No, I
left
just-
embankment for Edenville,
I'll just,
um,
one more time.
the left embankment.
Left embankment.
Left embankment. Again, looking downstream.
No,
left
I'm
side.
hearing like something magna. I'm going, that cannot be what he's saying. So, and it wasn't.
No,
So,
sir.
you understand that the IFT said that if a factor of safety analysis had been done for this dam, the failure may not have occurred.
Well, of course, an analysis is not going to stop a failure from occurring. And there are different types of stability analyses that we run. So
Are you
analysis-
disagreeing that the IFT said that in their report?
No, I'm not.
It's been
disagreeing with
presented here in court and you said you listened to the testimony.
that. I do not disagree.
You've been very involved with the tailings dams, correct?
Correct.
And tailings dams are not water storage dams, correct?
That is correct.
But tailings, the principle behind tailings dams is very similar to water storage dams, correct? I mean, in terms of
Some
the,
senses, yes.
and in the sense of the potential for static liquefaction, correct?
It is much more likely to occur in a tailings facility than it is in a water retaining facility. But the behaviors are the same.
And what you have published a number of articles where you have conducted back analysis of dozens of dam failures, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you started that and you went for your PhD, when you did your PhD thesis, correct?
I actually started it when I was working on my master's degree and then continued when I was a PhD student.
And
Yes.
when you did those back analysis in published articles, did you tell people this is so uncertain, you really can't trust my results?
I did not, but I put error bars on things and I put a range, not a specific line through data.
But you have been very prolific publishing in the arena of tailings dam failures, correct?
Depends on how you define that, but yes, I have published in that
And
arena.
you are publishing that for the purpose of people looking to your research for guidance, correct?
Yes,
And Again, you do not tell them that this is uncertain, that the other guy may have a different opinion.
In a particular paper, no, but when I consult, yes, we look at multiple methods to evaluate the same property because we know, and I encourage engineers to look at multiple methods because we know they are uncertain.
And people look to your articles for guidance, correct?
Yes,
Because then that's your intention that they do. And you've written also about soil, the mode of shear effects on yield and liquefied strength ratios, correct?
yes,
And in that context, you have also written that the fact that these are reconstituted samples, that's just a condition that's inherent in doing these types of analysis, isn't it?
Reconstituted means that we are rebuilding a soil for laboratory testing. So
Yes,
I'm not sure if that's what you intended.
that is.
Okay.
It's
Then
right out of
yes.
your article, so.
Okay,
Because you were critical that Dr. Marr's testing results, because that they're taking this, relied on soil that had been taken in these boring tests and so forth, couldn't be accurate. But yet you recognize that there are differences, and that's part of the engineering science, correct?
there are differences in what are you
Once you
referring
take
to?
once you take the soil out of the ground and you put it in the laboratory setting.
Yes, there are going to be differences.
How many tailings dams have you written about as part of your studies?
I don't know an exact number, but probably half a dozen to a dozen.
How many water storage dams have you written about?
Probably a few more in terms of the case studies that I've looked at.
How many case studies have you looked at?
Between myself and my students, roughly 75.
And when you publish those results, you publish those results with the intention for people to rely on those results, correct?
Yes,
And those results you do then have inherent uncertainties, correct?
that is correct. They have uncertainties. In fact, my students and I spell those out in our dissertations, what the uncertainties are.
And static liquefaction is not a new or unknown mode of dam failure, correct? In fact, in 1920, a Mr. Hazen wrote about the collapse of the Calaveras Dam, correct?
Correct.
And subsequent to, and before that, actually, in 1907, it was used to describe the Wachusett Dam,
Sorry, the what?
Wachusett Dam.
Wachusett.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And it was also determined to be the likely cause of the 1938 failure of the Fort Peck Dam, correct?
That is correct.
And those are dams that are all very well known among the civil engineering community, correct?
At least the Calaveras and the Fort Peck were. The Wachusett Dam was unknown until the people I worked with, the co-authors, uncovered that in some very old documents.
What year was that? 1900 something?
1907, Your Honor.
You understand that the Eatonville Dam, that the spillways had been considered inadequate by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
That's what I read.
And you understood that the gates were inoperable, correct?
That is also something I read, yes.
And notwithstanding your criticism of Dr. Marr, you understand that the soils in the area were loose soils, correct?
Or like, they must have been loose soils to behave that way, yes.
So that was a reasonable reliance by Dr. Marr that those were loose soils then.
Yes,
And in fact, Dr. Marr and the IFT and you all agree that static liquefaction occurred here, correct?
yes,
You also understand that the dam, the hydroelectric power, the powerhouse had been shut down on the Eatonville Dam.
that was my understanding, yes.
And that affects the passage of water, correct?
Yes,
And you were aware that it could not pass the probable maximum flood set by FERC.
only what I read. I had nothing to do with any of that and did not spend much time focused on those issues.
Are you aware that it could not pass the probable maximum flood under Michigan law, which is 1/2?
I was not aware of that until listening to testimony.
And in the tests that had been performed, or the studies of factor of safety that had been performed in the prior CSIRs, it was a low factor of safety for this dam. Were you aware of that?
And what do you mean by low factor of safety?
Below 1.5.
So there are cases that are allowable for lower factors of safety than 1.5
Isn't that typically earthquake situations?
or rapid drawdown or temporary loading conditions or short-term conditions. Yes.
But an ongoing operable dam in a classified as high hazard, that would not be appropriate, correct?
For long-term drained steady state flow, that is correct.
And inches can make a difference on dam failure, can't it?
I'm not sure what you mean by inches making a difference, but I suppose so.
Well, you talk about, and you criticize Dr. Marr and suggest that he's talking about inches. Actually, he's talking about a foot. Did you realize that?
Yes.
But if we were talking about inches, do you want to run and operate your dam where the difference of 1 or 2 inches could mean the difference of the communities of human life and property being destroyed?
Again, that had nothing to do with the opinions that I was providing.
Did you perform a FLAC 3D analysis on the Edenville Dam?
No,
Did you perform a limiting equilibrium analysis
I did not.
you understand that the IFT performed a limiting equilibrium analysis
Yes,
and Dr. Marr also performed that?
yes,
And are you aware that plaintiff's counsel agreed to make the FLAC 3D data materials available to the state of Michigan to run the program? And
I'm sorry, please finish.
to run the program? Are
I
you?
was not aware of that.
And would you like to have seen that material and ran that program?
Again, I was not asked to do that, to provide opinions on certainty or uncertainties in input parameters.
Is that a program you even know how to run?
Yes.
And I didn't mean that insulting. My understanding
Yes,
is there is a
I
certain
have run it
sophistication.
for at some point in my career, but I have not probably used that tool for the last 10 years or
Yeah.
more.
And my understanding is you have to be very familiar with it to run that program.
That is correct.
The state, by the way, declined to take the program.
Okay, that sounds a lot like testimony.
Oh, sorry.
So this is time for you to ask questions and
Okay.
then your counsel can call you if you need to. So,
I will do that.
thank you.
Let me. In the state's litigation in the Western District of Michigan Federal Court, you indicated that the dam wouldn't have failed, but for the water levels, correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
And in a situation where you have a dam that has an adequate spillway, the gates are not fully operable, you have loose soils, you no longer can use the powerhouse, it can't pass the probable maximum flood, as a low factor of safety, and a more recent factor of safety test hasn't been performed, you wouldn't want to add water to that situation, would you?
Your Honor, objection. He's not a safety expert.
Defense counsel,
But if you can answer it, I'm gonna allow it. He's an endorsed expert. He's told us about his activities since for decades. He may be able to answer it. I do not know. So can you answer
Could
the
you
question?
repeat that, please?
let's
There's a lot in between.
let me see if I can. Can you just read it back to him?
Yes.
Thank you.
in a situation where you have a dam that has an adequate spillway, the gates are not fully operable, you have loose soils, you no longer can use the powerhouse. You can't pass the probable maximum flood as a low factor of safety, and a more recent factor of safety test hasn't been performed. You wouldn't want to add water to that situation, would you?
I would certainly want to analyze that and understand all the aspects of the situation before changing any of the conditions.
Thank you. Can I consult with my co-counsel for a moment, please?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. My co-counsels, if you're next. I don't travel like. A second.
Me either, Miss Olmer. I'm with you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Olson. My name is Jason Thompson. I'm another plaintiff lawyer. I'm going to ask you a
Mr.
few
Thompson.
questions. We've talked a little bit today about uncertainties, and you would agree with me that engineers are no strangers to uncertainties, are they?
They are not.
Certainly no reason to shy away from a challenge, is it?
We must deal with it.
There were a fair number of uncertainties with trying to land a man on the moon, right?
Of course.
75 years ago, roughly, we did that.
More like 50.
Gee
50?
whiz.
My math is off.
50.
I remember the man on the moon, and I am not 75 years
69.
old. And holy caramba, it's 1968 or so.
69.
This trial has aged me beyond my comprehension.
Hey, want to trade seats?
You would agree with me that there was a fair amount of uncertainties with driverless taxis, for example.
Yes, of course there is.
I believe roughly 10 years ago, we started to work on that.
Roughly, yes.
And certainly with AI and ChatGPT, there's some uncertainties with putting that all together, right?
Of course,
The engineers did it, and about 3 years ago, we started to explore the world of AI.
of course.
You talked about uncertainties in the context of being able to predict, I think, when the liquefaction would have occurred here. And I believe in your report and in today's testimony, you mentioned 1/10 of a foot. Did I hear that right, correctly?
I don't think I mentioned that today, but I may have. But certainly in my reports, I would have stated that I don't think you can estimate that with the available information with certainty to within 1/10 of a foot.
Right. And I believe that's what you testified to here today, but it certainly is in your report as well.
Yes,
Now, you understand that Dr. Marr's report estimates that the dam would not have failed due to liquefaction if the water level had been 1 foot lower than what it was, correct?
yes, I understand that.
So he's not trying to slice and dice this into 1/10 of a foot, is he?
For that analysis, no.
Okay. And you don't have any problem with him using 1 foot, do you?
I still think that is questionable, given the significant uncertainties here.
Okay. What level of certainty, strike that. What measurement would you be comfortable with?
Given the
Measurement relative to what?
The 1/10 estimate that you've testified is, strike that. Let's go back to your report. In your report, you said that it's not possible to estimate the point of liquefaction as precise as 1/10 of a foot, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What level of precision is acceptable to you?
And that's as far as for
Trying
level
to
of the
estimate-
flood.
Yes, thank you. Your
Okay,
Honor.
that's.
For
that- all I'm
this
trying-
case, I would be more comfortable had that indicated something along the lines of 680.3 plus or minus 0.5 or 1 foot. But to say specifically 680.3 and say that there's no uncertainty associated with that, that anything beyond that would be liquefaction, anything below that would not be liquefaction, is where I feel uncomfortable.
And did you do any work to come up with that number just now?
No, that is based solely on my experience.
Just pulling it out of your head?
No, solely on my experience of working with dozens and dozens of similar case studies.
But nothing with regard to this case.
That is correct.
In fact, you didn't come up with any model to answer that question in this case, did you?
That is correct.
You didn't even try.
I was not asked to do so. That would have been a significantly greater amount of work.
And you didn't do it,
I was not asked to do so.
right? You didn't even try.
I was asked to provide opinions only.
So you would agree with me that you did not try to do any analysis to determine at what level the dam would not have liquefied?
I did not try to do that. No.
Okay. And you have testified that the results that Dr. Marr reached were reasonable
Yes. I
and his
think they are.
methodology was reasonable.
The methodology was reasonable as well.
If you had tried to do the work and done the work, you may have come up with the same results, correct?
Possibly,
Nothing
but
further.
I
Your Honor.
don't think I would have.
Salson Yocum. Oh, yeah, thank you. Ms. Holman Road, based on Mr. Thompson's questions, any follow-up from you? Thank you.
Sorry, just from your
No,
past practice,
thanks.
I
No,
want to.
yep. I'm glad someone's paying attention. No, teasing, I know everybody is. Please.
Dr. Olson, I believe you were trying to finish an answer there at the end of Mr. Thompson's cross-examination. What did you want to say?
So I don't think I would have, it's possible I would have come up with the same answer, but I don't think I would have because my interpretation of some of the input parameters, having looked at them, did not match what Dr. Marr was using. Furthermore, it is since that report has come out, there have been other studies now, one in particular from a colleague of mine at Tailenge, who have shown conclusively that the constitutive model, we're getting back into the weeds now, the constitutive model that Dr. Marr used is not in its original form, which I believe he used. He did not indicate which version of North Sand he was using, but it is not suitable for this stress path of a rising water table and stress relief within a structure. There are some very technical issues with the original constitutive North Sand model for this specific stress path.
Okay. And I believe that Ms. Almond asked you a series of questions. And excuse me, Your Honor, I'm going to ask my co-counsel a quick question before I ask this.
Sure.
So Your Honor, this document is not an exhibit, but this is the expert report. Amy, if you could pull that up for me. That
What expert report?
expert report in the Western District that Ms. Almond asked Dr. Olson about earlier.
Okay, plaintiffs, do you have a copy of that? Thank you. Okay. Before we show it to the witness, are you offering it as an exhibit? Or do you want it simply for purposes of this exam?
I think simply for purposes of his
Okay,
exhibit.
so let's not put it up yet unless the witness says, unless you lay the foundation necessary. I wouldn't think anyway.
No, you're probably right, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Dr. Olson, you were asked about your conclusions as it relates to spillway capacity. Strike that. I'm trying to form a question on the run and I'm not doing it very well.
Just take your time.
Ms. Almond asked you some questions about the previous expert report that you offered for the state. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in that expert report, you had analyzed the effect of expanding the spillway capacity at Edenville Dam on the potential for static liquefaction. Do you recall that?
I would not use the term analyze, but I certainly considered that situation. Yes.
And what were your conclusions?
My conclusion was that had the spillway been, it was very much the same as the IFT. Had the spillway been operating properly, my understanding was it would have had very little effect on the lake level. And as a result, if there was no change in the lake level, it is likely that liquefaction would have occurred. But I could be misremembering. I wouldn't mind seeing that document. just to be sure, because my
Solomon
memory's not
Road,
as good as I
you
wish.
examined on it. Is there any objection to the witness seeing it? Thank you.
Amy, can you pull up the document and go to page 5? And it's going to be under 3.0. It's going to be the 4th paragraph down. Page 5. Dr. Olson, it's this highlighted portion. If you want to take a second to reread that.
Yes, I certainly did, Mr. Member. So as I state here, as discussed in the IFT report, upgraded spillway system designed to handle the PMF would have limited reservoir levels to lower than historical high water levels. And as I state there, that likely would have prevented the static liquefaction flow failure.
And what you were analyzing there was the full probable maximum flood, correct?
Again, I was not analyzing anything. IFT analyzed that and it stated that would have likely ended up in lower reservoir levels. And my judgment then, having looked at that, was if the water levels were lower than what they actually were, liquefaction would have not likely occurred.
Okay. And then you weren't asked to put together a model for the state, were you, in this case?
Correct. I did not put together any model, nor was I asked to.
So this wasn't a question of whether you were capable of doing it or whether you wanted to, correct?
Correct.
All right, Dicky, you're on.
Recross. Recross. May the witness be excused. Counsel? Agree? All right, Dr. Olson, thanks for your testimony. Hope your travels to wherever you're headed today are safe. Thank you for being
Thank
with
you,
the
Your
court.
Honor.
Appreciate it. Just from a housekeeping perspective on, and Dr. Olson doesn't need to stay, that last screenshot that was shown, for purposes, it's not an exhibit, but I'm open to suggestions on how do we memorialize that. I intentionally did not look at the screen when it was being shown. I don't know what the party's position is as whether or not we need that for a complete appellate record.
I'll let defense respond. That was their examination first, then I can share my thoughts with you. Great.
Perfect. Okay, let's call it a week. Okay, all right, thank you both. All right, we started at 5 minutes after 1. It's now about 2:45. In your witness list for today, Mr. Gamble, Mr. Trumbull's listed and I see he's in the courtroom, so we're ready to go after a break. Is that correct? Okay. Any objection to a break until 3 o'clock? None noted. We will be in recess until 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Those are, I was re-upping. No. Just me that.
All right. All right. Vance, you may call your next witness. Very well. Mr. Trumbull, if you could return to the witness stand. You're still under oath, sir. Okay. You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Trumbull, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'd like to start by asking you to outline for the court your educational history.
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in civil and environmental engineering from Michigan State University. What was did you say educational on what?
Just outline your educational history is all.
Mr. Trumbull, can you slide that microphone a little bit closer to you? Thanks. I may ask you to adjust it later, but I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Thanks. Go ahead.
While at MSU, did you have any classes involving hydrology?
Yes, I did.
And how about hydraulics?
Yes,
And did you graduate?
I did.
What year?
2007.
Are you a professional engineer?
I am.
When did you get your certification?
I took the exam in April 2011 and licensed in August of 2011, if I remember correctly.
Have you received any training in software programs or models that you use as an engineer?
Yes, I have.
Have you been trained in Autodesk, AutoCAD?
Yes.
How about ESRI, ArcGIS,
Yes.
HEC, HMS,
Yes.
HEC, RES?
Yes.
And for your HEC, HMS and HEC, RES training, where did you obtain that training at?
I've taken several courses in or trainings in HEC, HMS and HEC RAS through the Army Corps of Engineers, both at the Detroit district and folks from HEC Davis, the developers of those programs from California. I have taken courses with Dr. Art Miller in HEC HMS when he was contracting with ASDSO to offer those courses. I've taken a HEC-RAS course through Michigan Technological University. And I'm trying to think if there's any other ones. I think that's about it.
All right. Now you graduated from college in 2007, right?
Correct.
What was your first job?
My first job out of college was for a consulting firm called Earth Tech, which became AECom while I was working there. Mostly along the East Coast, designing and providing construction oversight for landfills and the various facilities around landfills on the East Coast.
And what was your position?
I believe it was just called a staff engineer, if I'm remembering correctly.
And how long were you at AECom?
would have been from June 2007 until sometime in 2010, I believe. So approximately 3 years.
So what'd you do next?
Then I started to work for the state of Michigan at the Michigan Public Service Commission for a brief time, about 9 or 10 months, in electric reliability and smart grid applications. So electric regulatory things.
And then later in 2010, did you change positions within the state?
I believe it was September 2010. I took a position with, I'm going to guess it was DEQ at that point, but Eagle now in the dam safety unit.
And what was your position at that time?
I was a regional dam safety engineer covering the southern portion of the lower peninsula. It was my coverage area, but administering the Dam Safety Act Part 315 and the Inland Lake Levels Act Part 307.
And you were a senior environmental engineer?
I believe when I hired in, I was not licensed, so I would have been an environmental engineer. When I became licensed, I became a senior. So a portion of the time I was just a standard environmental engineer, and then certainly at the end towards or after 2011, I was a senior. And yes.
Have a hard time hearing us.
Yeah.
Is it the microphone?
Is it on?
No.
It seems like it's
One
not.
of the staff that's watching our proceedings remotely asked if I was using the microphone. And I don't know, it does amplify if you bring it really close, pretend you're Elvis or something, but
Okay, I will try to speak more slowly and clearly, but
that's a lot better.
just that couple inches, huh? Okay, I'll try to project as well.
Okay. Let Ms. Seacock catch up.
When I hired in, I was not licensed, so.
Elizabeth, can I see a sec?
When I hired in, I was not yet licensed as a professional engineer. So I was classified as an environmental engineer. Later, when I became licensed in 2011, it's called reclassification to a senior environmental engineer licensed at that point.
Well, did your job responsibilities change when you went from an environmental engineer to a senior environmental engineer?
No, the core job responsibilities were the same. It's just that I had PE certification, so I could sign, stamp, and review my own engineering documents.
All right, well, while you were environmental engineer and a senior environmental engineer, can you describe what you did in the dam safety unit?
Sure, I did dam safety inspections, those visual inspections that we've talked about. Reviewed and issued permit applications for alteration, construction, and removal of dams, including design review and specification review. Perform compliance inspections. Undertook compliance and enforcement activities when a dam owner would fall out of compliance with the state regulations. Participated in emergency action planning exercises, development of emergency action plans, responded to dam emergencies. So that'd be mostly under Part 315. Under Part 307, participated in those lake level hearings or all the events leading up to a lake level hearing with the preliminary lake level studies, review of that, review of what the proposed lake level order would be, and sometimes either providing comment or participating in those hearings as well.
So were all of your activities performed under Part 315 and Part 307?
For the most part, I mean, I did do other things as I asked, as an engineer in the department with experience in dams and hydraulics and hydrology, things like that. So, but for the most part, activities related to dams and administration of those two parts.
And were you responsible for administering Part 315 to dam owners?
Yes.
And the same for Part 30, well, were you responsible for administering Part 307 on any applicants to set lake levels?
Yes.
Did you perform any modeling exercises while you were either a staff engineer or senior environmental engineer?
Yes,
And did any of those modeling efforts involve HEC HMS
yes,
or HEC RAS?
yes.
How many, can you roughly estimate how many dam inspections you've conducted?
Not as many as of late, but from 2010 until 2021, when I was promoted to supervisor of the unit, I probably averaged around 25 a year, I would guess. So 25 times, however many that is, so was it 2011?
235.
235 is my estimate of how many dam and safety inspections I've done in that ballpark. Yes.
In 2021, did your position change?
Yes.
How did it change?
I was promoted to supervisor of the dam safety unit.
How many members of the dam safety unit were there at that time?
At that time, I believe 3 engineers and myself, so 4.
Can you describe your job responsibilities as a supervisor of the dam safety unit?
In a nutshell, it was still administration of Part 307 and Part 315, but in a supervisory role, supervising the staff that perform those same day-to-day tasks that I had outlined earlier, and going to a lot more meetings about program development and other things that were going on. I mean, this was post Edenville failure, so there was a lot going on at the programmatic level that I took on a lot of those responsibilities as a supervisor.
Okay, and so you're actually still involved enforcement of Part 315?
Yes.
Continue to monitor or undertake compliance monitoring for Part 315?
Correct.
And did you take any enforcement actions under Part 315?
Yes.
How long were you in that position?
I was in that position up until the end of last December, I think December 29th was my last day in that position.
What did you do, or how did you change positions?
I was promoted again to section manager, so manager of the field operations, engineering and enforcement section, which includes the dam safety unit and about 4 other units, compliance and enforcement units, transportation review units, and our hydrologic studies and floodplain management units.
As part of your current job responsibilities, do you still administer Part 315?
Yes, I oversee the unit that administers it and have a lot of involvement, yes.
Are you still responsible for overseeing staff implementing Part 307?
Yes.
Let me ask you about some of the organizations that you belong to. Do you belong to the Association of State Dam Safety Officials?
That is correct.
Are you the chair of any committees in that organization?
I am the chair of the Tailings Dam Regulatory Committee, and I participate on a couple others as well.
Let's see, as to the associations, are you a member of the Dam Failure and Incidents Committee?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's a committee of state dam safety regulatory officials, consultants, folks from academia, dam owners. So kind of a wide range of folks who are members of the Association of State Dam Safety Officials. And they do several, it's a pretty big committee. They do a lot of tasks, but a lot is looking at past dam failures, gathering information. They have a website that's a repository for, past dam failure information. They develop dam failure investigation guidelines and keep those current. Um, put together a lot of information for presentations at conferences. I think the overall goal is just trying to better understand dam failures and incidents and how we can learn from them and hopefully not repeat, have repeats of those same things in the future.
Do you participate in the Federal Emergency Management Agency's National Dam Safety Review Board?
I don't anymore, but I was a state rep on the National Dam Safety Review Board for 2 terms. I believe I cycled off in late 2024 or the early 2025. I can't remember exactly, but yes, I have in past.
What did you do as a member of that board?
Mr. Sturdivant talked about that before, and it's much the same role when I believe when he participated as a state rep from Wisconsin was to help advise policy, identify data gaps and research needs, sponsor projects for all aspects of dam safety, business practices, by the federal agencies and the state agencies to utilize. So they would develop best practices type documentation for regulators or just dam owners, help advise policy on developing the model state dam safety program, just develop tools that practitioners can use in their day-to-day jobs and so forth.
As a member of that board, did you participate in performing any dam failure investigations?
Not as part of the Dam Safety Review Board.
Have you participated in any dam failure investigations?
I have, yes.
And who are those for?
Mostly in my capacity with the state, dams that had failed within the state of Michigan. The guidelines I was talking about from the Dam Failures and Incidents Committee is designed for state agencies when an independent team is not assembled to investigate a failure. There's guidelines on how that we've developed and kept current on what data to collect, how to perform interviews, how to move, what is time critical and, things like that. So I have, under those guidelines, investigated several dam failures in the state of Michigan.
Have you testified as an expert in any Part 315 proceedings?
I have, yes.
Can you give us a rough estimate as to how many?
I would say probably around rough numbers, 10 to 12, roughly.
And did all of those involve the enforcement of Part 315?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert in any Part 307 proceedings?
I have, yes.
Roughly how many?
It's several more than I couldn't place my finger on exactly. I was trying to think about that, but I would say it's probably close to 30 or so. And I say that because a lot of times there will be multiple hearings for multiple dams on a certain day, and I would testify at 3 or 4 in a day. So I don't know exactly what the number is, but I imagine it's around 30 or so.
Can you tell us typically what your testimony involves when you're testifying in Part 307 proceedings?
Mostly I'd be qualified as an expert to talk about the administration of Part 307, Part 315 if it applies to that dam, hydraulics and hydrology of the watershed and of the dam, and just overall dam safety practices.
I should have asked you earlier, when you were testifying as an expert in Part 315, did any of your testimony relate to or involve the application of hydraulics or hydrology concepts?
Very frequently, yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to proffer Mr. Trumbull as an expert in Part 307, Part 315, hydrology and hydraulics.
307.
Yes, sir.
315, hydraulics.
And hydrology.
Any voir dire or objection?
Yeah, Your Honor, we object under MCL 600.2955 on the grounds that the opinions offered are not reliable.
600 point what, please?
2955.
And the basis is what, please?
Sure, under 2955, it's not admissible. The opinion testimony is presumptively not admissible unless the court makes a determination that it would be reliable and assist the trier of fact. And the facts that, factors that must be considered include consideration of the technique, methodology, and reasoning used by Mr. Trumbull.
We haven't heard what the proposed opinions are yet.
That's right. I think it's premature to offer him without knowing what the technique and methodology are.
He's being asked if he can be allowed to be qualified as an expert and then to offer opinions about 307, 315 hydraulics and hydrology. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you believe he's not qualified because why?
Because he's not a hydrologist, he's not a hydrologist, he's not a geotechnical engineer. So he doesn't have the types of qualifications that render Gibbs Williams or Dr. Alan Marr qualified to render opinions in hydraulics or hydrology. And the extent that he's being asked to apply law to fact, that's not helpful to the trier of fact. I'm not saying he's not qualified to work in the dam safety unit, but that he's not familiar with the facts of his job or how 307 and 315 relate. But those are not the kind of an expert.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else on plaintiff's side?
No.
Response?
First of all, we have not proffered him as a geotechnical expert, but we have proffered him on as an expert on 315 and 307. And he's probably the foremost expert in the state on the application of that. He has testified multiple times on it and has certainly been involved in the application of that many times. We have had a lot of testimony in this case on how part 315 and part 307 applies. So I think it's certainly relevant, and there's certainly nobody more qualified to testify in those subjects than Mr. Trumbull. With respect to hydraulics and hydrology, it's what he's done here in the state of Michigan for the last 15 years. So I think he's clearly qualified
Thank you.
to testify on those topics.
All right. Not sure, but I think this may be the first objection to the qualifications of an expert that's been proffered. Is that right? By either side? Okay. For that reason, I'm going to go into a little more detail than I would normally go into. For purposes of appellate review, I just want the panel of the Court of Appeals and my 7 highly respected members of the Supreme Court to understand this is not a remotely close call. And this isn't even in the wheelhouse of close calls. Of course, this witness is qualified to testify as an expert in 307, 305, hydrology and hydraulics. He is a certified professional engineer, a graduate of the first land grant university in the United States, Michigan State. He's inspected 235 dams in the state of Michigan in a 25 per year from 2010 to 2021. He was the first aligned member of the dam safety unit, subsequently promoted in 2021 to the supervisor of the dam safety unit. And as of December 29th, 2025, he began to take on a supervisory role in the same department. He's testified with regards to 315 hearings 10 to 15 times and 307 hearings 30 times. No witness who has been proffered by either the plaintiffs or the defense has as much boots on the ground experience, time reviewing this. I have no idea whether or not the opinions will be persuasive. I have no idea whether or not the opinions will carry the day for whoever seeks the opinions. But as relates to this court's duties as a gatekeeper under MCL 600.2955, a role in which I am very familiar with, having had the privilege of making those decisions for over 12 years as a Kent Circuit judge, and now having reviewed them these decisions of my judicial colleagues for 7 years on the Michigan Court of Appeals, this is not a close call. Maybe I'm entirely wrong and there'll be a retrial if there's a verdict that's contrary to the party who's opposing the status and the ability to offer opinions. If so, I simply ask for instructions on how to go through the discernment process with greater clarity than that which was been now summarized by me in this ruling, which will grant the motion to allow Mr. Trumbull. And again, I'm not saying I have no idea whether this is going to be persuasive testimony whatsoever, but I think he clearly is qualified. So thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Trumbull, were you asked to offer opinions in this case?
I was, yes.
Did you author a written report setting forth those opinions?
I did, yes.
Amy, can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 246?
Actually, I wanted to add one thing. We did have a Daubert hearing, and it was no more a close call as to whether or not Mr. Sturdivant was qualified to testify. Yeah, for me, when I was asked to make that decision in August and September of this past year. So I'm not being critical of the attorneys who opposed the opposing party doing this, but I mean, again, in Mr. Sturdivant's case, it wasn't a close call, and in this one, it's just not a close call for me. I may be completely wrong on both of them, but I don't think so. But if I am, hopefully we'll have instructions on how to do it better the next time. So anyway, but I did want to, I remembered, that's right, Mr. Sturdivant, we had a 6-hour hearing back in September 18th or 19th, I think. So please continue, counsel.
Do you recognize this exhibit, Mr. Trumbull?
I do, yes.
What is it?
This was the expert report in response to the several expert reports that I reviewed from the plaintiff's experts back in January of 2025.
And did you write this report?
I did.
In this report, did you respond or comment on the expert report submitted by Dr. Williams?
I did, yes.
Dr. Marr?
Yes, I did.
And Mr. Sturdivant?
Yes, I did.
I believe you also commented briefly on Dr. Rappaport's report.
That is correct.
I want to start with Dr. Williams. Did Dr. Williams attempt to estimate in his report how high the water in Wixom Lake would have risen if it had started the flood event at the Runner River level?
Yes, he made that attempt, yes.
And what did Dr. Williams consider to be the run of river in his initial expert report?
In the initial report, I believe the starting elevation for Wixom Lake, or run, or what has been termed as run of river elevation here, was 667.8 feet.
And was that the top of the sill of the dam?
It's the crest of the concrete spillways that exist under the gates on Edenville Dam on both spillways.
Using that as a starting point, how high did Dr. Williams estimate the water would have risen in his first expert report?
Under that scenario, where the starting elevation was elevation 667.8 and the gates were opened, I believe the elevation was 679.9 feet was the peak elevation in Wixom Lake under that scenario.
That moment, please. Please proceed.
Had the IFT undertaken a similar analysis in its report?
They had, yes.
And how high did the IFT conclude the water would have risen if it started at the runner, their version of the runner river?
Yeah, under the same scenario, with the exception that the starting elevation of Eatonville, or sorry, Wixom Lake was elevation 670. They estimated that the peak elevation of Wixom Lake during the same flood under the same conditions would have been 681.1 feet.
And can you remind us again, what was the water level in Wixom Lake when the dam failed?
I believe it was approximately 681.3 feet.
Did the IFT make any conclusions as to whether or not the dam would have failed if it had reached 681.1?
They concluded that reduction of 0.2 feet from where the dam failed would not have likely caused, or would still likely have caused the failure of the dam. Sorry.
If I may object.
Yes.
The best evidence of what IFT said is the IFT report.
I don't disagree. Where are we going on this, Mr. Cool?
I was just trying to show the contrast as to what we're talking about, the difference between why Dr. Williams was making an opinion. And it was his opinion was really contrary to what the IFT had done. And that's it. Now I'm moving on.
Okay, thanks.
To determine how high the water in Wixom Lake would have risen, did Dr. Williams analyze both the inflows and outflows from Wixom Lake to reach his conclusions?
He did, yes.
All right, let's start with inflows. How many rivers fed into Wixom Lake?
I don't know the answer. I'm not trying to be smart, but there's two major river systems, but each one of those has several tributaries. So two major river systems, the Tobacco and the Tittabawassee.
All right. Did Dr. Williams analyze the runoff from the rain that flowed into each of the major rivers?
He did, yes.
Can you describe how Dr. Williams determined the runoff into those rivers?
He used what's called the NRCS method, or it used to be called SCS method, but it's a method in which you delineate the watershed into, the total watershed that flows into the point of interest, in this case, the Eatonville Dam, into sub-basins. You use the land use and soil type characteristics to determine what's called a runoff curve number, to estimate basically what portion of the rainfall is sequestered or absorbed, and what portion of the rainfall converts to runoff and makes it into those waterways that drain to that point. And to calculate time of concentration, some other things to just, it's called a rainfall runoff relationship, to build a rainfall runoff relationship to estimate how much and what the temporal over time, how much water is flowing into the system for those several subbasins, and then ultimately end up at the Eatonville Dam.
Now, in your expert report, did you identify any concerns about the runoff relationships used in Dr. Williams' report?
I identified several concerns of varying degree, yes.
Okay, you mentioned runoff curve numbers. What are those?
That's based on the land use and soil types. It's an estimation of how much rainfall will convert to runoff. So the proportion of the rain falling on the ground that will run off the surface of that ground and make it to a waterway.
And do you have to determine the runoff curve numbers for each sub-basin, or what was the frequency you have to make that determination?
That's the way is done in practice. There's several ways to do it. But that in this model, that's what it was a kind of a weighted runoff curve number for each sub-basin.
So when you looked at the runoff curve numbers that Dr. Williams used, did you have any concern that they were higher or lower than what you would expect to see in the watersheds leading to Wixom Lake?
Yes, I did consult with our staff hydrologist, in our hydrologic studies unit, who computes runoff curve numbers, I think they do about 1,000 requests a year. So they do this every day as part of their jobs. And we tried to recreate those numbers. And for the base runoff curve numbers that we calculated based on those land use and soil types, the base runoff curve numbers that we calculated were higher than what Dr. Williams had calculated in his analysis.
So what does higher mean? Would that mean you have more or less runoff?
It would mean that in the base condition, Dr. Williams' lower numbers would produce less runoff for the same amount of rainfall than the Eagle predicted values would for the same amount of rainfall.
Did you receive the data that Dr. Williams used to develop his runoff curve numbers?
No, I think we made several requests, but we were never able to obtain the actual data used to develop those runoff curve numbers.
And so is that why you asked for somebody else to try to recreate those numbers?
I think I had asked even before then. It's pretty common to run your own similar analysis to see if you get similar results when you are submitted data from another source to see first, can we recreate those within a margin of error, that's acceptable, or do we get significantly different results, and then try to find out the why if you do.
You mentioned you asked somebody to undertake that analysis. Was that Susie Greiner?
Yeah, Susan Greiner is our the senior hydrologist in the hydrologic studies and floodplain management unit. Yes.
And I think you've already indicated she's experienced in running these type of analysis in the state of Michigan.
Yes, she's been doing that for, I believe about 20 years. I think they do about 1,000 requests a year, but a portion of those would use this SCS, NRCS method with runoff curve numbers. So several hundred a year she does using this methodology.
Have you previously relied on her work?
We rely on it. It's actually a requirement in the state of Michigan that if you're doing a project at a dam or any type of where you requires a permit or design, that you obtain the hydrology from the state of Michigan. If you produce your own, you have to submit it for verification to the state of Michigan, and Susie would do that. Susie or folks in her group would do that review or provide those estimates.
And as far as you're aware, she has a good reputation in her field?
Yes, I believe so.
Amy, can you go to page 11 of this document? Can you focus in on table 4? Can you tell us what this is, Mr. Trumbull?
Yes, this is a summary table for each of the sub basins that was delineated that we talked about earlier for the total watershed for that drains the Edenville Dam. And then the calculations from Dr. Williams' report and the ones that Susie had recreated for the same sub basins, and then just a percentage difference between the two, just to illustrate that there were significant differences in those base runoff curve numbers that were calculated from the two sources.
And what is the impact of underestimating the RCN numbers?
Initially, it would be that a lower runoff curve number would produce less runoff. So less water flowing into Wixom Lake Reservoir and through the Edenville Dam.
And so that would mean you would have a lower lake level in Wixom Lake, correct?
Assuming all other things were the same, less water into the lake would presumably result in a lower peak elevation during a flood, yes.
Now, did you conclude that the RCN numbers that Dr. Williams used were wrong?
No, it was just a flag that we can't recreate these calculations. If we're using basically the same sub-basin drainage areas, the same, topography, land use, soil types, and using the same methodology, we should get numbers that are closer than this. There shouldn't be 35% difference in the base calculation. And this is, there's been a lot of talk about this. So I just want to clarify that this would be before any adjustments were made to so when you do your first calculations, you just calculate the base runoff curve number. And then depending on whatever, you can make adjustments after the fact. But so this was just a flag to say that we can't recreate these. We don't have the model or the calculations that Dr. Williams did. When we try to recreate that for the same area, we don't get the same result.
And so it just raised the proverbial red flag for you, huh?
Correct.
Mentioned how you factored your calculations. Then did Dr. Williams adjust his RCN data in any fashion?
I believe initially so this would, these base, when I say base runoff curve numbers, that assumes antecedent moisture condition level 2, right? Which is kind of the baseline normal conditions. I think, I'm not going to go into the detail, but I was covered earlier, antecedent moisture condition 1 would be if you have reason to believe that the soils were very dry, you might consider lowering it to level 1, which would reduce the runoff curve number and reduce the proportion of the rainfall that converts to runoff. And then, or if you, conversely, if you have reason to believe that the soils were very wet or frozen, you could consider going to level 3, which would raise the runoff curve numbers and equals more of the rainfall converting to runoff.
And so how did he adjust his AMC numbers?
Initially, he did increase the runoff curve numbers to antecedent moisture condition level 3. And then I believe that there was additional adjustments when he was running the model to adjust runoff curve numbers to try to calibrate the model to observe conditions.
All right, well, you're going exactly where I'm going. Did he seek to calibrate his data then?
Yes, once he had, the base runoff curve numbers, time of concentration, you can calculate the inflow, what we call an inflow hydrograph from each one of those subbasins, which is every step in time, how much flow is coming into the system from that subbasin. And then those all add up, through time to produce the inflow hydrograph at the dam or at the outlet of the Edenville or the Wixom Lake Reservoir, the Edenville Dam. So that would be the first run. And then you would make some adjustment on your hydrology or those numbers or your runoff curve numbers or other loss. Use the term how to factor in the loss, how much of the rainfall is lost, is taken out of the system and doesn't make it to the Edenville Dam. You would adjust some of those parameters to match your observed conditions. I believe he did that at 2 locations on the USGS gauges on the Tobacco River. And then I believe we heard him say that he calibrated to 3 known elevation points in time at the Edenville Dam. So he would have made some adjustments per his explanation and in the report to those runoff curve numbers to better.
2 of what? You said something 2 of, and I didn't catch numbers.
I'm sorry, he would have made adjustments to the runoff curve numbers.
The runoff curve numbers, thank you.
Sorry.
No.
To the runoff curve numbers to try to, if the model didn't align with those observed, they would make some adjustments so that it better aligned with those observed.
And you don't dispute.
Your Honor, I just want to place an objection.
Sure, what's the objection?
On the record, Dr. Williams was here for like a full day. He testified to what his methodology was. He issued a report. The best evidence of what Dr. Williams did is from Dr. Williams. And I think that we're getting into the realm of a lack of foundation, speculation on the part of this witness as to what Dr. Williams either did or on the witness's words would have done in preparing Dr. Williams' report and conclusions.
Response, please.
Dr. Williams offered an expert report in this case. Mr. Trumbull is reviewing and commenting on that expert report.
I just, okay. Do you disagree, counsel, that an expert for one side is able, with the proposition that an expert for one side is able to comment on an expert for the other side's report, conclusions, things along those lines?
Yes, of course.
I
agree with that proposition.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that they can. Okay, so what's the issue?
I'm thinking ahead to a few weeks from now, when I'm get my office drafting proposed findings of facts
Right.
and conclusions of law, and I just don't want it to be misconstrued that Mr. Trumbull's testimony as to what Dr. Williams did is in fact what Dr. Williams did. The best evidence.
I agree.
Dr. Williams.
I don't, do you disagree with that?
No.
Okay. I think we're all in agreement that the best evidence of what any witness in this case, or any person we know of what they did, unless we have a digital recording of, following them around, like a GoPro that were so popular some years ago, it is that person's historical reporting of it. And I literally, while this exam is ongoing, I pulled my file and I just scanned through real quickly. I didn't read my 20 pages of notes on Dr. Williams. Of course, Dr. Williams' testimony is the best evidence of what Dr. Williams said. I think this witness is able to potentially tell us why he may disagree or why he agrees completely. Just like I think if you want to recall Dr. Williams after we hear this testimony, Dr. Williams will be able to say, "Oh, Mr. Trumbull's a super nice guy, but he doesn't know what he's talking about this, this, and this. And he said this and this." And I'll let you examine on that, just like I think I should let Mr. Cool examine. But as far as the record, when you're in your office a couple of weeks ago and I'm looking forward to being the beneficiary of your work product, by all means, yes, I agree. It's Dr. Williams' testimony or any other one's testimony. And people can comment, he may not have heard him right. We'll find out.
Thank you, Henry.
So it's noted. I appreciate you making a record of it. Thank you. That's helpful for me, and I'm sure for appellate tribunals that may have to review what we do here. And I don't say we in the papal we, but I'm saying we literally, that all of us are working on and have been for 2 years. So moving along.
Thank you. And you agree calibration is an important step?
Absolutely, yes.
And why is that?
Because inherently in these hydrologic models, especially using the NRCS method, there's a lot of assumptions and uncertainties that can limit the ability for us to, determine very precise numbers. So it's going to give you a number, right? But it's pretty widely accepted that when you're using the NRCS method, that's a plus or minus 10% estimate, right? So I think that if you then if you calculate the runoff curve numbers, the time of concentration, all the parameters that go into this model, it spits out an output. If you have observed data that you can check those numbers against and make adjustments to if needed, that builds more confidence that you're getting closer to what actually happened on the storm or flood that you're trying to recreate, especially if you're going to use the model as a predictive model, to look at other scenarios. It wouldn't be as reliable to use an uncalibrated model as it would to use a calibrated model from calibrated to observed data.
So what did Dr. Williams do to calibrate the flow into the Tobacco River?
Again, my understanding of what he did from his report and hearing his testimony is that he compared that time series. So he compared the model results from what the model predicted using this analysis that we've been talking about to the observed data at the USGS gauge, the time and flow rate at those locations. So if the model predicted values that were within reason, that was considered calibrate. If it didn't, some adjustments to some of those parameters, mainly runoff curve number, as I understand it, were adjusted up or down so that the results of the model more closely matched what was observed at the USGS gauges.
Okay, so that was just one data point that he used for calibration, correct?
Many data points at two sources is my understanding. So I don't know exactly how many points in time he looked at the gauge data, but he used 2 gauge locations on the Tobacco River. And then my understanding from his testimony and reading the report is that he also used 3 observed water surface elevations at the Edenville Dam to calibrate the overall inflow into Wixom Lake.
Okay. What about the Tittabawassee River? What did he do to calibrate that inflow?
My understanding again is that there aren't any gauges upstream of the Edenville Dam on the Tittabawassee River that were used for that same level of calibration.
We're talking about USSG gauges, correct?
USGS stream flow gauges, yes, sorry.
Agreements, Carlson?
Yes.
Okay.
And that, so he did what he called a similarity analysis. So he assumed that the same calibrations that he applied to the tobacco side of the watershed to adjust the rainfall, the runoff curve numbers, to better match the tobacco gauges could then also be applied to the Tittabawassee side to adjust those rainfall runoff relationships in the same manner.
Well, do you think that was a reasonable assumption to make?
I have some concerns with that approach. Because mainly, you know, I think he said in his testimony that the justification was that the drainage area ratios, or sorry, the drainage areas on each side, the tobacco and the Tittabawassee side, are approximately equivalent, so that one is going to act like the other. That has not been my observations and reviewing hydraulic models and hydrologic models for that system, is that the Tittabawassee River consistently produces more flow than the Tobacco River does during floods. So, and after reviewing the rainfall distributions too, it is clear to me at least that the majority of the rainfall from this May 17 to 19 rainfall event occurred over top of the Tittabawassee side. So I would not expect the rainfall runoff relationship for the Tittabawassee portion of the watershed to react in the same manner that the tobacco side did.
So if you had heavier rainfall on the Tittabawassee side, you would expect greater inflow into that river, correct?
Yes.
And so do you think it's fair then to use the inflow from the Tobacco River to calibrate the flow into the Tittabawassee River?
I wouldn't exactly characterize that way. I would say that absent any additional data, it might be reasonable to make that assumption. But in doing so, you're introducing more uncertainty that by assuming that the two sides of the watershed react similarly to receiving rainfall, I wouldn't rely that was the case for the Tittabawassee side because of all the uncertainty and the known and documented differences on how those two watersheds respond to rainfall. Even though the drainage area is roughly the same, historically it's been observed that the Tittabawassee consistently provides more flow than the Tobacco River. So there's differences in the watersheds that produce different flows, even though the drainage area is roughly the same.
Would you agree that the more data points that you use, the better when you're trying to calibrate a model?
Typically, yes. If you have data that can be used to calibrate a model and you can verify that data is reasonable, I would always opt to incorporate that. More calibration points, the better is typically for ensuring that the model more accurately recreates a flood scenario.
Were there other data points that were available to calibrate the flow on the Tittabawassee River?
That is my understanding, yes.
What were those other data points?
I think as we've seen earlier in the testimony, there were gate operation and level recording time series data, you know, the handwritten logs and the spreadsheet that we looked at earlier in the trial from the Secord Dam, from the Smallwood Dam, from the Edenville Dam and from Stanford Dam, but also the Beaverton Dam on the tobacco side. So I believe that there was gate operation and water level elevation data in those sources.
So on the tobacco side, you had the gauges, right?
Correct.
And you also had data available from the Beaverton Dam, correct?
Correct.
On the Tittabawassee side,
I think I know what they are, but either on direct or on cross, if somebody can just establish, starting upstream, what is the upper reach, furthest upstream dam on the Tobacco and the Tittabawassee before Edenville? And what is the downstream after the confluence of the Tobacco and the Tittabawassee? I think I know what they are, but I'd like somebody to establish that through either stipulation or through witnesses.
Amy, can you pull up page 5 of the Trumbull expert report? Can you blow that up?
Remember, we only enlarge, we don't.
Does this figure identify the Beaverton Dam?
It does, yes.
And Amy, do you have your pointer?
Pointer? That's fine.
Pointer up there.
There,
Could you point out where the Beaverton River is, or excuse me, the Beaverton Dam is on the Tobacco River?
It's in Colorado, like everything else. Just kidding.
The Beaver Dam is located right here on the Tobacco River. Immediately.
So that's the, on the Tobacco tributary, that's the upstream dam from Edenville.
It's the next to the dam. If there are dams further up on tributaries to that.
Okay, but this is the
most immediate.
the closest one. All right.
Can you point out where the Edenville Dam is on this figure?
Edenville Dam is here, just up here, the confluence of the Tobacco and Washington.
Okay, and then on the Tittabawassee River, can you identify where the Smallwood Dam is?
Smallwood Dam is here. It's the next dam upstream, immediately upstream from Edenville.
And then the Secord Dam.
Secord Dam is immediately upstream from Smallwood on the main branch of the Tittabawassee.
Thank you. Do you agree with that description?
Yes, we agree.
Thank you.
Any further questions on that, Your Honor? Just want to make sure.
Thank you.
So did the IFT use the data from the Smallwood Dam and the Secord Dam to calibrate its model?
That is my understanding, yes.
And did they use the Beaverton Dam and the river gauges to calibrate their model on the Tobacco River?
That is also my understanding, yes.
And in that case, they had actual data to support the calibration?
They had stage or water surface elevation data and gate opening data, which can be calculated for discharge data at several points in time at all of those locations that they could use. And I believe, my understanding is, did use to calibrate the model to represent what was happening on the time leading up to and during the flood. Yes.
Would you agree it's better to use actual data to determine or calibrate the inflow on the Tittabawassee River than using an assumption?
Yes, I would agree that that would be preferable.
Do you have any opinion whether or not the IFT report was better calibrated than the Williams analysis on the flow from the Tobacco and Tittabawassee rivers?
Objection, foundation.
Response.
We testified about the IFT report and the conclusions that he's reviewed the IFT report. I have plenty of testimony about it.
The question is, does he know if it was better calibrated?
Yeah, that I think you can ask probably, do you think one's more accurate than the other? I think you could probably ask that,
I
but
thought I asked. was it-
Maybe early in his testimony last week, we talked about how he didn't receive the model files, and the model files from IFT had not been offered, that was completed by Dr. Fiddle.
Right, right. I'm not gonna allow the question as you asked, but if you want to ask him if he has a,
I thought I asked if it was opinion. I'll re-ask the question.
yeah, it just, the thing that catches me is is it better calibrated? And I don't know if he has the knowledge base to answer that one. I think he can, there are a lot of things he can answer, but I don't think that's probably one of them. I think he can say, like, I think, which one do you think is more accurate? If Mr. Carlson objects to that, I'm gonna probably respectfully overrule that and let him answer that one.
Which manner of calibration do you believe is more accurate?
In my opinion, a model that uses several calibration points and locations is more accurate than a model that uses fewer. So it's my opinion that the IFT calibration method would produce more reliable results.
Do you have an opinion whether or not the Williams report underestimates the flow into Wixom Lake?
There are certainly characteristics, like the runoff curve numbers and other things that would tend to underpredict inflow to the varying degrees. I believe also, but I mean, we've also seen and is reported that the inflow rate, the peak inflow rate into Edenville calculated by Dr. Williams' report is higher than what the IFT predicted the peak inflow rate, but he also predicts a lower flood volume than what the IFT report concludes or estimates.
What would the effect of underestimating the flow excuse me, start that again. Do you have an opinion on what the effect of underestimating the flow into Wixom Lake would have on the lake level?
In general, underestimating inflows would result in all else considers the same, right? All other factors and parts of the model are the same, that it would predict a lower peak flood elevation.
I want to change gears a little bit and talk about outflows from Wixom Lake.
Outflows?
Outflows, yes. We have inflows, outflows.
Yep.
Did Dr. Williams analyze the outflows from Wixom Lake?
He did, yes.
Do you have any concerns about how Dr. Williams analyzed the outflow in his model?
I have several concerns with the way that Dr. Williams analyzed outflows in the model.
Can you identify those?
Primarily, the HEC HMS model that Dr. Williams used cannot account for gate openings changing over time, as was the case during the May 2020 floods. In addition, I believe the term that Dr. Williams uses is a surrogate spillways. So, instead of using a calculated stage discharge rating curve or hydraulic rating curve for the dam, what would account for abutment and pier contractions, can account for orifice versus weir flow at different stages. He approximated the outflow from the Edenville Dam by using two 75-foot wide spillways with a weir coefficient, I believe, of 2.6, or I have to look at the number, but in that range. So it's another approximation. To me, there was better data out there that could have been utilized, and a better model that could have been utilized to more accurately estimate the outflow characteristics from Edenville Dam. I think those are the major concerns.
All right, let's break those down for, let's talk about the gate openings. Did Dr. Williams' model assume the gates were open to a certain level for the entirety of the flood?
It assumes there are no gates. It assumes that there's a weir, an overflow weir, that water flows over. So it cannot account for any impacts that a gate would have on the spillway flows.
Did the Edenville Dam in fact have gates on the spillways?
That is my understanding, yes. It used a different model. It used a HEC-RAS model, which can account for specific gate sizes and openings that change over time.
Okay, the HEC-RAS model can account for those, but did Dr. Williams use that model?
No, he did not.
Did you have data available to you that indicated that the gates on the spillways were raised at different levels at different points in time during the flood event?
Can you clarify when I had that information available to me?
No, I just asked, did you ever obtain that when you were drafting your expert report?
Yes. I did have data. The IFT report indicates that the handwritten logs and summary spreadsheet that we looked at earlier, or that you all looked at earlier, indicate that gates were operated incrementally opened in the days preceding the failure up until I believe about 3 or 3:30 p.m. on May 18th. So the gates were originally closed to some degree and then gradually opened until they were open at all 4 of the Tittabawassee River dams, and also Beaverton Dam had some operation as well, leading up to the flood that ultimately caused the failure.
I know we had some questions about whether or not Boyce Hydro was able to electronically record the gate openings. Did they have that capability?
It's my understanding that they did not.
Were the written logs the only available information that you had on the gate opening and closing by Boyce Hydro?
Yes, I believe so. I believe that the handwritten logs, and then there's a spreadsheet that summarizes those operations.
The spreadsheet provided by?
I believe it was provided by Boyce Hydro.
Were there any efforts undertaken to confirm the accuracy of the handwritten logs?
Not by me, but my understanding is that from what we just heard from Mr. France is that they did do some verification efforts.
Did you have any concerns about relying upon that information?
No, not for the purposes of calibrating a model, no.
Is this the type of information that you typically rely on in your work in the dam safety unit?
A typical practice is to use the best available information. I would consider handwritten logs that detail gate operations and water levels at dams, at several dams over a period of time, to be better than an NRCS method approximation by adjusting runoff curve numbers to just a few calibration points. My opinion is that was the best available data.
Do you have an opinion on whether or not an assumption that the gates were fully open and unimpeding the flow for the entire flood event, how that would impact the lake levels?
Certainly. And I believe this is in my expert report. That was one of the concerns I raised, is that at the beginning of the flood, or even before the flood, the inflows coming into Wixom Lake were lower. They were at base flow or near base flow conditions. So the gates would have been closed to some degree to regulate the water level, well, I think we'll talk about run of river later, but to pass approximately the flow that's coming in to maintain a more or less static impoundment level within the ranges that they're allowed to operate in. And then when water comes into the reservoir and the flood starts to arrive, those gates are typically, and as was, shown in the handwritten logs, they're incrementally raised to kind of try to control that water level, and not let it get too high or not let it go. If you're talking about water just freely flowing over a weir, which is the assumption in the HMS model provided by Dr. Williams, that's going to have no restriction on the flow coming out, and the water level in that model will actually start to lower unless there's more inflow coming into the model. So if the top of the elevation of the spillway is set at 667.8 and there's low flow is coming into the reservoir, it's going to try to seek a level, a depth of flow, of how much flow is coming in. So at the beginning of the model, it would tend to show that the water level in the pond is lowering. And then when the flood arrives, it might it'll stop, level out, and then start to increase again, which is not accurate to how those dams are operated or my understanding of what the water levels were leading up to the flood.
So would that mean you would have less runoff stored in Wixom Lake?
It would mean that you actually had, it's tricky. It would mean that you've passed more flow than was actually passed through the dam. So you would actually have, more storage available to you as that water level comes down. So the front edge of that flood would be, a combination of stored and passed over the spillways until the volume or the inflow rates and the flood volume exceeded, brought the level back to the normal level and then started to rise from there. So it would actually assume that more of the volume was passed earlier. It did not result in the increase of the water level that we would expect in a model that can, account for gate operations and maintain that normal pool elevation at the start of the flood.
So would that artificially lower the lake level?
The expectation would be that since a portion of the volume at the beginning of that flood was passed at an elevation lower than the lake level, that your starting point would be lower than at that point, and the peak elevation expected from the same flood would be lower.
Let's talk about some of the other concerns you had. Did Dr. Williams' model accurately depict spillway widths?
No, as I stated earlier, and I stated in a report, the spillway width for the Tobacco and Tittabawassee spillways was somewhere on the range of about 67 feet wide, 64 to 67 feet. I'd have to look again, but and with intermediate piers and gates and all the things that were present at the dam. Dr. Williams used a surrogate or an estimate and assumed that both spillways were 75 feet wide and had no gates. They were just an overflow spillway.
So how would it affect the flow out of the lake if you had longer spillways?
In general, you would expect, more spillway width to pass more flow. He did offset some of that by lowering the weir coefficient, so it would offset some of that. But the takeaway is that it certainly doesn't behave the same way as a gated spillway with gate operations does. There are differences in how the flow gets passed. At some points along, the rating curve, it passes less flow than the equivalent to gates, and at some points along the curve, it passes more flow. But the takeaway is that it's a surrogate that approximates, can't account for gate operations, and changes the outflow characteristics of the dam.
Dr. Williams also assumed that the spillways acted as weirs for the entire flood event, correct?
That's correct.
Is that an accurate assumption?
That is not accurate, no.
In fact, did they have orifice flow at spillways?
The typical operation of that dam was orifice flow. because the water level is typically at around the range of 675.8. And the bottom, the gates pass flow underneath of them. And it's not typical for them to open the gates up out of the water, because if you do so, it's that weird condition where the lake will actually start to draw down, it'll start to lower beyond there. So typically they would have been operating as orifices. I'd have to go back and look at the reservoir elevations compared to the gate openings from those logs, but I don't believe at any point, or at least the majority of the points, that they ever opened the gates up out of the water and actually had weir flow. So it would have been orifice flow for the majority of the time.
And if you have orifice flow, does that slow down the water leaving the spillways?
It certainly does not act like a free flowing weir, and there are more interfaces with the water comes into contact with that would cause those contractions and reduction of the efficiency of the flow out of the dam. So my expectation is that orifice flow would have been less, and at least in certain circumstances, depending on the gate openings, than the assumption that there was a free overflow over a weir.
Did Dr. Williams' model account for abutment or pier contraction losses?
The spillway function would account for abutment contracts. So where the spillway ends, there's a concrete abutment wall, and then there's the earthen embankments next to it. The contractions for when the water comes into contact with those walls, the width, if it's 75 feet, maybe the effective flow width is only 74 feet, as a for instance, right? It would not account for the contractions that happen at the top and the bottom of the orifice, specifically where the water engages with the bottom of the gate. There's additional loss, head loss, inefficiencies in flow, contractions that occur. So the water gets squeezed from 4 directions, and the weir coefficient would just be squeezed from two directions.
Knowing of these problems, based upon his report, did Dr. Williams do anything to try to adjust his model to account for these problems?
My understanding is that he adjusted the weir coefficient to approximate the IFT rating curve, to approximate, or to approximate the the hydrograph at the dam. So the stage storage, or the stage, the time and stage characteristics of like at what point how high the lake got, based on a couple of those calibration points we talked about. So so that the outflow approximated what the gate full open 7 feet condition would have been.
So just to be clear, instead of relying on actual data, he was relying on assumed information, correct?
Yeah,
Objection, meeting.
Sustain, rephrase.
Did Dr. Williams rely principally on actual data?
No, I believe his words that he used a surrogate to approximate. I don't know if he used that, but he used the term surrogate. But what using a surrogate does is approximates the actual condition. So it wasn't actual data. It was a somewhat different condition that would approximate the actual condition.
Is the predictive value of a model better if it relies on actual data or assumed data?
In my opinion, the closer you can get to the actual conditions, the better. So in my opinion, actual data is more reliable than surrogate or approximate data.
I'm going to change gears now. Do you have any experience using HEC HMS?
I do, yes.
When do you use it?
Primarily in this position, I've used it for similar analysis to what we're talking about, reservoir routings. So flood routing through a dammed system, or generating inflow hydrographs into a dam system to be input into a different model.
What about HEC-RAS? Have you used that?
Yes.
When do you use it?
HEC-RAS we use for quite a few things. Modeling floods on river systems with or without dams, modeling reservoir operations and dam operations and flooding scenarios at dams, dam breach analyses. Sometimes we would do sediment transport analyses, which are same model, but for a different purpose to estimate how much sediment is transported by a river.
Under normal circumstances or under flood circumstances?
Yes, yeah, both. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be smart, but typically you would model both. You would,
All right.
it's predictive.
That's fine.
Typically, so yes,
You listened to Dr. Williams' testimony, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Dr. Who, please?
Dr. Williams.
Thank you.
Did he make any comments on whether it was appropriate to use HEC HMS for hydrology analysis?
Yes,
What did he say about that?
he said that that is typical and that is industry standard practice.
Did he say it was the gold standard?
I believe his reference to the gold standard was to use a combination of HEC HMS to provide the hydrology or the inflows, to then put those into a hydraulic model using HEC RAS. That's the gold standard in flood modeling.
Okay.
Objection, foundation mischaracterizes what you said.
I asked him if he listened to Dr. Williams' testimony.
Listen.
Sorry.
What else, Mr. Carlson?
Mr. Williams testified he used HMS, and then in 50 years of practice in the field, he had not seen them combine to form an analysis the way that the IMT reported it. So it's the opposite of what Mr. Trumbull said.
But the record will speak for itself. I do not have that level of granularity in my notes. The objections noted, and the witness has testified what he thought he said. The record will tell us what he said. So thank you for bringing that to the court's attention.
Well, did the IFT use HEC HMS and HEC RAS?
That is my understanding, yes.
Now, I think it's clear Dr. Williams was critical of that decision, right?
That is my understanding from his testimony, yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not his criticisms were fair?
Yes.
I'm not going to allow that question. The criticism's fair. I just don't know what that means. If you want to refine that, are they well placed? Are they supported by the record? Are they supported by your experience? That's fine. I want it more of a fact-based answer from the witness who's been proffered as an expert, please.
Mr. Trumbull, have you seen the two models, HEC HMS and HEC RAS, used together?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you view that as being unusual?
No, I tend to agree with what my hearing of what Dr. Williams stated was that that's like a best practice.
Is something you've seen used in the dam safety field?
Yes, absolutely.
Dr. Williams only used HEC HMS, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that was a good decision?
I would use a different term. It was not a decision I would make because of the limitations of HEC HMS. It cannot account for gate operations on its own. HEC HMS does not do a good job of routing flows through systems that act more like a river. So there's significant stretches between the impoundments that act like streams, not impoundments. HEC HMS does a great job of modeling, flows in impoundments and dams, but it has limitations, like we talked about with the gate operations. So my preference, having with the available data and knowing that the dam was operated with gate operations, over time, I would have opted to use HEC HMS to generate the inflows from each of the subbasins, and then use a HEC RAS model to route those flows through the various stretches of river and impoundments and dams as a better tool.
Now, In his initial report, did Dr. Williams start his model from the Runner River?
In the initial report, his first, I believe his first attempt was to recreate the flood as it happened. And then using those same characteristics and the same model to start the evaluation at what has been deemed here as the run-of-river elevation. The elevation that he used was 667.8 and his first initial run.
Do you have any opinion on whether starting the analysis at 667.8 was a reasonable decision?
I do not believe that that was an appropriate elevation to start a model. As we've, I think has been covered earlier, so I won't go into the gory details, but there was record from the two previous drawdowns that the water level rarely got below the elevation 670, even with all 6 gates open. And to assume that the starting elevation at 667.8 would mean that there's no flow coming into the Edenville Reservoir from either the Tobacco or the Tittabawassee rivers. And it's not a reasonable assumption.
So what would the impact be of starting the analysis at an artificially low lake level?
That would account for an unrealistic condition where there was more flow capacity and storage capacity available than is during a more realistic starting elevation. So it would tend to, the end result would be a lower peak elevation in the reservoir for the same flood.
You've testified today about a series of concerns that you had about Dr. Williams' report. How do the issues that you've identified impact your confidence level in the Williams report?
I still have a lot of those concerns, primarily being that the HEC HMS model cannot account for gate operations at Edenville Dam or any of the upstream dams, other than using an approximation, which, and limited calibration data. I believe there's a better, using HEC RAS with incorporating the gate opening and observe data for calibration is a better method. I believe that there's still using the spillway, the surrogate spillways, widths and weir coefficients is going to produce slightly different results than using the actual data. So a lot of those concerns that were addressed in the report still remain because it's basically the same model that was used initially.
Do you have any opinion on whether the IFT report or the Williams report estimates as to how high the lake level would have started or risen to if the flood event, the lake level had been at Runner River? Do you have an opinion as to which is more accurate?
I would tend to believe that the methodology and the models used by the IFT would produce more reliable results.
And why is that?
For a lot of the reasons we've stated before is, the model combination that they used allows for more closely to match the actual conditions by allowing operation of upstream dams to be accounted for. There's certainly more calibration points in time and space, so that the observed conditions could be more closely represented at several points along both river systems. And that even at the Edenville Dam, there were certainly more calibration points of observed water surface elevations at different times that mostly in my opinion, more closely match the actual events from May 17th to May 19th, 2020.
Now, did Dr. Williams submit a rebuttal report responding to the criticisms in your expert report?
He did, yes.
And in response to those criticisms, did Dr. Williams run a new analysis in which he started his analysis at 670 as opposed to 667?
He did, yes.
Why did he pick 670?
I believe it was to see what the difference would be if, in response to the criticism, you know, that 667.8 is not an achievable level. He reran basically the same model with a different starting elevation. All other, it's my understanding, all other model parameters remain the same. At that, he just adjusted the starting elevation of Wixom Lake to elevation 670 at the beginning of the run, and that was the only change.
Do you recall what his conclusion was on how high the water would have risen if the starting point was 670?
I believe there was a 0.2 of a foot increase from the previous value. So I believe starting at elevation 667.8 produced a result of a peak elevation of 679.9, and then starting at elevation 670 produced a result of 680.1.
Still below the level the IFT had predicted at 681.1.
Yes,
And that was the level at which the IFT opined the dam would still fail.
that's correct. Yes.
Did Dr. Williams change any of the inputs or assumptions in his model?
I don't believe so. I think all other parameters remain the same.
So all the concerns that you've already expressed about the inflow and outflow in the methodology employed by Dr. Williams remain?
That is my understanding. Yes.
So with those concerns in mind, do you have any opinion on whether Dr. Williams' prediction that the water level would have risen to 680.1 is accurate?
I would have concerns that there are too many approximations, built into the model and model limitations that accurately portrays what would have been the conditions under those circumstances with the gates open to 7 feet and the starting water elevation of 670. That 680.1 would have been the actual level.
Does it alter your opinion, the IFT prediction that the water levels would have risen to 681.1, even if the lake levels have been taken down to 670, is more accurate than Dr. Williams' prediction?
Yeah, it's my opinion that, the methodologies and the models and all of the calibration data that went into that model would produce more reliable results.
Objection foundation, neither the witness nor the court or the lawyers have ever seen the IFT model. I don't know how we can base an opinion.
Thank you.
Model is better.
Reply. Response.
We have the IFT report, which fully set forth all the information that we're talking about today.
You hear what Ms. Cool said?
I do, but he's not speaking to the report. He said the model. The witness said the model is my basis for saying that.
Why don't you ask him based on the report, just. So, sustain, we're going to reword the question, please.
Does anything in Dr. Williams' rebuttal report alter your opinion that the IFT prediction contained in its report that the water levels would have risen to 681, even if the water levels have been taken down to 670, is more accurate than Dr. Williams' prediction?
Based on my understanding after reading the reports, the methodologies described therein in both reports, is my opinion that the IFT methodology would yield more accurate, more reliable results.
Changing gears again. In your expert report, did you also review Dr. Marr's opinions?
I did, yes.
I want to place the objection on the record. At the beginning, he offered it as a 307, 315 hydrology and hydraulics. He's now been offered as a geotechnical.
Response.
No, you're right. He was only been offered as an expert on hydrology and hydraulics.
Okay. Mr. Carlson, what?
As long as we're stating in that box.
Okay. let's proceed.
In his expert report, did Dr. Marr make any predictions on whether the Edenville Dam would have failed at the level that Dr. Williams predicted the water levels would rise in Wixom Lake?
It's my understanding that Dr. Marr in his report indicated that a peak water elevation below 680.3 would not have caused failure of the Edenville Dam.
And Dr. Marr relied on the predictions and the methodology used by Dr. Williams in arriving at his conclusions, correct?
Hold on. Yes.
Objection, foundation, Dr. Marr's rebuttal report says it relied on the water data from IFT, not the buildings.
Reply.
I think it's quite clear that Dr. Marr testified that he relied upon the analysis by Dr. Williams.
Yep, hold on. Sorry, I have 26 pages of notes, so
No,
just take.
we don't,
Oh, okay,
I'll withdraw. We don't need to
okay,
go into this. I think the testimony will stand on its own.
okay. I'm willing to go through them.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I don't
Because
think we
I
need.
did find something that I tagged, it's ready to talk about, but okay, please proceed. And I don't want to waste everybody's time either. Please continue. So we're gonna either rephrase or withdraw, so
Yeah, I'll withdraw the question.
thank you.
Move on to another topic. In your expert report, did you respond to Mr. Sturdivant's report?
I did, yes.
I'm not going to go through each of the contentions he made, but I just want to focus on a couple. First, Mr. Sturdivant, is it correct that Mr. Sturdivant criticized the conclusion in the 2018 memo drafted by Mr. Pulowski that the Edenville Dam was in fair structural condition?
That is correct, yes.
Amy, can you pull up, let's see, it's from 246, page 21.
Oh, exhibit, sorry.
246, the Trumbull expert report.
Right, oh, okay, so that's plaintiffs, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes.
Right. The one that's open and that I've been looking at for the last 45 minutes. Please.
Is it correct that Mr. Sturtevant had reached the conclusion that Eagle's assessment that the dam was in fair structural condition at the time of the inspection was incorrect?
It's my opinion that that was incorrect assessment of what was stated in the report, yes.
Well, what rating system does the dam safety unit follow when conducting these type of inspections?
The state of Michigan prescribes to the National Inventory of Dams definition of condition assessment, which was originally suggested by the National Dam Safety Review Board and then adopted the NID. And since then, many states have adopted that same rating system because it's standard. It's standard and vetted through kind of one of the steering committee or steering bodies of dam safety practice. So.
And has the dam safety unit used that rating system in the past?
Yes, I don't recall the exact year that was adopted, but shortly after it was adopted, Michigan also adopted that same rating system. We used the same or very similar terms prior to that, but we adopted the terms with the associated definitions and have been using them ever since.
And does your report set out the definitions from that rating system for fair and unsatisfactory?
Our current reports do, so that there's no confusion what fair, unsatisfactory, poor mean. But this wasn't the October 2018 wasn't a full inspection report. It was a cursory inspection. So it used the same terminology in rating, in this case, the structure of, the structural condition of the dam based on a visual inspection.
And how is fair defined in the National Inventory of Dams Conditions Assessment Rating System?
Fair is defined as on the screen here. No existing dam safety deficiencies are recognized for normal loading conditions. Rare or extreme hydrologic and or seismic events may result in a dam safety deficiency. Risk may be in the range to take further action.
Based upon this standard, is it your opinion that you correctly labeled the dam as being in fair structural condition in the 2018 memo?
Based on the visual observations, made at that time, that is, I would say that's an appropriate evaluation. There were no apparent deficiencies that would lead us to believe that the dam would not operate safely under normal loading conditions. But it reserves that, it makes that reservation that if something out of the ordinary happens, a rare or extreme hydrologic, that just means a flood or an earthquake, could result in a dam safety deficiency. So I think that was an appropriate assessment at the time and based on the information that was available at the time of that assessment.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Pulowski's memo shared or given to any members of the public?
No, that was developed as what we call a memo to the file. It's to memorialize that inspection occurred. These were the initial findings, and these are the initial conclusions, recommendations. And it was to the file for future reference, I guess.
And so your knowledge is that document was not shared with any members of the public?
It was not intended to or initially shared to any members of the public. It may have been later when people were doing FOIA requests and things like that, might have been shared, but prior to the failure, I cannot recall that it was ever shared with anyone outside of the department.
And the FOIA requests were after the failure?
Yes, I believe that there were a lot of requests for information made after the failure.
Did you listen to Mr. Sturdivant's testimony?
I listened to most or all of it, yes.
Did you hear him testify that you should have known about the instability of the embankments prior to its failure?
I'd heard, I don't know if I ever recall that exact quote or whatever, but I do recall hearing him makes those type of statements a few times throughout his testimony.
And is your recollection that he based that opinion on essentially 4 facts that he alleged you should have known?
It seemed like there were some major facts that he indicated that we should have known, yes.
And was one of those that the left embankment was more steep than the other sections?
Yes, he indicated that the embankments were steep.
Did he also identify that the soils in the left embankment had loose soils?
Yes.
Did he identify that there was an underdrain that was missing?
Yes.
And did he identify the fact that there was a lack of comprehensive stability analysis that included the left embankment?
Yes.
Do you recall where all of those factors came from?
I believe those bullets are stated, if not in those exact terms, in very close terms, that in the IFT report.
And when was the IFT report issued?
That was issued in 2022, I believe.
And that was after the dam failure, right?
Yes.
So you didn't have the IFT report prior to the dam's failure?
No, I did not.
Did you have, prior to the dam failure, the documents relied upon the IFT relating to the 4 points made by Mr. Sturdivant prior to the dam's failure?
Not all of them, no. Some of them, yes, not all of them.
Well, he spent a lot of time going over construction photos. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you have those photos prior to the dam's failure?
There were a few that we had access to, but the ones that the IFT extensively relied on to indicate that, you know, that there was little or no compactive effort, and that the construction of the embankments was not in line with the plans and specifications we did not have available.
Did you have those photos that Dr. Sturdivant displayed during his testimony?
No, I believe those were displayed from the IFT report.
And you didn't have those photos prior to the failure?
No, I did not.
You didn't have any, or you had some, but not all?
My understanding,
I'm
what we had available to us were 3 photos of the original construction, none of which detailed the actual construction of the embankments.
Did any of the 3 photos that you have, were any of those included in the IFT report?
I would have to review it in detail, but they were, several of the photos that were included in the IFT report, we did not have access to. Those 3 might have been in there, but I don't think they would, because they weren't related to the conclusions of the IFT report. I would have to confirm though.
Mr. Sturdivant also discussed at length the construction plans for the dam. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Did you have those plans prior to the dam failure?
No, I did not.
Just so there's no confusion, identify what pre-October 2018 reports you had access to prior to the dam's failure. You received information from Boyce, correct?
Correct. On the date of the that October 4th site visit date, we received a printed copy of the 2015 CSIR without appendices, so just the body of that report. Then I'm pulling from memory here a little bit, but after that, we received a partial STID, which I believe was just the updates since the previous CSIR was completed. And we received the appendices to that report from Boyce. And I'm trying to think if we received anything else from Boyce at that time. I think that's That might have been it.
So the STID, did you get a complete copy of that?
No, we've never received a full copy of the STID.
So what information did you obtain in the STID?
There were, and I'm not exactly sure what's in there, but there was the updates to the probable failure modes analysis. I believe the 2007 to 2009 Mill Road Engineering stability analysis was in there. I'm trying to think, there might have been some updates to the PMF analysis or the inflow design flood analysis. But it was not a full record. I recall that what we received, the electronic copy that we received indicated that the full version of the STID is on a CD in the back of that binder that it was copied from. We asked for that CD or the contents of that CD and never received them. So it's typical in the CSIR process. The STID is a living document, right? It starts with all the pertinent engineering analysis and construction data, all the things that are pertinent to the history of the dam. And then every time the CSIR is completed, they add additional documents that have been developed or completed since then. So I believe what we received was just the updates from presumably the 2010 CSIR to the 2015 CSIR, which contains some information, not all.
Did you have the 2015 potential failure mode analysis?
I believe that was either in the appendices or in the portion of the STID that we did receive, yes.
Did you obtain information from FERC?
Yes, we did, a few months later, yes.
Did you obtain inspection reports from them?
Yes, I believe we obtained 2010 to 2018, roughly, their annual inspection reports completed by FERC engineers.
Did you obtain the 2012 Part 12D response letter?
I believe that was in the initial submission from FERC, yes.
What about the 2015 Embankment inspection report?
Yes, I believe we received that as well.
And did you obtain?
Excuse me. How much longer do you think you have?
On this topic?
No,
I got
with this witness. With this witness, a while.
At least an hour, yeah.
Okay, all right. I think I do want to address some housekeeping matters. So I think this would be a convenient place for the court anyway to stop. It's about 7 minutes before 5. Just talk for a few minutes so we can get everybody out of here by 5.
Sorry, I hadn't realized it gotten this late.
No, that's nothing to be sorry for. Any objection, Mr. Trumbull being excused until Monday? Defense? Any objection?
Nope.
All right, plaintiffs, any objection? All right, thank you. Mr. Trumbull, thank you for being with us again today. Appreciate your time. Look forward to seeing you on Monday. Planned schedule 8:30 is as we've been trying to go, and we'll look forward to your testimony. So thank you. Okay, that completes the taking of proofs for today and for our second week of trial. I was provided a list. So we're going to have Mr. Trumbull remains, and then after direct, we'll have cross and then redirect and recross and redirect. So I'm guessing Mr. Trumbull's going to probably take the better part of the morning on Monday, would be my guess. Okay. You think so too, Mr. Carlson, Mr. Dubin, Mr. Thompson?
Yeah, if they're gonna take an hour, I think it's safe to count on that.
Right. So, and if we go in the afternoon, that's fine. I would think we should hopefully be able to complete Mr. Trumbull's testimony on Monday, but, right. No, I mean, but realistically, I think I'd be bordering on surprised, if he weren't done on Monday. So you have more witnesses, your staff or you yourself, Mr. Gamble indicated we have witness Christie via remote, witness Kepler, witness Ewell, and then a couple of other witnesses via previously recorded depositions. So it sounded like probably Wednesday-ish, maybe, on the case in chief, or Thursday, you think?
We got the end of Tuesday possibly.
Okay.
It kind of, I really don't have.
Nope, me either.
But, so the recorded depositions, both of those combined is less than $2.5. It's not, what we could exposed to so far. And the other witnesses are all fairly consistent.
Oh, okay.
Really, of the remaining witnesses on the list, Mr. Trumbull would by far.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that. All right. And then plaintiffs will let us know if there's going to be a case in rebuttal. And then if there is, then we'll find out whether there's a case in rebuttal. And let's see, then it's sir rebuttal, and then, you know, on and on until we're completed. But I appreciate everybody's being on time, working hard. Obviously, the time that's gone into the planning for the organization of the direct and cross is obvious and evident. So thank you from plaintiffs. Thank you for the defendants. Appreciate it very much. It doesn't make whatever decision I have to make any easier, but it makes the process go smoother, and I'm grateful for that. And your clients should be grateful for all the hard work everybody's put in to get us to where we are. So I don't have anything else for today. Does anybody on the plaintiff side have anything else for today? Okay. Butch, do we need to chastise anybody before we send them home for the weekend? All right. Terry, are we good? Elizabeth, anything I should be asking or seeking? All right. Okay. I don't know if everybody's staying in the upper Midwest this weekend. If you are, it's it'll be like the days of my youth as far as the cold. So court's in recess. Thanks. We'll see everybody on Monday. Just go about your business.